Blackfire, a Hawke and Stryker Thriller, Book 1, by Patterson. 1. 4 a.m. in Central Park. Sweat was dripping down Axton Hawke's face as he went through his katas. Fast and slow, slow and slow, fast and fast, until his arms and legs felt like they would rip out of their joints. He cooled down with his routine of asanas, stretching his muscles, and then lay on the grass watching the sky. The park belonged to him that early. Other than a few joggers and cyclists, it was empty. The enormous green space in one of the busiest cities in the world was where he came for his workouts. He didn't like gyms. They were too crowded and filled with self-obsessed people. The park was his go-to. In the solitariness of the morning, he could perform his katas, some of which weren't taught in most dojos. He could remove his tea and wipe his chest without curious glances at the scars on his torso. Ax lay for a long time on the grass while the planet rotated and it became lighter, and then got to his feet, took a long suck of water, and went to the exit. Kumar, the newspaper vendor on Columbus Avenue, had his daily read folded. He brushed his mustache and eyed Ax. "It's not healthy." "What isn't?" "You're coming out this early." "Lots of people are. You are." "This is my business." Kumar squinted at him. "But you, going to the park that early, it's not safe." Ax grinned. The man always had something to grouch or remonstrate about. He paid the vendor. "Anything interesting happening?" He nodded at the newspaper. "Interesting?" Kumar snorted. "ChatGPT climate change. We will all die in 50 years. Ax left him on that cheerful note. He unfolded the newspaper and read as he went down the sidewalk. He went down the subway stairs, and that was when he spotted the tail. The man was in a dark overcoat, a scarf around his neck. He had a thick beard. Ax had seen him as he went to Kumar's, but hadn't paid any attention then. He checked out commuters on the train and shrugged when he didn't see the man. False alarm. He got out at 8th Street. He strode down the sidewalk, breathing deeply, inhaling the unique smell of New York. Gas fumes, odors of cooking, clean air, the perfume from a passing woman, all of it uniquely encapsulating his hometown. He wouldn't have noticed the tail if he hadn't been idly looking at a store window. He caught the man's abrupt turn in his peripheral vision. It's him, too. Can't lead him to where I'm going, Ax thought rapidly. He pictured Greenwich Village in his mind as he walked. The city was just waking up, but New York was an early riser. The streets were already bustling with delivery trucks, honking cabs, and impatient drivers, while the sidewalks were filled with people rushing to work. He went to Bleecker Street and went up to a poster on a wall, an advertisement for a pop band. He read it without paying it much attention and looked around casually at a loud honk. Yeah, Tail was still there. About 100 yards behind him, speaking into his cell phone, Ax resumed his stride. He went past a line of restaurants and used the cover of a passing couple to duck into a familiar narrow alley. It was used by the establishments to stow their garbage. Dumpsters lined its grimy walls, the stench of waste stronger as he went deeper. He confirmed he was alone and returned to its mouth and waited. Office-goers passed. A couple debated the merits of various restaurants and disappeared. A skateboarder was next. And then Tail came into view, hurrying, his eyes searching the street. "I'm here," Ax called out softly. Tail whipped his head around. Ax lunged forward, caught his collar, and dragged him into the alley. He punched the man in his soft belly and hauled him up. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Tail doubled over, clutching his stomach. He charged forward to headbutt with an angry grunt, but Ax sidestepped his move, pivoted on his heel, and threw him against the rear wall. Tail cursed savagely as he crashed against the unyielding brickwork. His lips split. "Who are you?" Ax repeated. His right hand struck out in a finger jab when 4 men rushed into the alley. Baseball bats. They aren't friendly. Ax reacted instantly. He twisted around and shoved Tail at them. He had his Glock beneath his gym jacket but didn't want to draw it. He searched around desperately for a weapon while Tail body slammed into the intruders. One thug edged past the shadow and swung his bat. Ax caught it with his left hand, yanked forward and jammed the base of his palm in the man's throat. He swiveled, felt the shadow move and ducked, but he was too late. Another hitter struck him on the shoulder, a blow that jarred him from head to toe. With a furious roar, he freed the bat from the first thug, jabbed it like a spear into the incoming heavy, withdrew it, and was making to swing at a third man when he slipped on debris. He stumbled backwards into a garbage bin. He was off balance for a moment and saw the triumphant gleam in the attacker's eyes. They charged. He was backed up against the wall with the bin behind him. There was no room for him to maneuver in. He jabbed the first thug, ducked to evade another hitter's blow, and got struck on his temple. He fell to his knees, his hands pistoning as he kept using his bat like a spear, but the numbers were against him. Another brutal blow on his back felled him to the ground. Ax grabbed the garbage bin and swung it around with all his strength, but that too wasn't enough. A shadow loomed over him, a thug with his bat raised. The man hesitated when a siren wailed close by. "Let's go," Tail growled. "Come on," he repeated angrily when the thugs hesitated. They hurried out at his command. Ax slumped against the wall and sucked lungfuls of air until the pounding in his chest had eased and his pulse had returned to normal. He assessed his injuries. His body hurt, but no limbs or ribs seemed to be broken, nor were any joints dislocated. Got lucky. He hauled himself to his feet and checked the ground. Nope, neither Tail nor the thugs had dropped anything in the attack. His lips thinned as he emerged onto the street. Whoever Tail was, he had made it personal. Ax drifted through the streets of the village until he was confident he had no more shadows, then went to Green Street where he entered a well-maintained building. He took the stairs to the 4th floor, punched the code into the electronic lock, and entered the quiet apartment. He went to the kitchen, wet a paper towel, and wiped his face and hands. He looked at his reflection on the polished cabinet door. He looked presentable. No sign that he had brawled with 5 heavies. He brewed coffee, Jamaican Blue Mountain, poured it into 3 mugs, took one, and went to the living room. He went to the window and peered out onto the street while he sipped. A sixth sense warned him. He turned slowly to see a man with a gun. 3. "Geez, Ax," Kael exclaimed and lowered his gun. "Would you mind announcing you are here? I nearly shot you thinking you were an intruder." "Nope, you wouldn't have." His friend smiled and handed over a mug. Kael took a sip and inspected his visitor over the rim of his mug. Ax was clean-shaven and had bronzed skin and sharp features. His dark eyes took in everything, and his black hair, slicked back, caught the morning sun that came through the window. He was in his tracksuit, his jacket falling loosely around his muscled chest. His friend had one of the most intriguing backstories he had ever come across. Born to a mother from the Comanche Nation in Oklahoma and a white man in Lawton. The father deserted his mom before his birth, and his mother died during childbirth. Ax went into the foster care system with a clerical error. His mother was recorded as Hispanic. It was when he joined the Army that he traced his roots and embraced his Native American ancestry. "When did you get back?" Kael asked. Ax had the habit of entering Kael's apartment unannounced even after long trips. "Late night. How was your holiday?" "Good." Kael grinned. Any other person would have burst out telling how great their European vacation had been, not Ax. His friend wasn't verbose. Heck, he smiles and laughs only when he's with friends. To the outside world, Axton Hawke presented an impassive facade. Only Kael and those in his trusted circle knew how giving and warm he was beneath that seemingly forbidding exterior. Tuscany was relaxing, he tried again. Ax cocked his head. I helped the Italian police bust a people-trafficking ring. There was a shootout in Pienza. A couple of the mobsters died. I thought you were on vacation. I was. The smugglers were in RVs close to my hotel. You got involved? Yeah. Did you manage to get any R&R? That was my R&R. Ax frowned as if it was obvious. Tuscany in the summer is hot but beautiful. You haven't had any trouble? Nope. It's been quiet. I finished the paperwork on our last case. Got paid for it. Why do you ask? I was attacked this morning. 4. Kael stared at him. He lowered his cup and made a tell-me-everything gesture. How badly are you injured? He asked sharply when Ax had finished. Bruised, nothing broken. We need to take you to a... Kael. Ax didn't raise his voice. He seldom did. His tone and look were often more than enough to stop someone in full flow. They stopped Kael, who shook his head disgustedly. Those thugs... Can't remember seeing them from your description. Why didn't you call the cops? You think they'll go out of their way to help us? There are good cops, Ax. Gina and Peyton. Our feds. Kael sighed. Gina DeFiore and Peyton Quindica were FBI special agents in charge. They're friends. Peyton led the FBI NYPD Joint Task Force, JTF, while Gina was her deputy. They were two of the few LEOs that Ax was close to. He knew his friend didn't really think all cops were crooked or were out to harass them. His partner preferred to have as little engagement as possible with those he wasn't friendly with, however. Nope. Don't remember seeing any of them before. We aren't working on any case at the moment. No reason for anyone to follow me or you. Kael went to the window and peered out. They aren't there. I checked. I made sure I wasn't followed. If they could find you, they already know where you and Elle live. Kael went to a monitor that was discreetly mounted in the living room's wall and scrolled through the security camera's feeds outside the building. He had gotten the co-op's permission to install several of them to cover the outside street, the entrance lobby, elevators, and the hallway leading to their door. The residents had readily agreed since they too benefited from the added security. He had equipped the apartment with motion detection sensors, intruder alarms, and armored windows. Ax's apartment 2 blocks away was similarly outfitted. Clear, he said after going through the videos. I don't see anyone of that description outside our building. The cameras were hooked into a powerful artificial intelligence engine that could run facial recognition. He grinned. Zeb's system. We use Werner for our security as well as for our casework. Zeb was Zeb Carter, their friend, a former Delta operator. They had served together in the Special Forces. Zeb and his team worked in the agency, a covert U.S. outfit. Werner was their proprietary AI engine that powered their intelligence analysis and logistics. It had hooks into several national and international databases. Zeb's team included Beth and Megan Patterson, twins, who maintained Werner. They had given Kael and Ax secure access to specific functions of the software and had helped them with the security at their apartments and their office. We have several enemies, criminals we have helped put away, his friend reminded. Those thugs could be from any of them. None of them will beat us up. They'll want a more permanent solution to us. Ax bobbed his head in acknowledgement. The cops would have checked if there were any nearby cameras that caught them. We can do that as well, Ax countered. NYPD's forensics could... I brought the baseball bat the thugs left behind. Ax jerked his head towards the door where he had propped it against the wall. We can get it checked for prints. Beth and Meg know a lab that can process them. Werner is plugged into the same databases that NYPD is. More, in fact. We can identify those men if they are in the system. Kael sighed. Before he could speak, a woman came up from behind him. She was blonde, blue-eyed, tanned, and had a model's body. She could have graced the cover of any magazine, and when she was younger, she had. Olivia Navarro, Kael's girlfriend, former model and now owner of a fast-growing modeling agency, exclaimed in delight and hugged their visitor tightly. "Ax, when did you get back?" "Late last night." He grinned and returned her embrace. She stepped back and inspected him critically. "You look relaxed. Tuscany must have been fun." "It was. Why wouldn't it be?" Kael snorted. "He got to take out a criminal gang." He smirked at his friend's irritated frown. "What? It was nothing," Ax interrupted Olivia quickly. "Kael's making it out like it was a big deal. It wasn't." She eyed him thoughtfully and then changed the subject. "You meet any women?" "Not in the way you mean." "Ax." She put her hands on her hips. "I can introduce you to many of my friends. They'd love to know you." "We aren't having this conversation." Kael chortled as Ax escaped from the apartment. "Most lethal man I know," he called out after Ax's retreating back. "Runs at the first mention of a date." Olivia took the third mug of coffee and kissed him on his cheek. "Will he be forever alone?" "You know what happened to him, right?" Kael hugged her with one hand and sipped his beverage. "Yes." She shuddered. "His wife and their unborn child. The incident with the Mexican cartel. But it's been years, Kael." Kael nodded, setting down his mug and turning to face her fully. "You know what he did after he lost them? He hunted down every single one of those cartel members." "Yeah, but that doesn't mean he has to spend the rest of his life alone." "Alone?" Kael smiled. "Ax isn't alone. He isn't like most people. He's one of the few who's truly content in his own company, and he has us, 5. Kael strolled to their office, a block away. A brick building in the heart of Greenwich Village on Bleecker Street. 10 in the morning. No case on their hands. There was no urgency to get to the office. His garb was standard Kael for the summer. Printed shirt over jeans, shades concealing his green eyes, brown hair smartly styled with a jacket folded over his left arm, discreetly hiding his Glock. He stopped at a bakery and emerged with pastries in a takeout bag. He paused for a second to admire the brass plaque outside their office building. Hawke and Stryker Investigations. It was one of many that listed the building's occupants, but he felt theirs stood out. Unbiased. He smirked, went inside the lobby, nodded at Bob the security officer, and took the elevator to their fourth-floor office. He stepped into the empty office. Ax hadn't shown up yet. His partner had gone to his apartment after visiting him in the morning. Kael made his way to the kitchen and brewed 2 cups of strong black coffee, one for him, one for his friend, the aroma filling the office space. He settled in his chair with his feet on the polished wood table and sipped. Bliss. It was mid-morning when the buzzer sounded. He removed his feet from the table, tidied up his files, and pressed the release button. He went to the door and opened it for their visitor. The woman stepped out of the elevator and strode towards him confidently. He took her in discreetly. Tall, with a deep tan and black hair with vibrant streaks cut stylishly to frame an oval face. A hint of lipstick, no other makeup that he could tell. Her nails were short, practical, while her outfit was smart, a well-tailored suit. "I'm Louisa DeFiore." She held out her hand confidently, her gray eyes studying him. "Cutter Grogan might have mentioned me." "I'm Kael Stryker, ma'am. Kael. He did. Drop the ma'am, please. I'm Louisa." "Coffee?" he asked after he had led her inside. She didn't answer. He followed her gaze as she took in their office. 2 polished oak tables dominated the space, separated by several feet. They were old, scratched, and had a well-worn look. He and Ax had bought them from a thrift shop in the village and had polished them to their current sheen. His laptop and files were on his table, along with a framed photograph of him with Liv. Ax's table was starkly bare. Her gaze swept the room. Comfortable visitors' chairs in front of the table, a couple of couches in the sitting area, their licenses from New York's Department of State on the wall. Her eyes lingered on the photographs around the room. Kael and Ax in various countries. Only one image of them from their military days. A teakwood shelf filled with books and magazines, the large window overlooking Bleecker Street. Olivia had designed the interior of their office, giving it a professional yet warm look. "Coffee?" he repeated when she turned to him finally. She sniffed the air as she settled on one couch. "If that's Jamaican Blue Mountain that I smell, yeah." He grinned, poured her a mug, brought the pastries over on a tray and offered them to her. She waved the delicacies away, made a blissful face when she took her first sip and turned when the door opened behind them. Ax entered the room silently. He wore a crisp white shirt, full sleeves rolled up to his elbows, exposing strong, tanned forearms. The shirt was neatly tucked into well-worn blue jeans, emphasizing his lean waist. Over it all, he wore a lightweight jacket which he removed to reveal a shoulder holster that he unbuckled. He removed his shades, folded them in his pocket, and nodded at them. Kael stood up and introduced them. "Louisa Di Fiore, this is Ax, I am his bodyguard. 6. Kael frowned at him. "We are partners in this agency." He smiled at their visitor. "I protect him," Ax continued, expressionlessly. Louisa put down her cup. "He thinks he's funny," Kael said quickly. "He's not." He shot a look at his friend. "Don't scare her away." Ax seemed to take the hint. He went to the kitchen counter, returned with his mug, and dropped next to Kael. "Before we start," Kael began, "maybe we should tell you about ourselves." Kael Stryker, Axton Hawke, former U.S. Special Forces officers. You both did tours in Afghanistan and Iraq. You have received awards several times. Your files are full of commendations. You set up your PI practice several years ago. You often take pro bono work, don't take on "is my husband or wife cheating" cases. You are close friends with NYPD Commissioner Bruce Rolando and FBI Director Bart Jameson. The cops either think highly of you or hate you depending on who you ask. You are known for your unorthodox methods and have shot and killed several criminals during investigations. All of those were justifiable and you were cleared. You both own your apartments, no mortgages on them. You have a long lease on this office. You made your money legally. A billionaire whose daughter ended up in a trafficking gang. He was not your client, but when you rescued the women, he paid you. Kael, you're in a long-term relationship with Olivia Navarro, whom you live with. Axton, you are single. How am I doing? Kael blinked. He stifled a grin when he found even Ax looked surprised at Louisa's narration. "You have done your homework," he admitted. "But the financial part—" He trailed off. "Gina Di Fiore filled me in. I'm her distant cousin." Louisa smiled. "I considered several PIs before shortlisting you. She and Cutter recommended you." "How can we help, ma'am?" Ax asked. "Louisa. First names, please. I'm chief counsel for Lumina." "Is that the biotech company that's always in the news?" Kael's eyes narrowed. "You were the first to develop a COVID vaccine, weren't you?" "Yes, that's us." Louisa nodded. "Our vaccine was the first to be approved in our country. We are known for our cutting-edge research and breakthrough medications." Kael waited when she paused. Her poise seemed to desert her momentarily. "Whatever you tell us will remain with us, unless we suspect you of criminal behavior." She smiled briefly. "I have never gotten even a speeding ticket in my life." She took a deep breath. "It's our CEO, Nathan Banks. I think he's selling our research." Kael blinked. "You mean he's selling the research without the board's knowledge or approval?" "Yes." Ax sat up straight. "The CEO involved in corporate espionage at his own company." "It's not his company anymore. He sold it to Genovita, a Chinese firm, 2 weeks ago. That was all over the news. It was highly controversial, with several D.C. politicians opposed to the sale. They said Lumina was an America success story and should remain American. I read that. Kael grunted as he got up to refill their mugs. Nathan was a biotech researcher himself, wasn't he? He was a majority owner in Lumina. That's correct. He was at Johns Hopkins, where he developed a new drug for diabetes. That brought him onto the public's radar. He set up Lumina, raised capital, and then the COVID success happened. The politicians urged CFIUs to get involved when Genovita came along. That's the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. They can block acquisitions. CFIUs declined. The transaction was purely a business decision, and there was no threat to national security. Nathan sold Lumina to the Chinese 2 weeks ago. What is your company working on? I can't go into the details, Louisa crossed a leg, but there is at least one mRNA molecule we are working on that, if successful, could change healthcare. In which areas? Kael probed. She licked her lips. I can't tell. Can't or won't? Ax asked. Won't, she said reluctantly. I'm already outside my comfort zone by coming to you. Why do you suspect him of espionage? Kael asked, when it was clear Louisa wouldn't reveal anything more. The question seemed to relax her. This was less than a week ago. I was helping Nathan with a presentation to our new board. 5 members on it, including Nathan. He and Ben Pierce, our CFO, are the only ones from Lumina. The rest of them are from Genovita. His laptop had been glitching all morning. Our IT team was working on it. He switched to his personal laptop, which he never brings to the office. I was across the desk from him. He left to take a call from his wife when I heard it ping, like an incoming message. I went around to look at it, thinking it was related to the presentation. She cupped the mug with both hands and took another sip. His personal email account was on the screen. The subject line specifically mentioned the drug. Only a handful of people know about that. Nathan, Ben, Ethan Morgan, who is our chief scientist, and Natalie Lee, our chief researcher on the drug. The rest of the research team know it by an alias, but they don't know what it is about other than generalities. Only Natalie knows just about everything about the drug since she's working on it. We generally firm up the market name for the product only in the latter stages of its development, but we give it a working name for research. It has secured FDA approval, Ax questioned her. It will. We are confident. Who was the email from? An anonymous sender from a free account. What did it say? She reached into her bag and brought out her phone. I took a photograph of the screen, but I could capture only the header and the first line. Wait, she said when Kael and Ax leaned forward. Kael looked at Ax and, from his friend's expression, knew they had the same thought. She's hiding the drug's name. It was blacked out when she showed them the screen. The email had been sent by random guy 6741. The single line in the body was clear enough to read. Let's meet to go through the details. Has he had the meeting? Ax asked. No, Louisa shook her head. How can you be so sure? He's been sleeping in the office for the past week, preparing for this board meeting. Is that normal? Yeah. He does it often. That meeting could be for any reason, Kael interjected. Why do you think it's corporate espionage? Because Nathan no longer has the authority to discuss drug deals with anyone, and Genovita owns the intellectual property to all our drugs and pipeline. And, she took a breath, no one in the outside world knows the drug's working name. 7. That email could be from a Genovita board member. Kael broke the silence. Why would that person use his or Nathan's personal email? Louisa challenged him. The sender's laptop could be glitching too. The lawyer looked at him in disbelief. We can access our work emails from any device. Why would Nathan need to use his personal email? Kael rubbed his jaw and looked at his friend, who hadn't moved from his position on the couch. Ax could sit motionless for hours without talking. "You don't have any questions?" Kael growled at him. Ax's lips twitched. "Why didn't you go to the FBI?" "Nathan is a billionaire. He was already wealthy before the sale. Family money. But when Genevita acquired us, he moved into the stratosphere. He's powerful. He's got connections. He's got senators on speed dial. He's been to the White House several times. He would have torn my life apart if I had gone to the feds. We know Gina very well. She's tough as nails. She would have protected you. Heck, she's your cousin." "We aren't close." Louisa smiled briefly. "We have met only a few times. Our paths don't cross. I trust her, but I've also seen how the rich and powerful can manipulate the feds and the cops. Genevita is powerful too. That company has other high-profile investments in the country. Their board members are close to several D.C. politicians. No, I'll take my chances with you." Kael frowned. "Nathan is a billionaire from the sale. Why does he need more money? Why would he break the law?" "All those tropes about self-centered, obsessed, driven men who single-mindedly pursue their ambitions without any regard for other people or relationships. Nathan is all of those. I don't think contentment is in his vocabulary," Louisa said bitterly. He looked at her thoughtfully. "Has he harassed you?" Her lips tightened. "No, he's smarter than that. He knows I won't tolerate that. He's behaved professionally with me. But I've heard rumors of how he's treated other women in our company. I've seen how he is with junior staff. None of them approach me, thinking I am too close to him, or else I would have helped them." "I know what you're thinking," she burst out when the PIs remained quiet. "That I should have quit and exposed him, but I have bills to pay. My mom needs treatment, and this kind of opportunity does not come often to women." "Neither of us think that," Ax rasped. "We have been around men like that. We know how they are. We have dealt with them and they haven't enjoyed that experience. But yes, it is different for women when there are power dynamics." She blinked. "Yeah," Kael drawled. "My partner can talk too much." A reluctant laugh escaped her. Her shoulders relaxed. "Will you help me?" Kael looked at Ax, who nodded imperceptibly. He turned to the lawyer. "On one condition. If we find anything incriminating, you go to the feds. If you don't, we will." "Deal." Her face brightened. "Forward that image to me." He gave her his email address. "Done." She looked up from her phone. "We didn't discuss fees." "We didn't," Ax responded. He remained silent when Louisa looked expectantly at him. "He means," Kael grinned. "We'll discuss that later, once we know Nathan is shady." "Is that how you work with everyone?" "No," Ax replied. Louisa waited for an explanation, and when none came, she huffed exasperatedly. "Is he always like that?" "Always," Kael chuckled. "Sometimes the dam bursts like a few moments ago, but usually you have to chisel words out of him. I can pay. I will pay." "We know." Kael got to his feet when she rose and held the door open for her. "You'll get back to me?" "We will," he told her. He turned to his partner when she had left. "What do you think?" "Espionage isn't the first thing that would come to my mind," Ax said. "If I hadn't seen that email, how are you going to play this?" Kael looked at his phone, at the photograph Louisa had forwarded. "I'll see if I can trap random guy 6741. He cocked his head up sharply. "What do you mean, you? What will you be doing?" Ax went to the door beside which he had propped the baseball bat, finding some men. 8. "You're some partner," Kael told Ax's retreating back. He didn't get a reply, which was standard Axton Hawke. Kael's eyes fell on the untouched pastries as he returned to his desk. Calorie bombs, he thought. He tried to focus on the computer screen, but his stomach rumbled. He caved in. "What the heck?" he told himself. I'll go for an extra mile in my evening run." Kael bit into a pastry, savoring the flaky layers and cinnamon sugar. He wiped his fingers and pulled forward to type a command to Werner. "Get everything on Nathan Banks." He eyed the photograph from Louisa while the AI engine worked. "How can I identify random guy?" The man had used a free service provider to send his message. Kael searched the email address on the internet. No luck. What if I sent a phishing mail to him? He thought about it while he bit into the second pastry. I could embed a virus in it. Beth and Megan had trained him and Ax on the latest phishing and spam techniques. The twins had developed several sophisticated programs that they used in their missions. A rat, he thought. Beth had written a highly advanced remote access Trojan that she had used to successfully control a cartel's phone network. He looked the program up in the shared folders that he and Ax could access. Yeah, the software was still there. In fact, both Megan and Beth had updated it the previous day. There were instructions on how he could attach it to an innocuous-looking email. He swallowed the last of the pastry, selected a free email service provider, and created a fake account. If Louisa had shared the drug's name, I would have used it in the subject line. She hadn't, however, and so he went with the next best option. He typed Lumina in the subject line, left the body of the email blank, attached the rat to it, and sent it. He was counting on random guy accessing his email on his phone. That's where most folks read their messages these days, on their cellular devices. He will open it on seeing the name in the subject. He'll shrug when he sees there's nothing in it. He'll delete it thinking it's spam. The service provider he uses is known for getting junk emails. He'll think nothing more of it. But by then, the rat would have been triggered and it would go about doing its job, which was to give Kael access to the phone. 9. 2 coffees and another visit to the bakery to get nourishment. For Kael, that meant a salad bowl, a bottle of juice, and since the smell was too tempting, another pastry. Later, he was relaxing on the couch with his tablet computer in his hand, scrolling through the dossier Werner had prepared. Born to wealth and privilege, privately educated in one of New York's finest state schools, and then on to Johns Hopkins. News articles and social commentary painted him as a brilliant, genius-level person. Kael made a face. There should be a limit on how many times those words are used. He skipped over the parts Louisa had already told them, of Banks founding Lumina along with Ethan Morgan, news coverage of their funding rounds, press conferences of FDA approvals, photographs of him on superboats surrounded by models. The file detailed Banks' 2 messy divorces from high-profile wives, as well as his string of younger girlfriends over the years. His relationship with his current wife was rumored to be rocky, according to gossip tabloids. Banks had 2 adult children from his previous marriages, but both had become estranged from him. Werner found no indication of a close relationship between Banks and his offspring. Kael moved on to Banks' finances. Werner had uncovered several offshore accounts containing the proceeds from the sale of Lumina to Genevita. However, the AI engine had not found any shady transactions. The big chunks of money going out from his accounts were towards his former wives, buying houses around the country and investments in various startups. Kael moved to the news section. A former girlfriend had accused him of physical violence. Another woman said he had sexually assaulted her. A few former employees, women, had filed harassment and discrimination cases against him and had settled out of court. Kael's lip tightened as he read the various interviews and speculations. Banks treated people viciously in his personal and professional life based on multiple accounts from associates, ex-employees, and acquaintances. Louisa is right. Dude is a grade A predator. He put away his screen and crossed his hands behind his head. Billionaire, powerful, egomaniac, harasser, but no evidence of corporate espionage. Kael didn't remember dozing off. His eyes flicked open instantly, at a soft ping. He scanned his office by habit. Ax hadn't returned. He got up from the couch smoothly, stretched, cupped a yawn, and bent down to retrieve his screen. The alert was from Werner. Random guy had accessed the email. 10. Kael went to his desk and punched keys. Where's the dump from the rat? There was a file, but it had only a single line of text. No call records, no phone directory, no messages or photographs. He sat back, rubbing his chin. It came to him. Random guy is smart. This phone might be a burner. He does not store anything on it. He read the text. It was an address with a date and time. What's that? Kael frowned. Is it a calendar entry? It's for later tonight. He looked up the address. An exclusive club on Fifth Avenue. Wait! He surged forward and pulled up Banks' dossier. That's his club. He's a member there. Is Random Guy meeting him tonight? He researched the venue. Politicians, high rollers, sports, and media celebrities were its members. There was a wealth threshold to gain entry. I've no choice, Kael smirked. I've got to live the bad life briefly. The club's systems network was good. It wasn't good enough for Werner, which was powered by a supercomputer. Beth and Megan, over the years, had created backdoors in most of the commercial network security software brands in the market. The AI engine squirreled its way through such an entry, injected SQL, and was inside the system by the time Kael had showered in the office bathroom and changed into a suit he kept there. Werner created a membership profile for him in the club's directory. James Connolly, venture capitalist out of Silicon Valley. Kael admired himself in his phone, grinned, and sent a selfie to Olivia. Whoa, you'd better be going to a work event, she replied. It is, he assured her. I'll be back late. An hour later, he was outside the club building, which looked like any other glass-fronted tower from the outside. Kael went through its lobby, past the hallway, and through a rope-lined entrance, which was manned by a couple of suits. He nodded at them and stepped onto the lush carpet of the reception. James Connolly. He smiled at the woman behind the desk. I lost my card. I have a dinner meeting with a guest. I can help you with that, sir. She looked up at him and then at her screen and nodded. The entrance door is to your right, sir. I'll print a duplicate card that you can pick up on your way out. He thanked her and entered the club. Modern glass and steel design, chandeliers in the ceiling and art on the walls, tables with enough space between them, adorned with expensive linen, waistcoated staff moving smartly, serving the members. The wood-paneled walls gave off a warm, inviting glow. The air was filled with soft, murmuring conversations punctuated by clinking glassware. This was a place of power and money. Kael recognized some of the members, a Hollywood producer at one table, a fashion model who seemed to be with her agent, an entrepreneur who was known for his philanthropy. At a far table, he recognized Banks. He's with someone. Is that Random Guy? The second man had his back to him. Kael went down the dining room. A suit appeared as if from nowhere. That's for VIP members, sir. This club has different levels of members. Werner must have created an ordinary membership for me. Suit spoke before he could reply. I haven't seen you before, sir. Are you a new member? Kael chuckled. Do you know every member? I do, sir, Suit replied impassively. I meet every new member. We are known for our personal attention to our guests. Can I see your card, sir? I lost it. Reception is printing a new one for me. Kael cursed inwardly as people glanced around. He saw Banks look in their direction. Turn, he urged. The billionaire's guest didn't turn to look. Let's get it for you, sir. Suit smiled politely and led the way, an unmistakable command for Kael to follow him. Kael lingered. Banks' companion didn't turn around. Suit cleared his throat. Kael swore softly and fell behind him, and at the reception walked out without going to the desk. Sir! he heard Suit exclaim. He didn't look out, and when he was on fifth, let loose a string of curses. I was so close to him. He strode towards the subway, feeling the light breeze cool him down. He brought out his phone. "How are you getting along?" he asked Ax when he answered on the first ring. "Getting along," his friend replied. Axton Hawke, a man of many words. 11. Jasmine Yeo saw Axton Hawke climb out of his SUV in the parking area in front of their forensic lab. The independent laboratory was in a strip mall in Bayside, Queens. It was in a line of salons, restaurants, convenience, and specialty stores. Nothing about its exterior was special, but the establishment, founded by former law enforcement officers, was highly reputed and serviced several national and international agencies and private clients. The lab was known for its current equipment, expert technicians, and fast service. It helped that it was also hooked into FBI's IAFIS, the agency's fingerprint identification system, its National Crime Information Center, NCIC, among various other databases. "I'll take him," Jasmine told Bernice, her co-worker. She corrected herself instantly with a flush. "I mean, it's all right, girl," her friend said with a warm laugh. "I know what you mean." The lab didn't have a receptionist system. In its stead, technicians were at the front desk and dealt with customers all the way through to the end of their requests. Jasmine had all the qualifications: bachelor's degree in forensic science, certifications in ballistics, DNA analysis, toxicology, and pathology. A further qualification from the American Board of Criminalistics. She had spent 3 years with the NYPD before the money in the private sector beckoned. She was ambitious. She wanted to be a renowned criminologist, maybe with her own consultancy and lab. But that was in the future. In the here and now, in the late afternoon, Axton Hawke had walked in through the door with what looked like a baseball bat wrapped in a plastic, see-through bag. He was dressed in a white tee tucked into blue jeans with a leather belt snug at his waist. She knew him. He and his partner, Kael Stryker, were regular customers. Their PI firm had a standing account with the lab. She knew him well enough to know that the lightweight jacket he wore was not for the weather but to conceal his shoulder holster. He was intriguing. His brooding stillness, his exotic looks, and the thick dark hair and lean face. There was an air about him. He didn't engage in small talk like most other customers. When he waited, it was as if he had become furniture, but she sensed he was alert, aware of everything around him. She wiped her palms against her jeans. Why are they sweaty? She cursed herself and put on a bright smile. He didn't remove his shades as he approached her. His panther's walk reminded her of that day. Now, she had been on her coffee break in front of the mall. He and Stryker had climbed out of his SUV and climbed the steps to the raised pavement. A group of teenagers nearby, loud-mouthing a young girl. Jasmine was meaning to tear a new one for each one of them. She was straightening from the wall she had been lounging against when Hawke and Stryker came up the steps. Hawke's eyes had flicked over the bunch. He spoke softly to his partner. Stryker nodded and went inside the lab. Hawke went closer to the girl. He didn't speak. His arms hung loose by his sides. Nothing about his demeanor had changed, but his face turned hard, all sharp angles, and even from the few yards separating them, Jasmine could feel the menace radiating from him. The teenagers took off. The girl hurried inside a store and Hawke joined his friend. Ever since that day, Jasmine kept a lookout for Hawke. She knew it was silly, a young woman's crush. But she couldn't help the pounding in her chest whenever she saw him. Like now, in front of her, looking expressionlessly at her, his black as a raven's wing hair slicked back. "Can I help?" Jasmine smiled brightly and swore inwardly at the slight tremble in her voice. Hawke didn't seem to pick up on it. He gave her the bat. "This has my prints on it and those of another man. Can you lift his and see if he's in the system? You already have—" "Yeah, we have your prints. No problem." Will you wait? There's coffee." But Hawke had already gone to the couch where he sat with one leg crossed over his knee. He didn't jiggle his leg. He didn't flick through a magazine. He was motionless, looking straight ahead, ignoring everything and everyone around him. Jasmine shot one last look at him and went inside the lab. She returned an hour later with the bat and a file. He was in the same position. He came and took both from her. "Daniel Marquez," she said. "He's in the system. He served 3 years for first-degree assault with intent to murder. He's dangerous. I've printed out what we have on him." "Thank you." She licked her lips when he turned to go. "Would you like some coffee?" "I mean, if you have time," she stammered. Ax turned to look at her. He didn't speak for a long moment, making her more nervous. He removed his shades and she felt as if his dark eyes could read within her. He smiled, transforming his face, making him look almost youthful. "I'm flattered, Jasmine. I've some other work, unfortunately." She swallowed her disappointment and then her head shot up. "Wait, you remember my name?" "Jasmine Yeoh, upcoming criminologist, future star, yes." She fidgeted. She flushed, looked down and then at him. She shocked herself by asking, "Is there someone else?" "No." Hawke shook his head. "I'm alone. I don't date. I don't do relationships." "Jasmine Yeoh," he said when she couldn't hide her disappointment. "New Yorkers are blind not to ask you out." She felt the warmth fill her at his words, and all at once her nervousness and disappointment fell away, and she didn't know how she knew, but she was confident their next meeting wouldn't be awkward, that he wouldn't mention it slyly because that wasn't him, and she watched him leave the lab. 12. Ax read Marquez's file quickly. His prison time had been for brutally assaulting a financier in an extortion case. He had admitted he had planned to beat the man to death. He had several other misdemeanors on his sheet and while in prison had been involved in many fights. He tossed the file aside and logged into Werner in the air-conditioned comfort of his car. Werner had much more on the criminal. He had his own street gang and peddled in his neighborhood in the Bronx. Marquez had started extorting the financier, a regular customer, when he had learned the man had an investment firm. Gang isn't big. About 10 people, Ax noted. Each member was known to the cops and had been in prison. Soundview, Bronx. He noted the address and punched it in the car's navigation. Dark had set in by then. His phone rang. Kael. "How are you getting along?" his friend asked. "Getting along?" he growled, hung up and drove to Soundview. 20 minutes from Bayside to Soundview. Streetlights flicked painted lines on his face as he overtook slow-moving cars. Drivers honked. Music boomed out of rolled-down windows. Typical New York. Ax entered the Bronx. It had the reputation of having the highest crime in the city's boroughs. He thought the rep wasn't deserved. "Heck, Midtown has more crime than here," he scoffed. There were pockets of higher crime density, however, just as there were in any city across the country. Soundview was one of those pockets. Ax parked his SUV on Randall Avenue, outside the public housing project in which Marquez resided. That's the address NYPD has for him. He might not be living here, Ax warned himself as he climbed out. He crossed the street to the front yard, taking it in. The tower blocks rose in the night, the yard around them lit by dim lights, children playing with their parents watching from nearby. An overflowing trash bin to one side, broken bottles and plastic wrappers on the ground near it. The parents studied him as he went past them. He felt their eyes on his back. A young man, dreads down his neck, leaning against the wall in a sleeveless vest that showed off his muscled forearms and ink. Ax knew how such projects worked. He had been with foster parents in one such housing block. Word gets around fast when strangers arrive. Faster if they're cops. He didn't look back. He met the youth's eyes casually. one stranger checking another one out. Marquez's apartment was on the 6th floor of the 4th tower. No security at the entrance, just an open lobby which led to elevators. Ax checked out a door which led to stairs. He went up, climbing swiftly and silently. Bright lights illuminating the chipped paint on the walls, the smell of stale air. There was no one else on the stairs until he crossed the 4th floor landing. A man dressed in all black hurried down, black shirt with his sleeves buttoned at the wrist, dark jeans, baseball cap partly covering his face, shades. Ax caught a glimpse of stubble which too seemed to be dark, and then the man was past him after giving him a sharp look. Who wears shades at night and indoors? Ax shrugged mentally and carried on. He reached the 6th floor landing. Sounds from various apartments, TVs and voices, the smell of cooking, no one in the hallway. He frowned when he approached Marquez's door. It was open by a few inches. The inside was dark. He looked around to confirm he was alone, drew his Glock with his right hand, brought out a pocket flashlight with his left, nudged the door open with his foot and fast entered, crouching and instantly moving to the wall, keeping low. He placed the metallic smell instantly. Blood. "Marquez?" he called out. No reply. No signs of anyone moving. He sensed the stillness in the apartment, searched the wall for the lights and flicked them on. Marquez lay on the carpet staring sightlessly at the ceiling. There was Tail, slumped in a chair, and the rest of his attackers. Each one of them had been shot in the forehead. Shades on the stairs. Ax rushed out of the apartment, went down the stairs, taking them two at a time. He emerged into the front yard, scanned it. The man was far ahead, moving casually towards Randall Avenue. The young man was still leaning against the wall. The parents and the children were still in the yard. He sprinted down the walkway, felt the youth straighten. Shades heard his pounding steps. He started turning. His right hand rose. Ax recognized the weapon in his hand. "Shooter!" he roared. "Stay down!" He threw himself at a woman who was coming towards the tower, brought her down and lay over her as bullets went over his head and slammed into the wall. A rapid glance behind to confirm no one was hurt. Young man was hugging the ground with his phone pointed to the walkway. Ax got up and raced towards the street. Shades was getting into the rear seat of a car. Ax drew his Glock and fired at its tires. He cursed when he missed. The vehicle started speeding away, its window lowered. A barrel stuck out. Ax dove onto the concrete sidewalk, feeling stone chips splatter his face. He heard a woman scream and rolled on his back to see her fall to the ground. She seemed to have come out of a cab which was racing away in the opposite direction. He was at her side in an instant, chest wound. Seems to have gone just above her heart, but can't tell, he assessed grimly. "Call 911, he snapped at the young man who was hurrying over. He removed his jacket and pressed it against the wound to stem the flow of blood. "Don't leave me," she clutched his hand. She was shaking and crying with shock. "I won't, ma'am. You'll be fine," he said, and Axton Hawke held her hand and crouched beside her as the planet spun and people moved around him and spoke to him, but he didn't respond, even when the sirens sounded, and it was only when the EMT responders arrived that he let go of her and stood back. "How bad is it?" he asked them hoarsely. "She's alive. She's in shock. Please stand back," one of them ordered him. He retreated and watched them load her into their vehicle and depart, and then he felt the presence of two men, Pizzaka and Chong, NYPD, first-grade detectives, 13. Ax nodded at them. He and Kael knew them from previous interactions. Pizzaka was image-conscious, a sharp dresser, and even at that time of the night, his suit was immaculate and his hair styled. He had written a thriller novel which had hit the charts. That brought him in the media spotlight, and he seemed to be perpetually giving interviews. Chang, his partner, looked always sleepy. A wrinkled suit added to the look. Pizzaka thought he and Kael were mavericks. The PIs thought he was overly rigid. There was no love lost between them. "They're good cops," Ax reminded himself, and recounted the events to them. "Go back," Pizzaka growled at him. "What brought you to Marquez's apartment?" Ax ran through how his morning had started. "You didn't call us," Pizzaka snapped. "No. Why not?" Kael drove up with a squeal of tires. He rushed out of his car, his eyes sizing Ax up, his shoulders slumping in relief when he saw his friend wasn't hurt. "I heard on the police scanner," he said tightly. Ax went through the events again. "She got shot because of me." His jaw tightened. "If I hadn't chased shades, none of this would have happened." Pizzaka surprised him. "Nope. She, Venus Solomon, a resident, was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I would like nothing better than to put this on you, but it isn't." 14. Kael was in a printed shirt and gray jeans, the smell of coffee in the air, sunlight outside, aircon inside, Ax lounging in his chair. Morning in their office the day after. Chang had called them, early morning, to convey that the woman had been operated on and was recovering well. The round had missed her heart and lungs. The day was almost perfect except for what was on Kael's screen. "What?" his partner asked. "There are no cameras in that club's dining room," he said. "No way to make out who was with Banks." "You realize Vorner is an AI engine?" Kael squinted at his friend. Was Ax joking? No, nothing about him said he was joking. "Yeah," he growled. "It can identify people from the back, too. You need cameras to get a back view. There's one at the entrance. It shows Banks entering the club alone. That man was wearing a gray jacket. Most men were wearing overcoats when they entered the club. You see our challenge." Ax flicked a page on his magazine. Kael glanced at its title and grinned. Most people, on meeting Ax for the first time, assumed he would go for reading gun publications, or martial arts, something that went with the impression they had of him. Ax was into crocheting. He was good at it too. Any other ideas? He reverted to his sarcastic self. His friend had none. He was making to speak when Ax's phone rang. "Speak," his partner said, which was standard Ax response to an unknown caller. "We'll be there," he said after listening briefly. "We're going somewhere?" Kael asked when his friend put on his holster and grabbed his jacket. "Soundview, Marquez's housing project. There was a young man there who captured yesterday on his phone." Kael was out of his chair in an instant. He followed Ax out and they hurried down the stairs. "How did he get your number?" "Chang gave it to him." "Why?" "He told Chang he wanted to thank me." "For what?" He lied. Kael parked his Subaru on Randall Avenue and checked out the housing project when they got onto the walkway. The kids were back on the play equipment. The only signs of the shooting were the police tape and the cruiser on the street. A young man, the same one who had been lounging against the wall the previous evening, waved at them. "Trayvon," he introduced himself. He bumped fists with them and nodded when Kael did the introductions. "I got all of it on my phone," he said softly. "That was some shooting, man." He eyed Ax admiringly. "I didn't get him," Ax replied. "That's because you were busy saving my aunt." "Aunt?" "Letitia Williams. The woman you covered on the walkway. She's my aunt. She could have been killed." "Show us." Trayvon brought out his phone and played the video. "There," he pointed with a finger. "I've got his full face. He removed his baseball hat and when he was in the car, removed his shades as well." Kael took in the shooter's narrow face and dark beard. "You gave this to Chang." "Chang? The cop? Why would I? Don't trust them." "Can you share it with us?" Ax asked. "Of course, brah. Why do you think I called you? Give me your handle." Ax gave him his messaging ID, checked that he got it, and nodded at the children. "You knew Marquez?" "Nah, man. Dude kept to himself." Those other men stayed with him? Nah, but they used to visit him. You saw them before? Kael asked him. Yeah, there isn't much happening here that we don't know of. He cocked his head at another youth who was in the distance to indicate his network of friends. Ax grunted when they were back in Kael's car. Werner's identified shades. Who is he? Diego Santiago, a contract killer, 15. The next day, in their office, the toughest PIs in New York, hard at work. Kael reading up on Santiago. Ax sprawled on the couch reading Best Crocheting, the magazine hiding his face. Kael looked at his friend a couple of times. He jiggled his leg. He sighed several times. Speak, Ax told him without lowering the publication. You cannot read that here. Ax lowered the magazine. It sends the wrong image. Kael used his most persuasive tone. We have a reputation. What will our clients think if they visit and find you reading a crocheting magazine? The publication went up, covering his partner's face. The discussion was over. Axton Hawke didn't care what others thought of his hobby. Yeah, Kael growled irritably when the buzzer to the building's entrance sounded. FedEx, a voice answered. Need your signature. Come on up, he replied. Are you expecting a delivery? He asked his friend. No. Kael went to the door and opened it and stiffened when Nathan Banks entered the office. Sorry for the subterfuge. The CEO smiled blandly. He was immaculately dressed in a gray suit, black shoes gleaming, a Rolex peeping out his cuff. Everything about him was understated elegance. We know who you are. Ax rose with liquid grace from the couch where he had planted the magazine cover up, in plain sight. He ignored the CEO's outstretched hand and nodded briefly. Kael confirmed their visitor was alone and shut the door. Mr. Banks, this is a surprise. How can we help? Is that Jamaican Blue Mountain that I smell? Banks asked, utterly comfortable in their office. Everyone's after our coffee. Kael smirked as he went to the kitchen counter, filled mugs with the beverage and served them. Banks took an appreciative sip and settled on the couch opposite Kael. If he was intimidated by Ax's tall figure leaning against his desk, he didn't show it. I know Louisa was here yesterday, Banks told them with a smile. Louisa? Kael put on his poker face. Louisa Di Fiore, Lumina's chief counsel. The billionaire seemed to be enjoying himself. I saw the entry in her work calendar where she said she was meeting Hawke and Stryker, and there's only one firm with that name in New York. There are many others, Kael corrected him. Only one PI firm. I know she came to meet you. We don't discuss our clients. I expected nothing less from the best PI firm in the city. We are flattered, Ax said in a tone which said he wasn't. But why are you here? Banks didn't look he was put off by his blunt tone. I know she told you she suspects me of corporate espionage. Maybe she hired you to expose me. He waited for their response. Kael did not trade glances at Ax. Banks' arrival and his knowledge of Louisa's visit surprised him, but he and his partner were old hands. She's not entirely wrong, Banks continued when they didn't speak. You have been selling your firm's trade secrets? Kael raised an eyebrow. Not quite. I had been talking to a prospective buyer before Genovita was shortlisted. Those discussions didn't go anywhere. However, the buyer returned once we were negotiating with the Chinese. They offered a far higher price than what we agreed with Genovita. Isn't that a violation of your contract with Genovita? Ax asked bluntly. It is, Banks admitted, and the discussions didn't go anywhere. And now this buyer is blackmailing you? Kael asked. Banks nodded. He's threatening to go to Genovita. If he does, not only will they suspend the balance payment, but they'll also sue me for what's been paid so far. It's not just me who will be affected. All our employees, thousands of them, will be left in limbo if the deal falls. Many of them had shares in Lumina. They'll be badly affected if Genovita pulls out. He makes it sound believable, Kael thought. Ax leaned forward, his piercing gaze locked onto Banks. Why come to us? Why not go to the FBI? Banks made a face. Because they'll investigate me for espionage. Even if I'm innocent, it'll hurt my reputation and the reputation of my company. What do you want from us? I want to hire you, to dissuade my blackmailer. Name your price. As you might have heard, I am a man of some means. The billionaire made his smirk come across as a smile. I don't know what you heard of us, Ax said harshly, but we don't go around threatening people. Or beating them up, Kael chimed in. I'm not asking for that. I worded that poorly. Banks spread his hands expressively. He was the picture of a man in command, his face, tone, and expressions persuasively convincing. Investigate the buyer. Get me background material on him. That's all I need. Kael assessed him for several beats and then got to his feet. We'll get back to you. Banks shook their hands and as he was leaving, flashed his megawatt smile that had charmed investors, shareholders, and employees. He brought out 2 business cards from an expensive-looking wallet and handed them one each. I trust you'll keep our discussion confidential. I wouldn't want Louisa. Who is blackmailing you? Banks grinned slyly. I'll give you all the details once you accept my offer. We'll get back to you, Mr. Banks, Kael repeated expressionlessly. He turned to Ax when the billionaire had left. What do you think? He's a shark. I don't trust him. He came here to check out what Louisa told us. Uh-huh, Kael grunted. He inspected the business card, which was thick, black, made of metal and had Banks' name embossed on it along with a phone number. No other details on it. Platinum, he mused as he weighed it in his palm. Billionaire's toys. He tossed it on his desk. What he's saying about the blackmail, though, could be true. Could be. There are good ones. We have had a few as our clients. He isn't one of them. Helping a billionaire like him isn't top of my list. Nor mine. I'll call Louisa and set up a meeting. It's her call on how she wants to progress. Where are you going? He asked when his partner put on his jacket. You found anything on Santiago? Ax countered. He's a ghost. The feds have a file on him. They believe he's killed at least 20 men and 2 women. Mobsters, politicians, business people here in our country, Canada, Mexico, all over North America. But that's all suspicion based on their informers. They have never come close to capturing him. They don't know who his handler is. They have just one photograph of him, taken by a Mexican father who saw Santiago escape. That dad was killed a few days later. You could be the only one who has seen him up close and are still alive. Kael frowned. He goes after high-value targets. Why would he kill street-level thugs? Because the money was good. Ax shrugged. Who could have hired Marquez? The same person who hired Santiago. Why were Marquez and his gang after you? I don't know. Where are you going? Kael asked frustratedly. We need to investigate. A brief, amused look crossed Ax's eyes. I know how to get Santiago. How? Through Trayvon, 16. Ax returned to Soundview, to the housing project. This is the real New York, Ax thought as he parked his SUV on Randall Avenue, got out and leaned against it. Not what Hollywood glamorizes. He watched the project's towers with his shades wrapped around his eyes, his arms crossed across his chest. Trayvon emerged half an hour later. His dreads bounced against his head and the chains around his neck glinted as he loped across the street, fist-bumped Ax and leaned against the SUV. Nice wheels. Ax grunted. Looks like you have modded it. Ax didn't tell him about the thick armor lining the vehicle's body, the plated glass windows, the hidden compartments in the rear which had an arsenal of weapons. Heard anything from the cops? Cops? Trayvon sneered. You think they've got any time for us in the projects? I know Pizzaka and Chong. They are good. They haven't returned. They called my aunt and said they were investigating and would update on any progress. They didn't say anything else? No. Why would they? We are nothing to them. If it had been some millionaire or billionaire or celebrity, the commissioner himself would have been on the phone, Trayvon said bitterly. Ax stilled. Werner identified Santiago from the FBI database. NYPD has access to that too. Why didn't Pizzaka or Chang mention his name to Trayvon's aunt? How are the folks up there feeling? He cocked his head towards the apartments. Angry, scared, bitter. You shared that video with anyone? No, not even with my brothers. You still have it? Yeah. Ax studied him. His name is Diego Santiago. Trayvon's head snapped up. You know that for sure? Santiago? Never heard of him. What's his connection to Marquez? Az held his palm up to stop the flow of words. Yeah, we're sure of his identity. We are working on the connection. He's a contract killer. Why did he kill those men? Don't know. I have an idea. How we might be able to get him. I need your help. Anything. Trayvon straightened. It's dangerous. I'll do whatever. You'll do nothing. Ax cut him off. What I need from you is an empty apartment, ideally neighbored by other empty ones. Trayvon's lips curled obstinately. I want to help. Help by finding me such an apartment. That's easy. Top floor of that tower, he pointed to the second one in sight, is empty. Water pipes burst. Maintenance crew is working on replacing them. It will take a week, but I want to do more than that. That's all your involvement will be. How will you draw Santiago there? You don't need to know that. Can I see the apartments? Trayvon looked at him and then made calls. He made a follow-me gesture and strode across the avenue. Ax went with him, nodded politely to several residents as the young man greeted them. Tell me the plan, Trayvon said as they went up the elevator. No. This is my neighborhood, my people. Santiago killed here, the resident said fiercely. No, Ax replied harshly. This isn't a game. He's one of the deadliest assassins in the world. Why are you involved? Why don't you leave it to the cops to get him? That's not how Kael and I work. We will involve them, he said, instead of articulating his thought. Trayvon looked at him disbelievingly and headed out on the 8th floor. He reached into his pocket and unlocked the first apartment. Why do you have the keys to this place? Ax asked him. The young man grinned. I am like the go-to brother in the project. Everyone comes to me if they need anything done. Boiler is broken. Aircon is conked out. They need to talk to the city authorities. They come to me. I've got connections. You sell powder? No, Trayvon replied steadily. I'm clean. I was a gangbanger once, in a small outfit. I got out of that when my aunt gave me an ultimatum. The gang or her. She's the only family I've got. You can check with your NYPD friends. They'll confirm what I told you. I and my bras, we are like the protectors of the project. That feels like you'll get involved in gang wars. No. Trayvon went inside the apartment. I came to an arrangement with my former gang. I wouldn't snitch on them, and in return they put out the word. No one is to do business here. No crime happens here. Ax went onto the fraying carpet. 2 couches, a dining table with chairs, a TV, a few books and magazines. The smell of stale air. He followed the resident into the rest of the apartment. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. That's being repaired. Trayvon pointed to the broken wall from within which the pipes were visible. A family lives here? Ax took in the toys in a drawer. Yeah, they have moved to another tower while the work is being carried out. Trayvon showed Ax the 5 other apartments which were similarly empty. This one, Ax checked out the last one without any expression. It's next to the stairs and close to the elevators. He leaned out of a bedroom window and noticed the drainage pipes that ran down the exterior. Those are close enough for me to touch. Take me to the roof. The roof had a water tank, aircon equipment, and several pipes and cables running down the building. A few plastic wrappers and cigarette butts on the concrete floor. Waist-high parapet running around it. The front of the tower faced Randall Avenue. Its rear overlooked a small inner garden. 2 more towers on either side. Yes, this works, Ax thought to himself. He turned away from the parapet. Do you trust me? Traven looked at him for a long while and then nodded. I looked you and Kael up. You're good people. I need the keys to these apartments. You'll get them back. I won't damage them. I'm not going to tell him it's the 6th apartment I want. Traven unlooped them from his bunch of keys and handed them over. Each key had the apartment number engraved on it. I have spare ones in case you lose them. What will you tell the families? Nothing. They don't need to know what's going down. The floor needs to be clear. It is. No one comes here. The elevator does not come to this floor. I unlocked it to show you around. I or one of the brothers take the maintenance crew up and down for their work. They haven't come in today. They won't for a few days. They're awaiting supplies. Can you clear the playground as well and get everyone to stay in their apartments? Yeah, if you tell me when. I can give you a range, not the exact time. That will work. How will you make that happen? Traven grinned. I and my bras will spread the word that the cops will be carrying out a raid. That will clear everyone. We have done it before. Not a single person should be out. There won't be, trust me, but Santiago. I and my brothers can watch out for him. You'll do nothing. He will slip past you in any case. He can't. He can, and he will. How are you so sure? Because he killed a politician in the United Nations building despite all the security out there. That's just one of many of his kills. This, he swept his arm to take in the towers, is child's play to him. 17. Ax returned to their office. Kael still at his desk, speaking softly in his headset, his phone in front of him. Livia, Ax guessed from their conversation. He reached into the drawer beneath his desk and brought out his laptop. He plugged it in, turned it on, and while it booted, poured himself and Kael coffee. He served his partner, who bobbed his head in thanks and returned to his desk. You're joining us for dinner? Kael looked at him. No. No, he says. Nope. I don't know what his plans are. He's just returned. Ax tuned out his friend's conversation and brought up an aerial view of the housing project. While Google Maps was available to all, Werner had satellite imagery that was far more sophisticated. He studied the rooftop of the tower and measured its height from the ground. He zoomed in on the drainage pipe, zoomed out and checked out the approach from Randall Avenue. That'll be my exit as well. You got a plan? Kael come over to him. Ax leaned back. All the apartments in the top floor of that tower are empty. I'm going to draw Santiago there. How? He doesn't know Trayvon has him on video. He'll find out soon. He set up a fake social media while his partner watched. He then brought up a video editing application and uploaded the footage in it. He chopped it to a few seconds of play to show Santiago escaping in the car and then blurred the man's face in the vehicle. He tagged a banner onto it. Who's this killer? The clip was ready to go. That won't be enough to sucker him into that tower, Kael observed. All he'll know is that someone's got him on camera. Ax didn't reply. He uploaded the apartment's photographs and selected a few of them. He blurred them just enough to make the apartment number visible, along with the tower, the floor, and its entrance door. He merged them into a video and made it look like it had been hastily shot. The next application was an audio software. I can do voices. Kael straightened. You've heard me mimic. No, Ax growled. Don't you have any work? It's far more interesting to watch you. Ax ignored him. He typed a line of text and got the application to play it back in several voices. He selected the one most appropriate, a young man's voice, a drawl that came close to Trayvon's. "Santiago, I know who you are." He overlaid the audio on the second clip, checked that both the first and the second one worked, and swiveled to face his friend. "I've worked out your plan," Kael said. "You'll post the first clip just about now." "Correct." "And the second one when you're in the apartment. The way you have edited it will make Santiago think Trayvon shot that in a hurry, or else he would have removed the apartment number." "Yeah. I don't know if it will work, however." "Santiago will come. He has a history of eliminating witnesses even though Leos know how he looks. You'll ambush him when he's in the apartment." "Yeah." "What about Trayvon?" "He'll stay away from the tower. No one from the project will come up to that floor. Everyone will be in their residences. He'll ensure that. Many of them might recognize that apartment. They might get curious and want to check it out. Heck, its residents might come over." "Trayvon will keep everyone away." Kael straightened. He reached into his desk and brought out his shoulder holster. "Let's go." "No," Ax told him. "You've got enough on your plate. I'll handle this." "Banks." Kael's lips thinned. "I've been working on figuring out who that mystery diner was. No luck. I might need to pay the club a visit." "Did Louisa get back to you?" "No. I'll call her again. Are you sure about this? Going after Santiago like this? He's lethal. He'll be wary. He'll shoot to kill. Civilians might be hurt." "It's our best shot. We can go to the cops." "Pizzaka and Chang must have identified Santiago from their composite sketch. You heard of them arresting him? They didn't mention his identity to the residents." Kael sighed. "They'll be on us like a ton of bricks if it goes south." "I know, but we have to try." Kael didn't argue further. He watched while Ax stripped to his waist. He didn't comment about the scars on his friend's chest. He knew all about them. Ax drew on a lightweight armor that Zeb had gifted them and wore his tee on top of it. He strapped on his shoulder holster and slipped into his jacket. He leaned over his laptop and posted the first clip to the internet. He stowed his device in his drawer, fist-bumped Kael, and went out of the office. It was 4 p.m. when he parked his SUV on a side street and walked on Randall Avenue. He scanned parked vehicles and checked out passing traffic and pedestrians automatically. He had his shades and a baseball cap over his head. It wasn't sufficient disguise, but he was confident Santiago wouldn't have arrived yet. "I posted that clip less than an hour ago. He won't get here that fast." He got inside the project's yard, skirted the play area, and went to the second tower. He went up the stairs quickly and confirmed that the top floor was empty. It was. He entered the apartment. There was no one in it. He fired a message to Trayvon. "Keep everyone away." "Man, was that you who posted that video? Keep everyone away." He got a thumbs up in response. Ax posted the second clip to the internet, watched it on his feed to confirm the audio and video, and then went up to the roof. He chose a position close to the parapet facing Randall Avenue and laid down his backpack. He assembled a drone from its contents and launched it in the air. That, too, was a gift from Zeb. It was made of composites, was coated with the same chemicals that stealth bombers were painted with. It had more electronics and software in it than automotive vehicles did. The UAV's powerful HD and night vision cameras fed to an app on Ax's phone. The feed also went to Werner, which automatically ran facial recognition. Ax lay prone on the ground watching his phone, his Glock resting comfortably in his holster, several spare magazines in the pockets of his combat pants. The wail of a passing siren came to him, sounds of distant traffic. The project fell silent. That must be Trayvon's doing. He must have gotten everyone to go inside. He was used to surveillance. There was a time he and Kael had buried themselves in a trench of sewage in Somalia for 28 hours as they waited for their high-value target. Ax had patience. His phone buzzed at 9 p.m. Trayvon. "Talk," he murmured. "He's here, in the apartment. He's alone. 18. Ax sucked his breath sharply. "What? How?" His eyes flicked to his phone. Werner hadn't alerted him. "I don't know, man," Trayvon said impatiently. "One of my brothers saw him enter. You showed everyone the video? Why are you out? I asked you to keep everyone away." "Only my bras saw the video. One of them saw Santiago. Later, we saw the lights come on in the apartment. They have gone out now. We haven't seen him come out of the tower. He's there." "Where are you?" "On the ground, hidden, watching the walkways." Ax gritted his teeth furiously, but didn't bother yelling at Trayvon. "Don't let anyone come up to the top floor. Stay hidden. He's a killer." "Yeah. How did Santiago get here?" Ax thought about it for several seconds and then gave up. He rose silently, took his phone, left the drone circling in the air, and went down the stairs. The floor was ghostly still. Someone had turned out the lights in the hallways, but there was enough illumination coming from the lower floors. Normal nighttime sounds and smells. A TV playing somewhere. A resident laughing uproariously, what seemed like an argument. Ax crept to the apartment. No light from beneath the door. Santiago could be anywhere inside. He tried the doorknob gently. It rotated easily. He stopped turning it. "I'll be silhouetted once I open it." He inspected the door. It was lightweight wood. He took a few steps back, lunged forward, and crashed into the door with his left shoulder. It splintered from the lock and slammed open. Ax dove to the floor with his Glock thrust forward, arm in a straight line, eye to sight. The sight framed Santiago, who had a gun to Letitia Williams' head, 19. "Drop it," Santiago said sharply. "Good English," Ax thought automatically as he dropped the Glock to the floor. The FBI hadn't identified the assassin's nationality. Letitia was wide-eyed in terror, trembling, gasping loudly. Trayvon was bound to a chair in the middle of the living room. "He made me call," the young man said hoarsely. "He knows about my video." Ax nodded in understanding and got to his feet carefully. "You really thought you could trap me so easily," Santiago snarled. "Let them go." "Take me," Ax growled. "You think I need hostages?" Ax tightened. He knew what that meant. They are innocent. Let them go. They have nothing to do. "Stop talking." The killer jammed his gun against Letitia's temple. "Who else knows about me? Your partner?" "He knows about me and Kael." "No one else." "Don't lie." "I am not. You can check my phone to see if I sent your video to others." "I will, once you're dead." "No!" Ax roared when his finger tightened on the trigger. Letitia moved with surprising speed. She ducked her head back, spun on her heel, and slapped him in the face. Santiago's round went wide, the sound loud in the small apartment. Ax lunged forward, seeing Trayvon jerk and scream in his chair in his peripheral vision. He slammed into the killer, caught Santiago's gun hand with his left hand, and wrenched it upwards. The killer triggered reflexively, the shots going harmlessly in the ceiling. "Go to Trayvon. Call the cops," Ax roared at Letitia. His right elbow bent and sped through the air at the assassin's neck. It was a brutal blow that would have ruptured the assassin's throat and would have either killed him or incapacitated him. It didn't land. Santiago danced on his feet. He didn't try to free his gun hand. He swayed his neck and Ax's elbow slid past it. Ax grunted when the assassin punched him in the ribs. He felt the shock of the impact all the way to his toes. He leaned forward to headbutt but was off balance and connected weakly. It was enough to split the killer's lips, however, who snarled and punched him repeatedly, trying to go for his head and neck. Ax clung to the killer's gun hand, pivoted on his toes, and used the momentum of their struggle to fling the assassin away in a hip throw. Santiago's gun clattered to the floor as he crashed onto the carpet. He dove towards Ax's Glock. Ax caught hold of a chair and flung it one-handedly towards him. The furniture caught the killer on the chest and stopped his dive. Ax charged at him and blocked an upraised knee. It was a feint. The assassin's other leg swept up and kicked his feet from underneath him. Ax fell to the floor, clubbed the assassin on the bridge of his nose with the flat of his palm as he was falling. He groaned when Santiago punched him in the chest with a brutal 1-2, but rolled on his left shoulder, lunging towards the Glock. He spun back, straightening it, and fired, and knew when he had missed when Santiago rolled swiftly, got to his knees, and hurled himself out of the door. Ax spun towards Trayvon. His jaws clenched when he saw blood had soaked the young man's hoodie. He was slumped in his aunt's arms, who was sobbing and whispering at him. "Didn't you call the cops?" Ax yelled while darting to the door to peer out cautiously. No sign of the killer. "I don't have a phone," Letitia wailed through her gasps. "He took ours." Ax holstered his Glock, snapped out his phone, and barked into it. He hurried towards Trayvon, his fists curling instinctively at the man's labored breathing. "Hang on," he murmured when he met his flickering eyes. He removed his tee and pressed it against the wound. Trayvon groaned harshly and jerked. Letitia's breath caught. "Take my phone," Ax told her hoarsely. "It's unlocked. Call Trayvon's friends. Tell them the killer will come out of the tower. No one is to stop him. Let him go. He's dangerous. He might have more guns stashed somewhere. He might kill. Ask them to lead the EMTs here." Did the round damage Trayvon's heart or lungs? He didn't know. He didn't want to speculate. Kael was right, he thought bitterly. I shouldn't have tried this stunt. Trayvon would have been unharmed if I had left it to the cops. Ax breathed deeply as he held Trayvon, forcing himself to ignore the weight of the events and his actions, focusing on the light at the door, tuning everything else out until only Trayvon's stuttering breathing and Letitia's dim shape became his universe. He wasn't aware of time. Figures came into the room. Voices rose. Arms encircled Trayvon, and he stepped back to let the EMTs take over. Ax stared into the distance. He saw Kael rush inside, heard his friend speak to him, but didn't make out the words. He looked down at the carpet while the world went its way. A pair of polished shoes came within his sight. Pizzaca. Ax raised his head wearily. "Yesterday," the detective said harshly, "wasn't on you. Tonight, all this is. 20. Ax felt the weight of his words. His cheek muscles twitched, but he kept his face expressionless and met the detective's gaze impassively. "Ax didn't fire the shot," Kael said fiercely. "Setting that trap. That's as good as pulling the trigger," Pizzaca snarled. "Trayvon got caught in the crossfire," Kael insisted. "You think Ax wanted to get anyone hurt?" "Yet a man was shot," Pizzaca spat. "You should have left this to us." Chang sighed. Ax's insides twisted. The second detective was different from Pizzaca. He was friendly, supportive, and was the perfect foil to his partner's abrasiveness. "They want to be heroes," Pizzaca lashed. "They want to take credit." "Enough!" Letitia stepped up to them. Her chest heaved. Her face was tear-stained and filled with worry. She shook her trembling finger. "Trayvon is my nephew, my family. If anyone has to accuse Ax, it would be me. He is not responsible for Trayvon's injury. He did more than any of you cops in trying to catch this killer. You didn't even tell us the killer's name. You sat on his identity." "No," she commanded when Pizzaca made to speak. "You are done talking." Several cops looked at them. "We had so much crime here in Soundview. Even Trayvon was part of a gang. Did you do anything about it? Your cruisers came occasionally, but that's all you cops did. You didn't make any arrests. You didn't have a regular patrol here. My nephew had to get out of the gang and do something about it with his friends. Cops, she spat. Trayvon told me about Ax and Kael. They aren't here to take credit, but you, she jabbed Pizzaka in the chest. My nephew told me about you. How you like to give interviews. If anyone is out for publicity, it is you. Her breath caught in her throat as she half sobbed, struggling to regain control. Even if Trayvon dies, I won't blame Ax. He was right to do what he did. Give it to them, Letitia, someone yelled from outside. Ma'am, Pizzaka began. Don't ma'am me, her voice broke. Find that killer and stop accusing Ax. He and Kael are Soundview's friends. Ax didn't know what made him do it. He touched her shoulder and she turned and buried her face in his chest and sobbed. He held her close while she wept. Pizzaka and Chang drifted away and only Kael hung around. Why didn't you go with Trayvon? He asked softly when she finally raised her head and wiped her eyes. He asked me to stay. Those were the only words he could speak. Her eyes filled again. I am sorry, Ax said helplessly. They are right. He nodded towards the detectives. Stop it. She caught his chin and forced him to meet her eyes. They were dark, determined even through her unshed tears. Every day that Trayvon was in the gang, I thought it would be his last. I dreaded to open the door thinking it would be cops announcing his death. I am proud of him. Even if he dies, her voice shook. It will be because he was doing what he wanted to, protecting Soundview. She sniffled, dabbed at her eyes, and eyed him keenly. Son, don't carry regret and guilt around like weights on your shoulders. Ax exhaled softly. He blinked rapidly. This elderly woman in this housing project, she's seen through me so easily. Kael, Olivia, and only a handful of people knew his backstory. Ax. Chang came to them. We need your statement. Go. Letitia gripped his forearm tightly. I'll be going to the hospital. We'll come there later. He clasped her hand and squeezed gently. He gave his statement to the detectives, surrendered his Glock, and answered their questions. He turned to Kael when he was finished and nodded silently. They went out of the apartment, through the cordon of cops behind which a bunch of residents had gathered. They parted silently to let them through. Down the stairs, which were empty, and out into the yard. He inhaled the night breeze and felt his bearings slip back into place and started to feel grounded again. He pushed the guilt back into a compartment in his mind and shut it tight. There had been and would be times when those compartments would burst open, and not just guilt but memories too would burst out. Ax preferred to be alone in those moments. Kael was the only one who stayed with him, silent, non-judging, listening when Ax spoke, making no other comments. He looked at his friend's silhouette as they crossed the yard. Kael was Hollywood handsome but had no ego about his looks. People think I am the stronger of the two of us, but they don't know him. They think he's shallow. They are so wrong. Remember that day when you asked me to partner with you at our agency? Yeah, Kael nodded. You had returned from one of your private military contractor gigs in Indonesia. Best decision I've made. I know. You're lucky I put up with you. Ax smiled. His grin faded when two men stepped forward from the shadows of a neighboring tower. Yo, we're Trayvon's brothers, one of them said. I'm Divine. He's Tyrell. I'm so sorry. No need for that. Devine interrupted Ax. We heard what Aunt Williams said to the cops. Yeah. He smiled briefly. She's aunt to all of us. What she said is the truth. We heard from the hospital. They're operating on Trayvon right now. The bullet's stuck in the lungs. It's still looking bad, but he just might pull through. A lot of our homies are there, at the hospital. Thought you should know. Thanks. Ax nodded. You have our numbers? Yeah. Trayvon passed them around. Did anyone see Santiago escape? Here's the thing, brother. None of us saw him enter the tower or leave either. 21. Leave your ride here, Kael told Ax. We'll pick it up later. Come home, freshen up. I'll go to my apartment, Ax objected. No, you won't, Kael fired back. You're coming to my place. He snatched a few glances at his friend while he drove them swiftly to Greenwich Village. A vein throbbed on his partner's temple. His jaw was set as he looked out of the window. He kept quiet. Olivia was at the door when they arrived at the apartment, her face drawn, her forehead wrinkled with worry. She wordlessly hugged Ax, pushed him back, and inspected him. Go and shower. Her nose wrinkled. Kael and I'll lay out dinner. I'm not hungry. Axton Hawke, she said sharply. That's an order. Kael left in the middle of our meal. The least you can do is sit with us and have food. Kael grinned when the most lethal man he knew went meekly to the bathroom. He and Ax kept a change of clothing at the other's apartment, and when his friend returned, he looked relaxed, dressed in a print shirt and jeans. Break it down for us, Kael said after a while. Did any of the EMTs check you out? Olivia asked worriedly when Ax finished his narration. No, but I'm fine. He smiled wryly. Santiago packs a mean punch. My ribs are sore, but nothing is broken. My armor absorbed a lot of the impact. He spoke English? Kael asked. Yeah, with an American accent. Which does not mean anything. Santiago might not even be his real name. Kael cleaned the table when they finished their meal, brought coffees and curled up next to Olivia with Ax across from them. I got Werner to check up on the NYPD's investigation into Marquez. No progress. The cops know as much as us that he led that street gang. We're no closer to knowing why they were after you. He knows about us. Ax sipped his coffee. How? Kael exclaimed. He must have recognized me when we crossed on the stairs. He might know of Olivia, too. She needs to be somewhere safe. I'm not going anywhere, she declared firmly. I came across predators and dangerous men when I was a model. This killer does not scare me. He should, Ax said grimly. After tangling with him, I know why he's evaded every law enforcement agency. If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. I haven't backed down before, and I'm not about to run away from a killer now. Don't look at me like that. Kael grinned at his friend. I can't persuade her if she's made up her mind. If he gets Olivia, Ax shook his head, he'll have leverage over us. Work from here. Kael waved his cup at the apartment for a few days. I can do that. Olivia nodded. Great. Kael relaxed on the couch. Is there anything else you remember? He had a tattoo. Ax's brows drew together as he recalled, some vague shape on which was a Chinese scrawl. Chinese? Do you remember what it said? No. It could be Japanese or Korean as well. It was beneath his collarbone. I caught a brief glimpse when I caught his shirt and yanked. Some help you are, Kael grunted. I was trying to stay alive. Next time, I'll ask him to show his ink to me. He shot up suddenly. What? Kael asked. Our drone. It's still up there. It's got enough juice in it to circle for a few more hours. Trayvon's friends said they didn't see him leave. They didn't. Our drone would have. We can work out from its feeds how he entered and escaped. 22. Kael was alone in the office the next day, getting Werner to check into random guy's phone. The AI engine told him the phone was turned off and had been last switched on at the club. That was when he was at the club with Banks. Werner hadn't been able to get any of the phone's movements before the dinner. Kael huffed in frustration. He finger-combed his hairs as he considered his options. I can ask at the club who the man was. It was a sunny New York morning filled with the usual cacophony of the city. A subway change and he was on Fifth Avenue, striding down the sidewalk. Office workers had started returning to the city after the pandemic, but not as many in numbers. The 2 years during the global crisis had changed how staff engage with their employers. Not for all, he thought grimly as he sidestepped a server who was cleaning tables outside a restaurant. Only for those who have the privilege of working from their homes or remotely. It was why he, Louisa, and Ax had started frequenting the bakery more than usual. They tipped more than they used to before the pandemic, after confirming that the waitstaff got all the proceeds. The same woman at the reception of the club. Hope that manager dude or whoever he was didn't mention my intrusion to her. Or if he did, she's forgotten about it. He crossed his fingers mentally and put on a smile. I've forgotten my card back home. No problem, sir. That happens. What's your name? I'll print another one. Louis Fletcher. Werner had created another alias for him and inserted it into the club's database. I was at the club the other night, he continued, as her fingers danced on the keyboard. Nathan Banks, was dining with a friend. I thought I recognized who his companion was, but the name slips my mind. He trailed off suggestively. The smile had left her when she looked up. I'm sorry, Mr. Fletcher. I cannot disclose information about our members or their guests. Please leave, sir. I remember you now. You got inside with another false name. There must be some kind of red flag against my photograph, he guessed. He nodded curtly and went out quickly before she called security. He was down the avenue when he felt the weight of eyes on his back. He looked back to see Suit, who must be the manager, on the sidewalk staring at him. She must have reported me. He shrugged. I tried. Ax was in the office when he returned. His friend had the drone beside him and was peering at his computer screen. Ax took in his appearance. You've been at the club? How did you guess? That Suit comes out only when you're going somewhere fancy. Yeah, no luck. Kael made a face as he dropped in his chair. They know about me, he concluded after briefing his partner. Their buzzer sounded before Ax could respond. Chang, a voice announced. Now what? Kael growled beneath his breath and buzzed to let them in. Pizzaka entered first. Steel-gray suit, black shoes that were mirror-polished, black hair styled slickly, shades over his eyes. His morning grooming routine must take him an hour. Kael bit back a smile. How can we help? He asked. Chang slouched on a couch and idly picked up a magazine. Pizzaka made a show of looking around the office. He removed his shades, polished them, and placed them back over his eyes. We'll have to charge you for visiting time, Ax said finally. How is Trayvon? He's been operated on, Chang replied, but still in critical condition. He held up his crossed fingers. Pizzaka looked at Kael. You were at a club this morning. That's against the law. It is when you impersonate members and harass them. Manager dude must have lodged a complaint. Tell me, Kael drawled, since when did NYPD's finest detectives get involved in such a matter? Other crimes aren't keeping you busy? Pizzaka flushed. Members of that club are well connected, he grated. Back off. We are here to give a warning. No more. Why were you there? Chang looked up from his magazine. Kael grinned. He wasn't taken in by the detective's casual question. That lazy, sleepy look is just an act. He's smart, following up on something. The club said you were inquiring about Nathan Banks, Lumina's CEO, that right? Is that what the club told you? Kael hedged. Banks has powerful friends, Pizzaka warned. Don't go against him unless you have something concrete. His eyes flicked to the drone on Ax's desk. That doesn't look like a civilian model. You have a permit for it? It isn't, Kael thought. You know all the drone models out there? Ax retorted. Pizzaka's lips thinned. He nodded curtly and went out of the office. His partner dropped the magazine and followed him indolently. Chang! Kael stopped him. How long does Pizzaka's morning routine take? Chang blinked. I don't know about him, but mine, he gestured at his wrinkled suit, takes no more than 15 minutes, 23. "Louisa?" Ax asked when the detectives had left. "Yeah," Kael replied. "We're meeting her for lunch." "Any luck?" she asked them brightly when they sat down at an alfresco table in the village. "Banks came to our office," Ax replied bluntly. "He knows about our meeting. He saw the entry in your calendar." She dropped her fork with a clatter. Her eyes widened. She licked her lips. I didn't know he would check out my calendar." Kael poured her a glass of water and waited until she had drunk it. "What did he want?" Her voice was steadier. "He knows you suspect him of espionage. He says he's being blackmailed by Random Guy." "Random Guy? You know who he is?" "Not yet. Working on it." "Banks said he's being blackmailed?" "Yeah. He wants to hire us to dig up intel on this person. Relax." Kael smiled reassuringly at her. "We said we'll get back, but we have no intention of helping him." She sighed relievedly. "He's not being blackmailed. I am sure of it. He lied to you. It wouldn't surprise me if he passed on more than the drug's name to this man. Nathan is greedy. The billionaire kind of greed, but he's smart enough to cover himself so that he won't be blackmailed." He didn't look scared, or as if he was being blackmailed at the club. "Which club?" Louisa frowned. "His Fifth Avenue club. I tracked him there and came very close to finding out who Random Guy is, but didn't get lucky." "No," he said when she made to speak. "You don't need to know anything more." "You'll continue looking into this person in Banks?" "Of course." "Be careful," Ax told her when they had finished their meal. "Banks knows about your suspicions." She nodded. "I made that mistake with the calendar entry. It won't happen again. There's no way for him to know of this lunch meeting." The call came at 9 p.m. Kael was preparing to leave the office while Ax was still working on the drone's feed, trying to work out how Santiago had entered or escaped from the tower. "Kael." "Louisa." Her voice panicked. "I felt I was being followed for a few days. That man's out there." "Out where?" "Outside my apartment, on the street, 24. "Keep talking," Kael said as he and Ax raced out of their office and to the basement parking, where they took his Subaru. He drove fast, controlled, surging forward when the lights and traffic allowed. "How do you know it's him?" "Because I've seen him a few times behind me." Her frightened breathing came across the speakers in his car. "At first, I thought he was someone in my office building, but he's outside now." "What's he doing?" Ax growled. "Nothing. He's in his car. You can see him." "Yes. My living room window overlooks the street." Kael mouthed her address to Ax, who plugged it in the car's navigation system. 4th Street, Park Slope, Brooklyn. "What kind of car?" he asked. "I can't make out the model from here. It's black or brown, could be blue as well. It's dark. A sedan." "Stay put. We'll deal with this. Does your door have an eye hole?" "Yes." "Don't open it to anyone other than us. I'll raise my right hand after I've rung your bell." "Why that gesture?" "Because anyone could hold me hostage and present me at the peephole, but not many people wave at it. He didn't go into it, however. It wasn't the time. I'll explain later." "Hurry, please," she breathed. Kael parked in a line of cars on the street at the mouth of 4th Street. Ax nodded at him and jogged towards 6th Avenue. He'll go down 5th Street and come down 4th the opposite way. It was a routine they had worked out years ago. They didn't need to exchange words. Kael whistled casually as he walked down 4th. Brownstones lining the street on either side. Lights inside the apartments. A quiet residential neighborhood. A couple on the steps of one building peering at a phone screen. He saw Louisa's apartment in the distance. "I'll be there in 10, he whispered in his collar mic. "I will be too," Ax replied. He had jogged for a block, but his breathing was steady. "I'll come down the opposite sidewalk." Kael saw the car. A Ford. He saw the man's shadow. He seemed to be on his phone. He looked up at Louisa's window. It was dark. He saw the man's face in the side mirror. Kael passed him like a casual walker out in the night, 6 feet, parallel to the Ford's grill when he spun on his heel and hustled towards the driver who looked up, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Ax came out from the other side. One moment the street was empty, and then he was there. Kael reached for the door handle. The driver yelled from inside the car. Kael jerked at the door. It didn't budge. And then Ax smashed the passenger window with the butt of his Glock, reached inside, unlocked the door, slid onto the seat and jammed his gun in the man's fleshy belly. "Talk. Who are you?" "25. Kael yanked the door open when the driver unlocked it. "Who are you?" the driver yelled in anger and fright. Ax gouged his gun deeper. "We ask the questions. Who are you, and why are you following Louisa Di Fiore?" "None of your business. You broke my window." If you don't answer, I'll shoot you in your belly and break your neck." The man swallowed. His head swiveled from Kael to Ax. Sweat popped on his forehead. "He means it." Kael grinned. "I've seen him do it." The man hesitated, then howled when Ax jammed his gun deeper. "I was hired to tail her. That's all I know." "Tail her?" Kael growled. "Why? By whom?" "I don't know why. Mikhail Andreev, my client. He hired me 4 days ago. He gave me Di Fiore's details, asked me to follow her and give him an update each night. He paid me $1,000 as an advance." The words spilled out of him like a dam had broken. "Who are you?" The driver licked his lips. He caved in when Ax made a threatening move. "Lenny Russo," he mumbled. "I'm just a PI. I have an office in downtown Manhattan." Kael dug out his phone and got Werner to do a quick search. "Yeah," he told his partner when the AI engine returned results. "It's him. Small-time stuff. Cheating spouses. Divorce cases. Ambulance chaser." "Ambulance chaser?" Ax repeated. "Yeah. I should shoot him just for that." "What do you want from me? You damaged my car. Who are you?" Russo yelled. Ax slapped him, a blow that rocked Russo's head. "We ask questions. You answer. That's how this works." "I'll report you to the cops," the PI threatened. "Go ahead." "Have you been out here every night?" Kael asked him. "No." Russo took a moment to reply. "Andreev ordered me to do that only this evening." He caught his breath, his eyes widening as he took them in carefully. "It's you two. She had lunch with you in the afternoon." Kael glanced at Ax and then back to the PI. "You followed her to the lunch?" "I told you. Andreev paid me to follow her." Russo's yell broke off in a gasping choke when Ax squeezed a nerve on his shoulder. His face was wet from sweat and tears. "Don't raise your voice. There isn't anyone to hear you." Kael regarded their captive pitilessly. "What do you know of Andreev?" Russo moaned as he massaged his shoulder. "Nothing more than that. He came to my office. He said he had looked me up online. He gave me a phone number and paid in cash." "Describe him." "As tall as both of you. Brown hair. He was wearing shades. I didn't make out his eyes. He was in a suit, dark blue, clean-shaven." "That description will match millions of men." "You didn't check him out?" "No. In my business—" "Yeah, walk-in clients who pay in cash get the no-questions-asked treatment," Kael said sarcastically. "I'm not big-time like you. I can't turn down clients." "You know who we are?" "I looked you up after your lunch. We didn't start big-time," Ax rasped. "We started small, too, but we didn't take on just anyone. We background-checked them and we didn't chase ambulances." Russo flushed at his tone but kept silent. "What did he tell you about Louisa Di Fiore?" Kael resumed. "That she is a lawyer and I should follow her, photograph whom she met, send those to him and brief him each day. He gave me her apartment and office address. That was all he told me." "Photographs." Kael stuck out his hand and took the phone Russo reluctantly gave him. He went through the image library rapidly. Nothing much here. Her going to the office and returning home and then our lunch meeting. He forwarded that particular image to his own phone, deleted all the surveillance images, noted Andreev's number, and tossed the phone back. Have you sent him the lunch photographs? No. Russo shook his head. He asked you to watch her at the apartment once you briefed him of the lunch? How many times do you want me to repeat myself? Until we're sure you aren't lying. I am not. Don't raise your voice. I will not tell you. Again, Ax said slowly, clearly, softly, the words hanging in the air. Russo's defiance vanished. His shoulders slumped. What time did you update him? Kael looked around to confirm no one was paying any attention to them. 4 p.m. Every day. You described us to him? Yeah, and the restaurant too. What did he say? He gave me the new instructions. Did he seem to know us? Russo shrugged. I couldn't tell. He doesn't talk. He listens. Call him now. No. The PI shook his head rapidly. His orders were strict. I am to call him only at 4 p.m. I called him once in the morning and he tore into me. Kael traded glances with his friend. Andreev might suspect something is off if Russo calls him at night. Best not to raise his suspicions. He knew his partner had the same thought from his brief nod. Ax cracked his knuckles, the sound loud in the confines of the car. If we find out you're lying, I'll kill you. I'll make your death look like an accident. Fear flashed across Russo's face at the way he said it, dispassionately, as if discussing the weather. You can't do this to me, he began, and trailed off at Ax's savage look. How long were you to watch Louisa? Kael suppressed a smile. Andreev said he would let me know, the PI said sullenly. Kael saw her appear in her window. She watched briefly and then retreated. We've got to brief her and reassure her. He snatched Russo's phone and entered his number in it. Call me every day. After you have finished briefing Andreev. He smirked. But call me immediately if anything unusual happens. I should stay here? The PI asked cautiously. That's what he meant, Ax growled. Stick to your routine. Kael photographed Russo and then his car. Is that for the insurance? Russo asked hopefully. You'll pay me for my damaged window? He shrank when Ax stared at him and kept silent. Kael turned to Ax when they crossed the street to Louisa's building. You were hard on Russo. You think? Yeah. Then I should have gone harder. Kael shook his head. Ax. Louisa opened the door at his gesture. Who is he? Why is he still there? Did you call the cops? Lenny Russo, Kael replied. He's a small-time PI in the city. He's been hired by a Michael Andreev to watch you. Andreev. Perhaps we should talk inside. Her hands fluttered in the air at Ax's tone. Yes, where are my manners? She stood aside to let them in and shut the door behind them. Wait! Kael stopped her when she made to turn on the inside light. He went to the window, confirmed that Russo was still in his car, and drew the curtain across. Now, put on the light. You are in no danger, Ax told her. His words had the desired impact. Her breathing slowed. Color returned to her face. She sat on a couch and gestured at them to take seats. Kael briefed her quickly. You know this Andreev? No. She shook her head. He could be someone from Genovita. No. They have Chinese names. I'll check again tomorrow, however. We too will look into him. She wrung her hands. I shouldn't have come to you. All this started from that point. Do you want us to stop investigating banks? Will you? We will on your behalf. However, we will continue for our own satisfaction. We won't update you on our progress in our independent investigation, however, if you order us to stand down. Gina said you were principled. Her lips twisted in a brief smile. She said that was rare among private investigators. I'm sure that's the only flattering thing she said about us." She laughed, and that seemed to relieve her of her worries. "No, let's see this through to the end. I have seen a lot in my time as a lawyer. This shouldn't scare me. Please continue investigating banks. I am still your client, but we haven't discussed payment yet." "We will," Kael told her, "when the time is right." She bit her lip and glanced at the window. "He won't intrude on me, will he?" "He won't," Ax told her. His tone and set face were enough to convince her. 26. "Nothing on Andreev." Kael spoke aloud the next day. "It's not an uncommon name. Nothing sticks out." He made a face when Ax didn't reply. His partner was looking at the drone as if he was debating whether he should shoot it. He looked up Andreev's number. Werner couldn't get any records for it. That's strange. He got the AI to locate it. The software told him the phone was turned off. He tried Russo's number. No response. Werner told him the phone was in the PI's office. Kael frowned. He messaged Louisa. "Was Russo on the street when you left for work?" "Yes," she replied quickly. "I think he followed me as well. I can't be sure, however. Too much traffic." "I'm going to check something out," Kael told Ax. His friend grunted. "Why are you looking like that at the drone?" he said irritably. "I haven't worked out how Santiago entered or left." "Staring at it will help?" He huffed when he got Ax's trademark silence and went out. He decided to drive rather than take the subway. Lower East Side, which was where Russo's office was. Grittier look than the other fancier parts of downtown Manhattan. Brick walls, graffiti in some places, fewer high-rises. He parked near a Trader Joe's, sidestepped a vendor who was hustling some insta-rich crypto scheme and located Russo's building. It had the same brick wall facade that the rest of the buildings on Norfolk Street had. He looked up the list of establishments on the buzzer and pressed the ringer for Russo. No response. He sighed. Waited for another arrival to the building, a woman speaking animatedly in her phone, and followed her in when she swiped the door open. No security desk. The lobby had a musty smell to it, as if wasn't cleaned regularly. He took the stairs to the third floor and entered a hallway lined with several offices. An accountancy firm from within which came several voices, an export services firm, a lawyer, and at the end of the corridor was a glass door with Lenny Russo engraved on a nameplate. Kael knocked on it. It didn't open. He tried Russo's phone. He heard it ringing from inside. "Russo?" He raised his voice and thumped the door. He heard movement and looked back to see a man emerge from the accountancy. He too was on his phone and walked away. Kael inspected the lock on the door. Nothing fancy about it. Hollywood presented an image of lock-picking PIs which was far from reality. Kael could unlock the door with the kit that he continually carried in his jacket pocket, but there were easier options. He went to the accountancy firm. "Lenny asked me to wait in his office. He said you have a spare key to it," he told the receptionist, giving her a false business card. He was counting on most offices in that hallway having duplicate keys to their neighboring ones. His hunch paid off. She kept his card, handed over the key distractedly, and waved him away. "Doesn't look like Russo keeps anything valuable in his office from the way she gave me the key." He opened Russo's office and shut it behind him. It was small, cramped with a filing cabinet to one side, a window that looked out at a neighboring building. In front of him was a desk, a computer, nothing else. And slumped on it was Lenny Russo, dead, 27. Kael stood still, taking it in. Russo's head rested on his left cheek. He was clearly lifeless, but Kael checked nevertheless for signs of breathing or a pulse. There were none. No bullet hole. No obvious signs of a struggle. The body felt warm to his touch, but he couldn't be sure. He dialed a number. "Chang. I'm in a Lower East Side office. There's a dead body here, a private investigator, Lenny Russo." Did my number look like 911 to you? Kael sighed. In New York, everyone had to be a smartass. He might be connected to our case. A long silence, and then, we'll be there. Pizzaka and Chang arrived 40 minutes later, along with an EMT team who secured the scene and declared Russo dead. Tell us everything, Pizzaka ordered Kael, who told them of his arrival and finding the PI. How do you know him? He was following a client of ours. He broke down the previous night's events without mentioning their aggressive questioning. He didn't die because of that. He was on Louisa's street in the morning. You touch anything? Chang asked as they stepped out into the hallway to make room for the EMTs. Only the door. Why did Mr. Fiore hire you? Pizzaka challenged him. Client confidentiality. Kael grinned. If you are obstructing a crime, why don't you find out how Russo died and we'll take it from there? Ax was still at his desk, his forearms steepled behind his head, his eyes closed, seemingly in deep thought when Kael returned. Russo's dead. Ax's eyes opened. Kael repeated the events for the second time that day. You don't think he was killed? Ax asked. It's too coincidental, Kael growled. Andreev? His phone was turned off this morning. I'll try again. How are you getting on with Santiago? I have a theory. I am working on it. You were sleeping when I came in. I was thinking in the quiet, which has now gone with your arrival. Kael rolled his eyes, filled their coffee cups, and went to his desk. He had barely settled when the buzzer rang. Nathan Banks, the visitor announced. Kael raised his eyebrows, downed his beverage hastily, and went to the door. The billionaire made his high-impact entrance in another understated suit. That's probably worth more than what it would cost to feed an Asian or African village. Kael smirked inwardly. Gentlemen, have you decided? The CEO asked. We can't help you, Mr. Banks, he replied. The billionaire's smile faded. Money isn't an object. It's not about money. Conflict of interest? I'm sure we can come to an agreement about Louisa. She misunderstood whatever she saw on my laptop. We can't help you, Ax said bluntly. Banks's face hardened. You are making a mistake. Maybe. Kael shrugged. It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the last. I have powerful friends. Kael glanced at his watch. We have another appointment, sir. Banks stiffened and left without another word. Tell me, Ax asked after a while. A billionaire will have flunkies to do his bidding. Is it common for them to drop into our office unannounced? Beats me, too. Kael shrugged. Maybe he likes us? Ax snorted. He didn't like it when you turned him down. No, but we shouldn't underestimate him. Ax twisted his neck to relieve a crick. What's one more enemy? Chang's call came in the evening. We got the autopsy results. Russo died of natural causes. Heart attack, it seems. You won't be investigating it. There is nothing to investigate, he interrupted Kael. People die every day because of that. Heart attack, Kael repeated when the detective had hung up. What? You don't believe it? Ax shook his head. You and I. We both know there are killers out there who can make it look like a natural death. 28. Ax returned to his screen when Kael had left for the evening. He ran through the drone's feed yet again and got the same result. Santiago hadn't entered the tower, nor had he left it. He typed another command to Werner. Search for anyone of his height. The AI returned 7 results. 3 men, 3 women, and 1 indistinct figure. He swore. Trayvon promised everyone would be in their apartments. Looks like those folks didn't get the memo. Hold up, he told himself. Maybe they were returning from work. Ax focused on the last person and got Werner to clean up the video. It didn't help. The person had their face down and seemed to be wearing a robe that went to their ankles. Ax thought for a moment and then checked out the entry and exit times. The figure had entered the tower an hour before Trayvon's call and had hurried out shortly after the fight in the apartment. "That's Santiago," he disguised himself. "Can't be anyone else. The timeline's too coincidental." He returned to the video feed and zoomed out. The drone had captured the killer in his robe, exiting Soundview and getting onto the sidewalk on Randall Avenue. The footage caught the assassin walking past two parked cars, and then he was obscured by the line of trees. A pair of taillights came on, but the vehicle was indistinct, and there the feed ended. He thought for a moment and then fired a message to Divine. "Where are you?" "At the hospital, brah." "Why?" He didn't reply. He locked the office behind him and took his SUV to Grand Concourse in the Bronx where the hospital stood. The sterile scent of disinfectant, fluorescent lights, patients wheeled on gurneys and families and friends milling in the hallways. Ax spoke to the reception desk and made his way to the third floor. Divine, Tyrell, and a bunch of brothers leaning against the wall. The first two men straightened when he approached them. He bumped fists, aware of the glances of the others. "How's Trayvon?" he asked. "Surviving." Divine cocked his head to a room down the hall. His lung is torn. It's still touch and go. Only Aunt Letitia's been in to see him. Ax spread his hands. "I'm sorry." "Stop, brah. It's not needed. We understand. Aunt Letitia understands. She says Trayvon does not blame you." "She's spoken to him. She writes to him on a pad. He nods. Doc's told him not to speak. He shouldn't strain his lungs." "Can I see him?" Ax followed them down the hallway to the glass-fronted door. Trayvon on a bed, hooked to various monitors. Letitia, sleeping on a chair. He watched them for a long while and then took a deep breath. "I figured out how Santiago escaped. He was disguised in a dark robe which hid his head." Tyrell whistled. "That's why we missed him. We were looking for an armed man." "I want to shout at you all." Ax glowered at them. "I told Trayvon everyone should stay away." "Too late for that, brah." Tyrell shrugged. "He got away in a car. I need your help. If any other cars parked on Randall Avenue have cameras, they might have captured Santiago's vehicle. We can trace it." Divine followed his glance to Trayvon's bed and squeezed his shoulder. "Let's go." "Let's take my ride," Ax said when they were on the ground floor. Divine took the shotgun seat. Tyrell got into the back and belted up while Ax drove out of the hospital. He listened absently to their conversation. The roads were clear, and 20 minutes later, they were rolling onto Randall Avenue. Ax eased the SUV into a vacant space in the line of parked cars on the street. He got out and, with a head jerk, motioned at Divine and Tyrell to join him. He played the drone recording on his phone and held it in his palm for them to watch. "How did you get that?" Tyrell exclaimed. "Drone," Ax replied without getting into the details. Divine squinted at the screen, then pointed to an empty parking spot 3 cars ahead of them. "That's where he was. You see this shape?" He gestured to the dim outline of a car behind the flared taillights. "That's Isaiah's electric car. I can recognize it even in the dark. Look for yourself." He loped towards the vehicle. The residents always park their rides in the same spots. "Will he be awake?" Ax inspected the black vehicle. "I know this model. It has cameras all around." "He will wake up for this," Divine growled. He spoke softly into his phone and hung up. "He's coming." Ax stood tall when an older man joined them in a while. Thinning white hair, face lined with experience, keen eyes behind glasses, a tee over a pair of pajamas. "Divine," he called out in a deep voice. "This had better be important. I have to be up early in the morning." "It is, Isaiah. This is Ax Hawke. You heard of him after the shootout. He wants to know about your car. Ax, Isaiah Washington, one of the elders in our community, Aunt Letitia's friend." "Sir," Ax shook the man's hand. "Do you always keep your car's cameras on?" Isaiah nodded. In this neighborhood. And at night? Yeah. Can we see the footage from the night of Trayvon's shooting? The older man produced his phone, logged into an app, and showed them a video. That's from that night. Scroll forward, sir, Ax requested. Isaiah fast-forwarded the feed. Scenes of passing cars and pedestrian traffic. Stop! Play from there, Ax said quietly. That's Santiago. The assassin was clearly illuminated in the clip's high-definition recording. The killer discarded his robe and sped away in a Toyota whose plates were recognizable too. Could I get a copy of this video? Ax asked. This is the man who shot Trayvon? Take all of it, Isaiah growled. His fingers flew on the keys as he typed Ax's email address and sent him the clip. Please send it to the cops as well. Ax thanked him and gave him Chang's details. Can you find out where he went? Tyrell asked excitedly when Isaiah had left. I can try. Ax returned to his SUV and climbed in, a hint for the two men to join him. After I drop you back at the hospital. He drove with one hand on the wheel, his right on the armrest. Controlled, relaxed, alert, even though there wasn't much traffic at night. The Cross Bronx Expressway, 3 lanes on either side of the central divider, delivery trucks and a few passenger vehicles, a pair of headlights approaching fast from behind. He eased off the gas to let the vehicle, another SUV, pass. It suddenly veered to the right and slammed into his ride. 29. Down! Lie down on the floorboards, Ax roared as the attacking vehicle swung away. He fought for control as his SUV swerved towards the central divider. He gritted his teeth and gripped the wheel harder. No vehicle ahead of us. He glimpsed the other SUV's windows roll down through his peripheral vision. Rifles emerged and a stream of bullets struck his ride. Devine and Tyrell yelled in alarm. You're safe, Ax shouted over their voices. Can't crash into the barrier. We'll be stationary targets for the shooters if we do. He wasn't worried about the gunfire. His SUV's souped-up engine, run-flat tires, and thick armored body would keep them safe. Unless they bring out rocket launchers, he thought grimly. He caught a glimpse of an attacker's snarling face. Sight became action. He gripped the wheel with his right hand as firmly as he could. His left hand lowered his window by an inch. His Glock appeared in his palm in a fast draw. Ax fired a long burst at the man. The face disappeared. The vehicle swung away, which gave him maneuvering room. Ax stamped on the brakes hard, heard his passengers shout in alarm. He ignored them as the attackers overshot him. He lowered his window fully, stretched out his arm, and emptied his magazine at it, blowing out its rear window. The SUV wobbled but sped away without slowing. A car honked in alarm and swerved to the far lane. Can't risk chasing them, Ax decided. They might have backup. Can't risk Devine and Tyrell's lives. He turned on his hazard lights while Devine and Tyrell raised their heads cautiously. Ax! Devine yelled. What the hell? Who was that? Tyrell joined him, their voices shaky from anger and fear, fueled by adrenaline. Ax ignored them, eyed the traffic that was piling behind them, and dialed 911. Do you know who they were? Devine looked down the expressway. You saw them? It wasn't Santiago, Ax hedged. No one I had seen before. They looked Asian. That ink on Santiago's body. Is there a connection? Cruisers appeared in his mirrors and surrounded them. Another car approached, and Pizzacca and Chang stepped out of it. Are you hurt? Chang asked. No. Ax shook his head. Ax saved us. Tyrell jammed his fists in his pockets. If it hadn't been for him... What happened? Pizzacca asked. Ax replayed the incident. Yeah, what Ax said, Devine corroborated. Chang signaled to a patrol officer to take statements from the backed-up vehicles. Why didn't you call us when you found that video? Pizzacca asked sharply. Isaiah sent the details to Chang. Did you follow it up? Devine snapped. I got it only a while ago, Chang replied mildly. Why didn't you tell us about Santiago? We had to hear from Ax and his partner who he was. You knew his name, right? Doesn't look like Soundview is a priority to the cops, Tyrell said bitterly. We have our reasons to withhold his name. We're carrying out our investigation, Pizzacca said stiffly. You'd better hurry up, Devine jeered, or else Ax and Kael will do your work for you. Enough, Ax interjected when Pizzacca made to retort. Isaiah needs protection. That video and this attack, it's too coincidental. Santiago might go after him. Why would he do that when you've got a copy of the video and Chang's got it as well? Pizzacca challenged him. Did you read Santiago's file? He silences witnesses. We'll arrange protection, Chung replied quickly. And for you as well. He nodded at Devine and Tyrell. As for you, he glanced at the PI. I don't need it, Ax growled. We don't need it either, Devine snarled. We'll be at the hospital. He won't come there. Man, just who are you? Devine burst out when they resumed their drive to the hospital. Ax chuckled. I'm a private investigator. Really? Tyrell asked skeptically. A PI with an armored SUV? And who shoots like that? Those detectives seem to know you well. Yeah, we have history. The bad kind? They are good cops. There aren't any of those. Ax kept quiet. I haven't lived their lives. Whatever I say won't resonate with them. Devine and Tyrell alighted and inspected his SUV when they arrived at the hospital. Tyrell fingered a bullet that was embedded in the window. It isn't like in the movies, is it? Getting shot at. No. Ax dug the round out with his benchmade and gave it to him. It never is. He held out his fist, but Tyrell hugged him instead, and Devine thumped his back. Ax drove to his apartment, checked the time, and called Kael. His friend answered sleepily on the second ring. Yeah? I need a new ride. Ax broke it down for him. How did Santiago know where you'd be? Kael asked sharply. I don't know. 30. Ax was at his desk when Kael walked into the office the next day. His friend was peering at his screen and bobbed his head absent-mindedly at Kael's greeting. He's checking out Santiago's getaway car. Kael set a pastry he'd picked up from the bakery on Ax's desk and received a brief nod in return. Kael swiveled in his chair, playing with a pencil. Picture of a relaxed PI who didn't seem to have much on his plate. I'm thinking, he told himself, pulled out his phone and sent a message to Louisa. How are you doing? He and Ax had briefed her about Russo's death the previous evening but had left out their suspicions that the PI had been killed by a skilled assassin. Relieved, now that no one is following me, she replied. What about Banks? Behaving as if nothing has happened. Kael put his phone away and pictured the dots in his mind. Russo and Marquez, both dead. Banks and Andreev, who are out there. Is Andreev random guy? He mused aloud. You won't know if you don't find him, Ax responded without looking up from his screen. What kind of partner are you if you don't engage in some thinking out loud? Ax finished his pastry and wiped his fingers with a paper towel. I've got a killer to find. Kael watched him for a few moments. His brow creased. If Ax's idea worked on identifying Santiago, will it work with random guy? He got Werner to estimate the mystery man's height based on his description. I remember his shoulders were about a foot above his chair. Dark hair. Werner returned with 9 names from the club's directory, all male who matched the height and hair color, all of whom were in the club the same night as Banks' companion. One owned a chain of hotels and restaurants, another was a real estate developer, a third was into oil. Kael crossed them out one by getting Werner to check for convergence with Banks. The last man held his attention. Michael Anderson, a Wall Street venture capitalist, goes to the same gym as Banks. Kael studied his photograph. In his 50s, Handsome, divorced, lived in a downtown penthouse. He was reading Werner's file on the investor when the AI alerted him with a message. "He's in the club right now?" Kael exclaimed aloud. He logged into the club's entrance camera feed and saw Anderson had entered the club just half an hour ago. No sign of his leaving. "Gotta check something out." He swung out of his chair, shrugged into his shoulder holster, grabbed his jacket and left the office. He was in his Subaru outside the club 20 minutes later, parked illegally by a fire hydrant, hoping that no traffic cop would move him. None came his way. "I'll pay whatever fine turns up in the office," he figured as a delivery driver nosed behind him and unloaded several crates on the sidewalk. Anderson appeared just when Kael was considering a dash inside a juice store to get a fruit drink. The VC climbed into a sleek BMW and pulled away, heading toward the east side. Kael fired up his ride and followed, keeping a safe distance but never letting Anderson out of his sight. 12th Street and then onto 1st Avenue, heading north. He eyed the map on his navigation system. Both his apartment as well as his office are downtown. Does he have another office on the east side, or is he going to a meeting? The vehicles crossed East 38th Street. A light turned from green to red and Kael cursed when he got stuck behind a cab. He pressed on the gas when the light changed finally. No BMW in sight. He checked out the side streets. No luck. He was looking to take the next street and head back to the office when an icon appeared on his map. Random guy. Kael blinked. A vehicle honked behind him and he sped up. Random guy's phone came on. The device was on 1st Avenue driving northward a block ahead. That's the same direction Anderson went. Is he random guy? He searched the vehicles in front of him. Still no BMW visible. The phone's icon made steady progress, in line with the speed of traffic. His knuckles turned white when random guy's phone disappeared off the screen abruptly just after East 41st Street. He swore. He's turned it off. 40 minutes of driving up the avenue returning, and after checking out 41st he gave up. "Lost him," he said bitterly when he returned to the office. "Lost whom?" Ax asked. Kael glowered at his partner, who looked cool, unruffled, his blue tee hinting at his muscled chest and biceps. "Michael Anderson." He threw himself in his chair, scratched his cheek and laid it out for his friend. "Where exactly did you lose him?" Ax brought up a map of the neighborhood and slanted his screen towards Kael. "Just after 1st and 41st. I didn't see Anderson after I lost him at the light." He watched Ax zoom in to show the names of the establishments on various buildings. He could have gone anywhere. An apartment, a hotel, a restaurant. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. "Maybe Werner can help." Ax got the AI to check street cameras. No results. "United Nations headquarters is right there." Ax tapped the screen with a finger. Nothing bigger than that in that area. "Anderson's a venture capitalist," Kael snorted. "He's not a politician or a diplomat. What would he want with the UN?" "Remember Rob Garcia?" Ax countered. "We helped him out a few years back. He's high up on their security team now. Doesn't hurt to ask. It'll help us cross that building off." Kael shrugged. He dialed Garcia's number disinterestedly and injected enthusiasm in his voice when their former client answered. "Hey Rob, Kael, long time. How are Mandy and the kids?" He listened to the reply, idly doodling on his pad, and when Garcia paused for breath, broke in. "Question. We are working on something. There's a venture capitalist, Michael Anderson. Would you be able to access the visitor logs and see if he entered the UN today?" "Yeah, I'll hold." More doodling. He squinted suspiciously at what he had drawn. A man's sketch. He balled up the sheet and tossed it in the bin. "Yeah, I'm still here." "No?" "Thanks." "Yeah, let's catch up over a drink soon." "Yeah, Ax is fine. Nothing happens to him. Love to Mandy." "Did you hear that?" "He didn't." He trailed off when he saw Ax, alert, narrowed eyes at his screen. He shot up from his seat and looked over his shoulder at a brief clip of a BMW passing through metal gates. Kael sucked his breath sharply when he made out the plates. That's Anderson's ride. Yeah, and that's from the UN's cameras at the gates. Looks like Beth and Megan patched in Werner to just about every prominent building's camera in the city. Why did Rob lie to us? He might not have, Ax pointed out. If Anderson used a different name. Kael traded glances with him. He lunged to his desk and grabbed his phone. He sent a message and dialed Garcia. Check your email, he said tightly when Garcia came online. I sent you a photograph and a car's plates. Who's that man? Wait up, Garcia replied. Kael put the call on speaker. The faint tapping of keys came through. That's Michael Andreev, Garcia said finally. Andreev, you're sure? Yeah, he's a regular here. Why? What's up? What do you mean, regular? Michael Andreev is with the North Korean mission at the UN. Kael's eyes widened. He spun around to Ax, who too was surprised. North Korea? Michael Andreev does not sound like a North Korean name. Heck, looks American, or from a Western country. That's because his father was from our country, but he's a North Korean citizen. Garcia chuckled. His dad was American, one of the very few Western travelers to that country. He fell in love with a nurse there. Andreev was born. Dad died of ill health. The North Korean government realized Andreev's looks would be valuable in diplomatic circles. They sent him stateside for college. He returned to North Korea after that for several years and then was posted here. You know all of this how? Ax interjected. Garcia laughed. Everyone at the UN knows this story. Andreev attracts attention wherever he goes because of the country he represents. He turned serious. What's your interest in him? You asked about Anderson. Nothing for you to get worried about right now, Kael cut in smoothly. This case we are working on. It's still got a lot of loose ends. We need to see how they come together and I'll then loop you in. Is Andreev involved in something I should know of? We don't know. Don't go do something half-assed like asking him. I won't, Garcia promised and hung up. Kael ran his fingers through his hair, spread them helplessly. North Korea, he exclaimed. Anderson matched Russo's description of Andreev. I didn't think of that when I followed him. Looked at Ax, who didn't respond and went to his side to watch his friend bring up a photograph. A tattoo. You remember I said there was ink on Santiago's shoulder? Yeah, Kael said through dry lips at the image on the screen. A tattoo on the arm of a North Korean journalist who had escaped to America. It was a crude drawing of the North Korean peninsula with victory inscribed over it. I remember now. Ax jerked his head. That was the same ink on Santiago's shoulder. 31. Kael shook his head in disbelief at the tattoo. I thought you said Santiago had an American accent. Yeah, Ax replied, unperturbed, his eyes too on his screen. He's been a contract killer for years. He would have picked up many languages and cover identities. Kael straightened and placed his hands on his hips. That wasn't enough. He needed movement to think. He paced the office as his thoughts whirled. North Korea. He shook his head, almost disbelieving the connection they had found. Why is that country involved? He mused aloud. It need not be the country, he argued with himself. Andreev could be a lone operative. No, he corrected himself. Andreev is that country's official. He works at their mission. He sighed, frustrated. The North Korean government has to be involved. Besides, we still don't have a connection between Santiago and Andreev. He huffed in frustration and spun on his heel to see Ax regarding him with a smirk. What? He asked. We need to figure this out. Maybe the North Koreans want to develop their own vaccines or to further their own research. Does that country have research facilities? He frowned. He sighed, realizing he was speculating. Louisa, We need to talk to her. She'll know better. Are you free for dinner with Ax and me? He messaged her. Yes, she replied. There's this fancy downtown restaurant I've been meaning to go to. I'll book a table and send you the deets. Kael brought up Anderson's website and called the number in the contact section. He got an automated voice instructing him to leave a message. He checked out the portfolio companies on the site and called them randomly. Same automated voice. His eyes narrowed when he found many of them were at the same address. It's a cover, Kael muttered to himself. He got Werner to dig into the club's membership records. The AI told him Anderson had joined earlier in the year, a few months before Lumina was sold to Genovita. He crossed his hands behind his head and leaned back in his swivel chair. Did Andrev, posing as Anderson, approach Banks in the gym or at the club? The where doesn't matter, he told himself. He must have made a sizable offer to Banks for the billionaire to consider it, since the Genovita deal must have been firmed up by then. Does Banks know Anderson is Andreev? Kael rocked in his chair. Nope. Ax shook his head. Kael eyed him skeptically. You're so sure because Banks is a predator, a harasser. He's all kinds of bad, but I don't think he would knowingly betray his company to North Korea. Unless the price was right, Kael countered. He's not exactly known for his ethics and morals. Ax thought for a moment and nodded. You might be right. Consider this. If Banks knows Anderson is a North Korean government spy or diplomat or whatever he passes for at the UN, and he still is looking to do business with him. Yeah, Kael rasped. He's a traitor. He messaged Garcia. Can you let me know when Andreev leaves the UN? Garcia called him. Why do you need to know that? I'll be violating all kinds of rules. I'm aware of that. Kael made a face. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. I looked up Michael Anderson. Garcia sounded troubled. That's why he really called. Kael put the call on speaker. Ax is listening in too. Anderson and Andreev are the same person. Just what's going on? Whoa, stop right there, Kael exclaimed. They look alike. They could be doppelgangers. I'll get back to you when I have something actionable. Let us know when Andreev leaves the UN, however. Deal? You'll loop me in? I will. Deal. Garcia sounded relieved. Where does he live? Does he have a family? Kael, Garcia growled. I can't share all that. And hung up. You lied to him, Ax stated. Yeah, I don't want him to confront Andreev. That will alert the North Korean we are onto him. Did you find where Santiago went? No, his friend said frustratedly. The getaway car was a rental. The address he gave is false. He ditched it several blocks away and disappeared after that. Street cameras have no sightings. He's a pro. He's evaded law enforcement so far. He knows how to stay invisible. Ax grunted in agreement. Find where Andreev lives, Kael ordered Werner. The AI spat an address back moments later. He marveled at what the software had done. No, it's Beth and Meg. They have programmed it to look into various databases like the DMV, run facial recognition on the photograph on a driving license, match it to images on various databases. He gave up. The twins had gotten Werner to work, which was what mattered. He glanced at his watch. There's still time for the dinner. Going to check out Andreev's address, he told Ax. Don't get shot. He left the office on that encouraging note. He bought an envelope from a stationery store, scribbled an address on it, and drove to the address. Andreev's building was in a bunch of mid-rises on East 47th Street, with its entrance opening onto the sidewalk. Kael saw a security man behind a desk through the glass door of the entrance. He parked behind a delivery van, jaywalked with the envelope in hand, and put on a smile when he entered the building. Delivery for Mr. Andreev, he said. This kind of building, the guard might know all the residents. I need a signature. He is out. Leave it with me, the man replied in a bored voice, confirming his guess. "Can't do that. I won't get paid if I don't get a signature. Is there anyone in the apartment? His wife, partner, any related person's scrawl will do." "He lives alone. Come back in the evening." That's what I needed. Kael thanked the guard and returned to the office. The restaurant was fancy, close to City Hall, and overlooked Broadway. A thick, wooden door separated the small reception area from the dining room. Darkened glass windows gave the diners privacy from the busy sidewalk, high ceiling from which chandeliers hung. Real marble. Louisa tapped her knuckle on the linen-covered table when they sat across her. Kael took in the bar that ran across the wall opposite him. Servers came through a swing door to its left, carrying trays to the diners. They made small talk while their drinks were served. "Why was Genovita so interested in Lumina?" Kael asked after placing his order. "Doesn't it have its own research capabilities?" "It does in Wuhan, but the drugs we work on, no one else is working on them or is as advanced as us." "Did the North Koreans express any interest?" Louisa choked on her wine. She coughed and wiped her lips. "North Koreans?" She laughed after she had recovered. "Why would they be interested? Nathan wouldn't sell to them in any case." Her laughter died when she noted their expressions. "What did you find out?" she whispered. The kitchen door swung open noisily before she could open. A bunch of masked gunmen entered the dining room and opened fire. 32. "Shooters!" Ax roared. He grabbed the side of the table and threw it sideways as gunfire exploded. He caught Louisa and dragged her behind it. "Lie down on the floor. Curl tight," he told her. Kael dove to the next table, which had been empty a few feet away. He upturned it and covered behind it. A round nicked his jacket, another tugged at his shoe heel, and then he was safe. Each table was circular, 6 feet in diameter, large enough to provide protection to hide behind. He checked on Ax and Louisa. She was moaning softly, her face buried in her elbow, her body shuddering with every burst of fire, but seemed to be unhurt. Ax was tight-lipped, hard-faced, crouching tightly beside her, trying to peer around the table. The stream of bullets ripping through the air was continuous. Screams and shrieks pierced the air, adding to the sound of the relentless gunfire. Glass shattered and windows broke. Kael snatched a brief glance. 4 men to the left of the bar, near the kitchen door, closer to Ax. 2 men to the right of it, at his 11 o'clock. His jaw clenched at the fallen bodies on the floor. Even as he watched, a woman fell, shot in the back, her fingers clawing at the carpet. Several diners turned away from the door where the fleeing crowd had jammed the exit, making it easy for the shooters to fire on. The panicked, shrieking customers lunged towards a hole in a broken window through which they tried to squeeze through. Many of them fell from the onslaught of rounds. Cold fury filled Kael. He wasn't conscious of drawing his Glock. It was there, in his palm, in an instant. He slid an earpiece, which he perpetually carried, into his ear and speed-dialed Ax. 6 of them, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of screams and gunfire. "You got spare magazines?" "Many," Ax replied. "Me too. Tell Louisa to stay down." "I did." "Tell her nothing will happen to her." "Told her that too." Kael rose on his knees and fired a long burst at the 2 shooters at his end. He ducked down instantly and heard Ax fire from behind his table. They attracted returning fire. His table shuddered from the impact of the rounds. Marble chipped at the edges and splattered his face. The killers yelled at one another in a language he didn't recognize. "Is that Korean?" Kael wondered, his mind racing to connect any possible dots. "Kael." Ax's low voice came through his earpiece. Kael glanced at him. "They've dived behind the bar. They have cover there. They just need to keep shooting at our tables, keep us down, and 1 or 2 of them will come over to finish us off." "I'm aware of that," Kael growled. Sweat trickled down his face. Unless... Ax grinned suddenly. A light breeze from the shattered window stirred his hair as he held up a glass bottle of water. I have several of these. Kael got it instantly. Go for it. Ax threw the bottle high in the air, sending it in a high arc towards the bar. Kael tracked it with his Glock from behind his table and shot it. The bottle shattered mid-air, showering shards of glass over the bar. A man shrieked. Kael hoped it was one of the shooters. He shot another bottle that Ax lobbed and watched it burst over the bar. The shooters yelled at one another in anger. They've stopped shooting the diners while they figure out how to deal with Ax and me. He peered cautiously around the table, saw a gunman raise his rifle and shot him with a double tap before ducking back in. One down, he whispered. Ax tossed 3 more bottles. Kael shot 2 of them, missed the third one, but it seemed to crash behind the bar. Kael heard sirens wailing in the distance through the broken window. They're panicking, he guessed when the gunman started shouting urgently. I've got 1 last bottle, Ax told him. Throw it. Kael shot it cleanly. A glass shard crashed into his tabletop. He peered out cautiously and saw one shooter abandon his cover to lunge for the kitchen door. Ax cut him down ruthlessly. 2 down. Ready? They will break any moment before the cops arrive. Yeah. The sirens grew closer. The surviving diners screamed for help. The shooters broke from behind the bar with a yell and a sustained burst aimed at their tables. Kael placed his barrel on the table's edge and opened fire. He didn't need to show himself. He pointed the barrel in the general direction of the kitchen door and varied the angle periodically to catch any crouching gunmen. Louisa screamed. He jerked his head to check on her and saw that she was unhurt. She seemed to be yelling in fright as the shooting increased in volume. Ax was firing in a similar manner, smoothly changing magazines. The shooting died suddenly. Kael jerked his head out, took in the pile of gunmen on the floor near the kitchen door. We got them? Cover me, Alex replied. No, he yelled, but his friend crouch-walked from behind the table. Kael got to his knees, showing only his upper body. His Glock trained unwaveringly on the shooters. Are there 6? He counted only 5 and then remembered he had shot one to the right of the bar. Yes, all accounted for. A shooter moved suddenly from the pile of bodies, his AR-15 swinging up. Hostile, Kael shouted. Ax dove to the side and shot at the gunman. Kael's Glock bucked in his hand as he too fired at the hostile. Ax got to his feet cautiously, and then the windows behind them exploded and cops burst into the restaurant. 33. Stand down, a cop shouted. Kael threw down his Glock while Ax tossed his weapon away and helped Louisa up while more Leos filled the restaurant. She looked at the bodies scattered on the carpet, many of them dead, and buried her face in his chest, sobbing. Kael nudged Ax's arm, and they moved away from the torn-down window to make room for the incoming personnel. The sound of pounding footsteps, shocked voices, and curt commands voices filled the air as officers and EMTs filled the restaurant, their faces etched with shock at the carnage. Outside, Broadway was packed with cruisers, command and emergency medical vehicles. The medical professionals moved with controlled urgency as they tended to the wounded. The restaurant itself was a wreck. The bar riddled with bullet holes, broken glass, and shattered crockery underfoot. Tables upturned, blood on the floor, stray footwear and handbags that the desperate customers had left behind as they attempted to flee. A voice on a bullhorn from outside cut through the noise, ordering onlookers to keep their distance. TV spotlights turned on as their crews came onto the scene to cover the shooting. This is prime time for them, Kael thought bitterly. This is how they get their ratings. His jaw tightened as he surveyed the bodies. Couldn't see much from behind the table, he thought. Ax mirrored his expression, a muscle ticking on his friend's cheek. Kael's gaze followed an EMT who rushed out of the restaurant with a young girl on a gurney, her face pale and tear-streaked, clutching her blood-stained belly. "Break it down for us." Pizzacca entered the restaurant along with Chang. Kael wasn't surprised by their presence. They handle high-profile, highly sensitive cases, and nothing comes higher than this shooting. "Shooters came through the kitchen," he outlined, and opened up. "We got lucky. Those tables protected us. We fired back, thinking if we did nothing they would wipe us out." "Were they targeting anyone?" "Didn't feel like it. They were spraying wherever there were diners. Were there any shooters in the kitchen?" "No." Chang ran a hand through his hair. "I've never seen anything like this in my career." Both Ax and I have, he thought. But those were war zones or hostile regions. This is New York, our hometown. "Any of them alive?" Kael asked a passing medic and nodded at one of the shooters lying motionless on a nearby gurney. "3," the man threw over his shoulder as he hurried out. "Didn't recognize the language they were speaking?" Chang asked. "No. He didn't tell them it might be Korean. He hadn't had the opportunity to verify that with Ax. Gina DiFiore and Peyton Quindica stepped through the window. In dark suits, their faces tight, their eyes sweeping through the restaurant swiftly. Kael nodded at them, got nods in return. Louisa rushed to Gina's side and got a tight hug. "Are you injured?" she asked. Louisa shook her head, trying to hold back her tears. "What about you both?" Gina asked Kael and Ax. "They're good," Pizzacca growled before Kael could answer. "This is our scene." "We aren't here to take it over," Peyton told him coldly. "Louisa is Gina's family. We came to check on her." "Did those shooters have anything on them? Any way to identify them?" Gina asked. Chung shook his head. "They didn't even have phones on them." "How many died?" Ax broke his silence. Pizzacca looked around. 12 diners and 3 servers in the kitchen. Several are in critical condition and may not make it through the night. 34. Later, Kael led Ax, Louisa, Gina, and Peyton to a cafe on Broadway, which wasn't far from the restaurant. He found a corner window and arranged chairs around 2 tables while his friend went to the counter to get them coffees. They settled in. A crowd had gathered around the restaurant beyond the police cordon, answers lost in the cacophony. Cruisers sped by, red and blue lights painting the night. EMT vehicles arrived, sirens wailing. Public transportation had stopped. Everyone at the neighboring tables spoke of nothing else. The TV in the cafe relayed the scene. Pizzacca and Chang visible through the shattered window talking to cops, their faces grim. The journalist reported that 2 civilians had intervened, killing several of the shooters. The NYPD hadn't released their identities. "Small mercies," Kael muttered. "Ax and I would have been chased by the media if our names had been mentioned." He called Olivia, reassured her that both of them were unhurt, told her he would be late and returned his phone to his pocket. "You were so calm," Louisa whispered, hands trembling. "I thought I was going to die." "We did too," Kael admitted. "Our tables weren't close to the door or the broken windows, luckily. We wouldn't have made it out of the restaurant." Many didn't, he thought bleakly, and from her expression knew she had the same thought. "But it didn't feel like it," Louisa insisted. "You both knew what you were doing." Kael shrugged. He and Ax had training and vast experience. The 2 men rarely spoke of their special ops days, of firefights in hostile terrains, often outnumbered with low chances of survival. "How did you know Louisa would be at the restaurant?" he asked Gina, changing the topic. "It was my recommendation," she replied. "I knew she was going tonight." "Why would killers shoot up a restaurant?" Peyton wondered aloud. "Terrorists?" Louisa suggested. Kael shook his head. "Didn't get that feel. No point in mentioning they could be North Koreans. It's guesswork on our part, and Pizzacca and Chang will know soon enough once they question the surviving shooters." Ax nodded in agreement. Kael waggled his fingers at Pizzaka and Chang, who passed on the sidewalk. Chang spotted him, spoke to his partner, and they turned around to the cafe. Ax got 2 chairs and more coffee for the detectives. Pizzaka and Chang entered, faces etched with exhaustion. They sank into the offered seats, gratefully accepting the beverages from Ax. Chang placed his cup on the table. He swallowed. That girl on the gurney, she didn't make it. Kael gripped his hand and held it until the detective's trembling eased. "How do you do this?" Chang whispered. "I know some of your backgrounds. How did you not let what you've been through in the military affect you?" "It changed us," Kael admitted. "But we learned to compartmentalize." "And therapy helps," Ax added. Louisa looked at him strangely, as if not expecting him to mention counseling. "Having a white savior complex helps too, I'm sure," Pizzaka muttered sarcastically. Kael stilled, fighting the urge to lash out. Ax's eyes narrowed and he leaned forward. "No," Kael mouthed at him with a headshake. Even Chang looked surprised at his partner's comment. He opened his mouth, but Peyton beat him to it. "About a year ago," she began, her eyes distant, "a group of veterans decided to go to Afghanistan." Kael watched the way her fingers traced the rim of her cup. Both Ax and he knew the story she was going to recount. Interpreters who'd been left behind, their families who had helped us when we were there, our friends whom we betrayed by leaving them behind. She paused, taking a slow sip of her drink. These veterans didn't tell anyone here what they were planning. It was a 1-week mission, meticulously planned. Transport, false identities, weapons, papers, legally obtained, and jobs lined up for the Afghans when they arrived here. Many of these veterans were well connected to make all of that happen. They landed in Kabul and drove to the village where the interpreters had gathered along with their families. Everything went well until they encountered Taliban shooters on their return. A firefight ensued. They killed the Taliban but had to evacuate quickly. Many were injured and one vet carried another all the way to the flight, nursing him until they landed here. Her gaze shifted toward Pizzaka. "Guess who that first man was?" "Him?" Pizzaka asked skeptically. "Correct. And the second man?" "Hawke?" "Wrong. NYPD Commissioner Bruce Rolando, your boss." Pizzaka looked stunned. Chang, too. "You have a point," the former asked finally. "It's obvious," Chang sighed tiredly. "Some people have the help others gene in them. Kael has it. Ax has it. Looks like our commissioner has it. Many others have it. Don't complicate it by giving them other motives." Pizzaka stared at Kael for a long moment, the cafe's lights reflecting off his shades that he still hadn't removed. "Sorry," he said eventually, inclining his head. Kael shrugged. "It's been a hard day for all of us." "That trick with the bottles, that saved your lives." Chang smiled briefly. "Good shooting. That's how Ax and I used to while away our time with our team when we were in Afghanistan." Kael nodded absently. Peyton smiled mirthlessly at the detectives when they rose to leave. "You like Idaho?" "Never been there," Chang replied, puzzled. "If you repeat what I said, you'll find yourself in some rural town in middle-of-nowhere Idaho for the rest of your police careers." Kael could see Pizzaka wanting to object. Gina cut in before the detective spoke. "Peyton has juice. You don't want to find out how much." Ax broke the ensuing silence when they left. "Hard." He looked at Peyton. "He had it coming," Gina replied savagely. Kael grinned at Peyton. "This story about the veterans, it's just that, right? A story?" "Of course," the FBI SAC said innocently. "It isn't true," Louisa gaped. Gina reached across to Ax, catching his collar and yanking his tee to one side, exposing his left shoulder. She pointed at an ugly scar marring his skin. "It's true," she said flatly. Kael watched Louisa's expression as she stared at Ax and then at him. "Someday, when I'm drunk, I'll tell you the story." Which means never. He doesn't drink. Gina snorted. She gestured at Kael and Ax. "How's it going with whatever these two are helping you with?" Kael shrugged in an "it's your story to tell" manner when Louisa glanced at him. Gina frowned when her cousin finished her briefing. "Corporate espionage is FBI's jurisdiction. Why didn't you come to me, Lou?" Louisa's eyes flicked to the matching rings on Gina and Peyton's fingers. "Because Nathan Banks is very powerful. I know what he thinks of women. I am aware of how he treats them." She took a deep breath. "I don't want him to sabotage your careers." 35! Gina exploded angrily. "Banks won't touch us, Lou. More powerful men have tried to stop us and they haven't succeeded. The FBI director has our backs. You should have come to me." Louisa fidgeted and raised her hands apologetically. She turned back to Kael. "You were talking about North Koreans when the gunmen arrived." "What North Koreans?" Peyton's eyes narrowed. "Michael Anderson," Kael replied. "Nathan Banks' corporate espionage partner. He's a venture capitalist. Problem is, he doesn't exist." He paused for effect. "His real name is Michael Andreev." A police cruiser sped past the cafe, its siren momentarily drowning out Kael's words. He raised his voice to be heard above its wail. "Michael Andreev is a diplomat at the North Korean mission in the United Nations." Peyton narrowed her eyes at him. Her face hardened. "How do you know this?" "Ax and I followed him back to the UN headquarters. We identified him there," Kael replied. "No need for them to know of Rob." "Tell us everything," Gina snarled at him. "No, wait." She looked at Peyton, who nodded as if she read her partner's thoughts. "Let's get Pizzacca and Chang here. They need to hear this." She called the cops, put the phone down, and glared at Kael. "How many laws did you break to get this information?" "I am offended," Kael said innocently. "You know we are the most law-abiding PIs in the city." Gina snorted. She took in Louisa's confused expression. "You aren't the only one who's lost, cuz. Hang on a moment. Kael will explain everything." 20 minutes passed in which Ax refilled their cups. It was long past the cafe's closing time, but the establishment wasn't showing any signs of winding up for the night. Broadway, outside, was teeming with Leos, EMTs, journalists, and onlookers, and the cafe's servers were busy with orders. Pizzacca approached them with Chang hurrying to keep pace. "Sit," Peyton said curtly. "Begin," she shot at Kael, who brought their audience up to speed, from Banks approaching them to their identifying Anderson as the North Korean diplomat. "Corporate espionage and North Korean involvement," Peyton reflected. "We're taking over this case," she stated. She raised her hand before Pizzacca could object. "Hear me out," she insisted. "North Koreans, corporate espionage, that's our jurisdiction. But nothing has changed for you and Chang. You will get seconded to the JTF and still lead the investigation. The case will be under the Joint Task Force, however. There's no downside for both of you, only upside. You get the FBI's resources and reach. I'll get it cleared with Bruce. Clear?" Pizzacca considered her words stiffly. He and Chang traded glances. "You will not interfere in how we handle the case." "No, but you'll have to loop us in regularly. This is big, like White House level big." He nodded stiffly. "Deal." "Those shooters," Ax broke his silence, jerking towards the restaurant. "We think they were North Korean. They were yelling at one another. We don't speak the language, but we've heard enough of it." "Just when were you going to tell us that?" Gina snarled. "I just did," Ax replied impassively. "We aren't sure," Kael cut in quickly before the FBI agent burst out angrily. "A few of the shooters are alive. We figured Pizzacca and Chang would identify them soon enough." "Then there's Diego Santiago. He's North Korean as well." Ax described the assassin's tattoo. Back up. Gina's face scrunched as she placed the name. Santiago is that contract killer who was involved in the Soundview shooting? Kael nodded. Yeah. She exhaled, ran her fingers through her hair, made to speak when Pizzaka growled. Anything else you're keeping from us? No. Kael raised his hands. Why would banks want to hire you? To keep track of how much we know and find out what Louisa told us. That's our guess. Why did Marquez and his gang attack Ax? We haven't worked that one out, but it's possible Banks mentioned Louisa's meeting with us to Andrave, and he or Santiago hired Marquez to follow me and Ax. Maybe they wanted to plant a listening device on him. Chung rubbed his hand over his face wearily. If those killers are North Korean, they were after you both? Strong possibility. We'll get a better picture once you interrogate the survivors. Or, Ax added, they could be targeting Louisa. Louisa jerked in shock, her coffee cup clattering to the table as a dark stain spread across the white linen. Me? She whispered, her voice trembling. They were after me. We don't know that, Gina said quickly. We don't even know they're North Koreans. Kael is speculating. He and Ax could be wrong. Pizzaka and Chang will find out. Louisa bit her lip. Why would they shoot everyone if they were after me or Kael and Ax? Scorched earth, Ax replied. If they had gotten away cleanly, we wouldn't know who their real target was. NYPD, he nodded at Pizzaka and Chang, would have treated it either as a terrorist incident or some kind of gang warfare. The lawyer shuddered. She licked her lips and smiled weakly when Gina squeezed her forearm. Chang studied Ax. You have some experience with such killers? Yes, Ax replied flatly. Kael turned to Louisa. You shouldn't be alone right now. You can stay with Olivia and me. No, Gina said firmly. Louisa will be staying with Peyton and me. We'll arrange protection for her. You, she glanced at Kael, need to get Olivia somewhere safe, or we can put her in a safe house. Our apartment is more secure than any safe house you have. Besides, only an earthquake will get her to leave. Ax and I have had this conversation with her. You, she directed at the NYPD detectives, take it forward. You both, she regarded Kael and Ax, stay out of it from here on. She got up and guided her cousin out of the cafe with Peyton abreast of her. Red and white flashing lights played on her face when she turned to Kael. Something's bothering me. I know, he responded. How did the killers know where we would be? 36. Kael called Chang in the morning. His lips tightened when the detective finished. More dead? Ax guessed. Yeah, he said bitterly. Last time I checked the news, 15 diners and 4 staff and died. One more diner and server didn't make it. Ax didn't reply. There was nothing to be said. As Kael looked out of the window at the neighboring buildings appearing like jagged teeth against the sky. It wasn't even midday, but he was already on his 3rd cup of coffee. Any ideas on how Santiago or the killers knew where we were? He shook his head at his partner's words. I didn't give it much thought. He trailed off. Our cars. Ax was out of his seat instantly. Kael followed him out of the office to the basement parking lot, fluorescent lights illuminating the rows of vehicles in their bays. They swept Ax's SUV and then his Subaru with detectors in their vehicles. The gadgets had the latest generation of software that could identify a wide range of listening devices, from commercial ones to sophisticated devices used by Mossad and the Chinese. Nothing. Maybe they followed us, Kael suggested when they returned to the office. Neither of us is new at this. Ax shook his head. Counter-surveillance is standard for us. We always check for tails. Then how? Beats me. Ax shrugged. Santiago at Soundview. That could have been coincidence. Those North Korean killers need not be linked to him or Andreev. They were there to make some kind of statement kill. You really believe that? Kael asked. No, Ax sighed. Kael went to the coffee machine to occupy himself. He poured the hot beverage into 2 cups and handed one to Ax. He sank into his chair and took a slow sip and got Werner to check on the JTF's investigation. No progress, the AI told him. It was hooked into every law enforcement agency's system. Kael was sure Beth and Megan had hacked into some of those organizations, but their methods didn't matter to him. He wasn't surprised at the lack of progress. We briefed them only in the night. They'll have a process to follow. They can't move as fast as we do. He checked for messages from Garcia. There was one. Andreev didn't leave the UN last night. He's still here. He showed it to Ax, who frowned. Is he getting ready to bolt? No. Kael dismissed the idea. If he wanted to leave, he would have already gone. Pizzaka and Chang might move slow, but the first thing they would have done is put an alert at all airports for him and Banks. Chang didn't mention anything to me. No, he must be caught up in some UN work. He rocked in his chair as his gaze settled on Banks's visiting card. He picked it up idly, fingering its cool metal surface. He leaned forward abruptly, his coffee sloshing onto his wrist. He ignored the burn, his attention fixed on the card. He put his cup down and grabbed a sheet of paper. "Don't talk," he scribbled and showed it to Ax. His friend, who had been watching curiously, nodded. "Where's the business card Banks gave you?" Kael wrote. "In my wallet," Ax responded similarly. "Leave your wallet here." Kael gestured towards the door. "What's up?" Ax asked, once they were far down the hallway outside their office. "Those cards. What if they're listening? They are bugs? Only one way to find out." Kael made small talk about the previous night's shooting as he went to a cabinet in the kitchen and extracted a detector. He turned down its volume and ran it over his card. The light glowed green. Ax, face set hard, handed him his card. Same result. "Banks was spying on us," Ax growled when they stepped outside again. "He planted the cards on us when Marquez and his friends failed to plant a bug on me." "Looks like it. He must have wanted to hire us too," Kael mused. "But yeah, he was listening. Was it him or Andreev who acted on what he heard?" "What are you thinking?" he asked Ax when his friend didn't respond. "Pizzaka and Chang, Gina and Peyton. They can handle Banks and Andreev." Ax stood easily in the corridor, his arms loose and ready by his side. Kael knew firsthand how quickly his friend could turn from relaxed to combat. "Santiago," his friend continued. "He shot Trayvon. He's ours. No arguments from me. How do we find him?" "We get him to come to us." 37. "Bad news," Kael told Ax after they re-entered their office. "Louisa doesn't need us anymore. She doesn't want us to pursue the investigation." Ax played along. "Huh? What about our fees?" "She said she's strapped right now. She's asked us to give her time." Ax cursed. "Our previous client hasn't paid either. We don't have any other active cases." "Unless..." Kael picked up the platinum card. "We take on Banks." "Call him. We have nothing to lose." Kael dialed the number. It rang several times before Banks picked it up. "This is a surprise," the billionaire greeted him. "I wasn't expecting your call." "We have thought about your offer." Kael made himself sound contrite. "We'd be happy to help you." Banks went quiet for several moments before chuckling. "And that's not what I was expecting either. What made you change your mind?" "Perhaps we can meet today?" "My calendar gets booked months in advance," the CEO said amusedly. Kael grimaced. "Yeah, I know. You are not the only billionaire we have worked with. But I have had a last-minute cancellation. Can you be at my club at 7 p.m.? Kael fist-pumped. "Yeah, I'll be there." "You know what to do," he scrawled on the sheet and showed it to his friend. Ax nodded. Kael strode into the club at 7 p.m. The receptionist didn't stop him. She checked his name against a list and nodded towards the dining room's door. Manager Dude was there. He eyed Kael as he entered the room and followed his progress but didn't block him. Banks was at a table by the floor-to-ceiling darkened window that overlooked a leafy interior courtyard in the building. Had any problem getting in? Banks didn't rise and lazily shook Kael's hands. Billionaires had to show their power moves. No, he replied shortly. He seems to know about my previous times at the club. Kael put the thought out of his mind. Why did you change your mind? Banks asked when they had been served. Money, Kael replied blandly. We need to pay our bills. If we get dirt on your blackmailers, I'm sure you'll refer us to your network. What about Louisa? She won't be a problem? None of our clients pose a conflict of interest, Kael replied. I appreciate your commitment to client confidentiality, even now. Banks steepled his fingers. But what if I don't need your services anymore? Has your blackmailer stopped contacting you? Perhaps I've dealt with him in a different way, Banks said casually. You have dealt with Anderson? Banks looked puzzled. Who? Ax and I looked into your mystery blackmailer, Michael Anderson, venture capitalist. Funny that he doesn't exist. Is that because he goes by another name and isn't blackmailing you at all? You willingly gave Lumina's intellectual property to him while you were selling your company to Genovita. The feds would be very interested in talking to you. Are you threatening me? Banks asked sharply. How much do you know of him? Kael continued. You know he's actually Michael Andreev, a North Korean diplomat. The CEO's lips parted. He looked shocked. This conversation is over, he raged after regaining control. I don't know what games you are playing. Forget about having me as a client. You'll be lucky if I don't sue you. Did you know Louisa was at that restaurant yesterday? Did Andreev tell you he was going to send his killers there? Yeah, the cops haven't mentioned it yet, but those gunmen were North Korean. Banks's eyes widened. The color drained from his face. His lips moved, but no words came out. I don't know what you're talking about, he said hoarsely finally. Those business cards you gave us, that was smart of you. We found they were listening devices only today. Great tech in them. Did Andreev give them to you to plant on us? I'm leaving. Banks rose to leave. The fire alarm sound, a piercing blare that cut through the soft conversation in the club. The lights went out an instant later. Ax is here, Kael thought. Several members got to their feet. They yelled questions and a crowd began to form at the exit. Manager Dude shouted above their commotion. We have an emergency. Please leave the club. Do not panic. There is enough time for everyone to get out safely. His words didn't help. The members panicked. Kael shoved Banks back to his chair when the CEO started rising. We aren't going anywhere. Let me go. The billionaire struggled against his firm grip. Didn't you hear what the manager said? That's it. My lawyers are going to... He's coming for you. Who's coming? Santiago, Andreev's killer. I don't know who that is, Banks said desperately, trying to free himself from Kael's hands on his shoulders. He's here to kill you. It looks like you have outlived your usefulness to Andreev. Or were you the shot caller? Kill me? An assassin is here? Banks looked behind him wildly as the last of the members left the dining room and the panicked yells faded. His face was wet from perspiration in the gloom of the night. The smell of smoke came to them. Yeah, he'll kill you the way those shooters killed the diners yesterday, ruthlessly. Let me go. What do you want from me? He shouted. Who is Andreev? Who were those gunmen at the restaurant? Why do the North Koreans want Lumina's research? I don't know anything about that, Banks half sobbed. He tried to bite the hands at his shoulder and fell back when Kael slapped him. I didn't know he was North Korean. He said he was a VC. I checked him out. How did you do that? He provided me with references. I spoke to the CEOs of his companies. All of which could be faked. Didn't you notice that many of his portfolio companies occupy the same building? That didn't raise any red flags for you?" The smell of smoke grew stronger. "What was in it for you?" Kael asked when Banks moaned in despair. $1 billion in cash. Aren't you a billionaire after selling to Genovita?" "I didn't get all of it in one go. There are revenue targets to be met. I have to stay on for some time. Anderson paid me $300 million in advance and promised to pay the rest when I sent him all the research in our current pipeline," Banks cried. "I thought he was American. I don't know anything about the killers, I swear. Let's get out of here." "There's no hurry," Kael chuckled. "Why don't you start at the beginning?" "What about that killer?" Banks cried. "Him?" Kael grinned. "He won't be a threat for long. 38. Ax had gotten Werner to dig out the club's layout. The reception area, a main dining room, several private meeting rooms, a games room, the kitchen, the store, and a rear entrance for deliveries. He had studied the plan for long moments while he worked out his tactics and then had set out to the club after Kael left. He was in a pair of blue coveralls bearing the logo of a delivery company, with each pocket stuffed with his gear. Werner had created a fake identity for him, which enabled him to hire the rental van that he drove to the narrow alley behind the club's building. He parked it, unloaded a crate, and wheeled it to the club's service entrance. He pressed the buzzer, and when a chef opened it, thrust a form at him. "Beer crate." The chef read it, frowning. "Who ordered this? We don't stock this brand." "Nothing to do with me." Ax shrugged. "Take it up with my manager if the order is wrong. Numbers on that form." The chef brought out his phone and spoke into it. He nodded distractedly when Ax requested to visit the bathroom. Ax went through the busy kitchen, scanning it swiftly, peeked through the open store, and hurried down the hallway. He looked behind him. The chef was still on his phone. Servers were hurrying past him. No one paid him any attention. Ax hustled to the maintenance room, which was the second door to his left. Empty except for a rack of shelves on which was various equipment. A battery bank against the wall. He inspected it and checked out the main switchboard. "Which way is the bathroom?" he asked a server when he came out into the hallway. "Next door." He thanked the man and checked out the ceiling as he walked. He spotted 2 smoke detectors. He brought out a pen-like device from his pocket, palmed it casually, and triggered it at the first sensor. The device shot out high-intensity infrared waves as well as a laser beam. The latter was for targeting while the former generated heat on its target. It didn't work the first time. He stopped and pretended to make a call while he kept the beam focused on the sensor and hoped no passing server looked up. The alarm shrieked through the club. Ax hurried to the bathroom. "Leave," he told the staff member who was washing his hands at the sink. "There's a fire in the club." He checked the stalls were empty, tossed several smoke bombs in them, and left. He darted into the maintenance room, turned off the main switch, powered off the battery to stop the emergency lights from coming on, and raced to the kitchen by feeling the hallway wall with his fingers. Confused and panicked shouts greeted him when he entered. "Fire!" he yelled above the commotion. "It's in the bathroom. It's out of control. Are you all deaf? Can't you hear the alarm?" "The security team will deal with it," the chef replied, his face glowing from a nearby stove's flames. "The building is on fire," Ax roared at him. "Smoke is coming out of the bathroom." A suit rushed in with a flashlight, coughing and wiping tears from his eyes. "Turn off the stoves. We have to evacuate. Leave through the service door," he shouted. "The fire is out of control. We can't enter the bathroom." Ax watched the staff rush to the exit. "What are you waiting for?" the suit asked him. This must be Manager Dude that Kael mentioned. "Go to the dining room and the meeting rooms," Ax shouted at him. "Get the members and the front office staff to leave. Do you want a lawsuit on your hands?" Manager Dude looked around wildly for a moment, spun on his heel and sprinted down the hallway, which was thick with smoke. Ax followed him after a while, covered his face with his elbow to travel past the smoke, and hung back when he heard the man shout instructions to the members. The dining room's door burst open and a stream of patrons ran out to the reception area. He crouched low on the floor when the suit returned after a while. The man went to reception, hustled out the last employee, and exited the club. Ax removed his coveralls, revealing the dark combat vest, shoulder holster, and cargo pants beneath. He transferred his gear, smoke bombs, stun grenades, and spare magazines to its pockets, and strapped a Benchmade to his thigh. He hadn't brought night vision goggles. They hampered his peripheral vision. Ax was known for his dark adaptation during his special ops days. His vision's ability to adjust quickly to the dark and see better than many of his peers. It was why he had led night ops. He checked his phone, at the live feed on it from the drone that he had launched outside the building before driving his van into the alley. It showed members fleeing and Manager Dude and his staff hurrying to cabs on Fifth Avenue. He confirmed that Werner had fired several automated messages to the emergency services to cancel the fire reports from Manager Dude and other members. He checked the reception area was empty and entered the dining room. He let his eyesight to adapt to the darkness and sidled along the edge until he came to the wall opposite the floor-to-ceiling windows. He heard Banks shouting and Kael talking to him. He saw their silhouettes. Every other chair was empty. Ax checked his phone again. He frowned when its screen didn't light up. He toggled the power button. No response. Kael and his phones had extra-long batteries. They kept their devices fully charged. No, this isn't a battery problem. Santiago is here. He's killed it. He must have fired an EMP gun to blow out all electronics. He waited motionless, going deep within himself, using all his senses like a radar to warn him of danger. There was no warning, no shout, no whisper. He felt the breath of air against his cheek and instinctively dropped to the floor. Something swished through the darkness where he had been standing, and Santiago suddenly came into view, a dark shadow moving, his arm outstretched. A knife! Ax saw its gleam in the darkness. How did he get here? He rolled away from the assassin's stamping foot. He heard the blade drop on the carpet. A pop sounded. Silence gun. Ax dove at the killer's feet as more rounds slammed into the floor. The momentum carried them both into a table, which shattered beneath their combined weight. It broke. Cutlery and crockery fell to the floor. Ax drove his fist into Santiago's groin. The assassin's breath caught, his body jerked. Banks shouted in the distance, his yell cutting off abruptly. Ax didn't worry about the CEO. Kael will handle him. He felt another round burn the air, and then he was headbutting the killer and getting punched in return. Ax felt the shock of the blow to his toes. His hand flashed to his Glock. He drew it out and dropped it when Santiago slashed at his wrist with his barrel. The assassin's teeth glinted in the darkness. The sneer fueled Ax. He caught the killer's collar and waist and, using his hips and heels for leverage, flung him bodily against a chair. Santiago bounced off its cushion, apparently unhurt, and dove to the carpet. He's going for his gun. Ax lunged away, his hand searching the carpet desperately for his Glock. Found it. Grasped it. Was propping himself on his right shoulder when a flashlight's beam blinded him. "Who's there?" a voice sounded. "The suit." Ax rolled away instantly into the darkness. He gasped when something punched his chest. He sucked his breath in harshly and heard Kael's shout and his friend's Glock roar. He felt something dark approach him and tried to duck away but couldn't, and darkness filled him. 39. "Drop to the floor!" Kael roared at Manager Dude. "You!" he snarled at Banks. "Stay here or you'll be dead." Manager Dude followed his order. He hugged the carpet, his flashlight rolling onto the floor, still lighting up the dining room where Ax had fallen. Kael's Glock appeared in his hand. He saw Santiago, dressed entirely in black, lunging away. He triggered at the killer rapidly, cursing when the assassin ducked and weaved through the furniture and raced out of the dining room. He crouch-sprinted cautiously out of the dining room and saw the killer run out of the front entrance, down the building's hallway, and onto Fifth Avenue. He pursued the man and stopped short when the assassin dived into a waiting car which sped off. His jaw tightened at Santiago's mocking face from the window as he noted the vehicle's license plate. It'll be fake. They'll ditch the car somewhere and get new wheels. Ax! Kael hurried back into the dining room, forcing himself to stay calm. Nothing happens to Ax, he told himself. He's indestructible. Get more flashlights. He picked up the fallen one and barked at Manager Dude. He pointed with it in Banks' direction. Don't let him leave. He didn't wait for the man's response and crouched over his friend. How bad is it? He asked, as Ax propped himself up on an elbow. Tear in his jacket. That must be from Santiago's bullet. No blood. He felt it with his fingers and sagged in relief when he came across the round. Your armor stopped it. Feels like a mule kicked me, Ax groaned. I blacked out for a few seconds. Santiago threw a chair at you after he shot you, Kael explained. You didn't duck in time. I didn't see it coming. He got away. Yeah, Kael said bitterly. He had a getaway vehicle. How did Santiago enter the club? I thought we had the exits covered. We had, Ax growled. And then he fried our drone. He must have used some kind of EMP. I left the rear door and the main one unlocked to sucker him in. He must have gotten in through one of those entrances. He's good, Ax continued softly. Very good. I didn't sense him until he was close. Why did he come after you? Banks was making enough noise. He could have shot me and him. He knew I would be around. He would have taken me out first and then come for both of you. Kael helped him rise, sized him up again, and checked his phone. It was dead. EMP, Ax began. Yeah, he yelled at Manager Dude. Is your phone working? Yes, the man replied. Call the cops. He looked up when Banks approached them. Return to your seat. That killer was after you, the CEO demanded. Yeah, but he would have killed you too, Kael bit out savagely. You harassed me. You put my life in danger. When my lawyers are done with you, you both will be bankrupt and facing jail time. If I were your lawyer, Ax grinned, I'd worry about getting paid. Cops burst into the dining room before Banks could retort. Kael and Ax rose unthreateningly at their arrival and dropped their Glocks to the floor. The manager had procured several portable lights that seemed to have escaped the EMP blast. The dining room was well lit when Pizzacca and Chong arrived. The former removed his shades and looked around at the destruction in the room. What's with dining rooms and you two? He asked. Tell us, Chang sighed. Kael broke it down for them quickly. He smothered a grin at the detective's incredulous expressions. Let me get this right, Pizzacca said tightly. You evacuated the club, created a fake fire, and set yourself up as a target to catch Santiago. That sums it up. How did you know Santiago would come? Kael scoffed. You have read his file. Santiago is predictable. He believes in old-fashioned revenge. He does not like failure. He wants both of us. We guessed Andreev would tell him about my meeting with Banks. That was enough for the assassin. Get the patrol cops to check out security cameras in nearby buildings. They might have captured Santiago coming here, either from the front or the back. You risked several. We didn't risk anyone but ourselves, Ax cut in harshly. Every employee had left the building. That dude, he bobbed his head at the manager contemptuously. If it hadn't been for him, we would have got Santiago. Why didn't you tell us about those business cards? We found out about them only today. Banks said Andreev gave them to him to plant on us. That's how the North Korean knew where we would be yesterday, in the restaurant. He or Santiago sent those shooters to the restaurant. What would you have done even if you had known about them? Ax challenged the detective. Are you any closer to finding where Santiago holes up when he's not killing people? What about yesterday's gunmen? Did you get anything from them? And what about Banks and Andreev? Where are you with them and those shooters who slammed into Ax's ride? Kael applied more pressure, speaking as if the CEO wasn't listening in. Andreev has been arrested, Pizzacca replied stiffly. We are investigating. Detectives, Banks interrupted. I don't know what these two have told you about me. Stryker met me under false pretenses. Save it, Kael told him. He waved his phone. Your confession is on here. You don't have anything, the CEO sneered. I heard both of you. Your phone is destroyed. My phone saves every recording automatically to the cloud. Kael shook his head pityingly. Hire the best lawyers you can. You'll need them. He drifted away and forwarded the recording to Chang. He watched the detectives talk to the manager, who led them to the kitchen. Why didn't Andreev flee? Ax joined him. He would have heard that the killers at the restaurant were killed or captured. I've been thinking about that. Kael rubbed his jaw. Where would he go? He'd be arrested in North Korea for getting found out. That country's dictator does not tolerate failure. Maybe he would even be killed if he returned. Here he'll face prison, but he'll still be alive. No, getting arrested is the best option for him. Let's get out. We're done here. I'll drive your SUV. I'll collect my car later. He held out his hand for the keys and frowned when Ax didn't hand them over. You are in no position to drive. I am not injured, his friend protested. Give. Kael took the key and chuckled when he got behind the wheel. What? Remember what we discussed in the office about not having any clients? Uh-huh. It's true. We're through here. No other clients waiting. I fired a message to Louisa that it's over. We'll brief her tomorrow. Santiago is still out there. Yeah, but he'll come after us. She'll be safe as long as she's with Gina and Peyton. We would have had him if Manager Dude hadn't interfered. Who? Manager Dude. Kael grinned. The suit. I never got his name. Fits him. Don't go home directly, Ax told him after a while. Why? What's up? Ax watched the rearview mirror and then replied after a moment, We have company. 40. How many vehicles? Kael searched the rearview mirror but saw only a line of lights from the vehicles behind them. 1. A sedan. Black or blue. Can't tell for sure. It pulled out when we did. 2 vehicles behind. Kael hung a left at 10th Street and watched the mirror. He grunted when he saw the pair of headlights follow them. He kept going, taking sudden turns and going into narrow alleys heading downtown. The car stayed on their tail. They aren't being subtle. No, Ax agreed. Neither were the shooters at the restaurant. Is it Santiago? No. He's subtle, and he's a lone operator. I don't think he would risk following us this quickly after escaping from the club. No, these must be his men, or could be just about anyone else. We have enough enemies. I checked the cameras outside your apartment. Nothing suspicious. Olivia's safe. Kael nodded absently as he continued driving towards the financial district. 10 p.m., the city still buzzing with traffic. What's on at Havit's, he asked, referring to the conference and events center on the Hudson River. Nothing tonight, Ax confirmed after bringing up the venue's website on his phone. Good location. There won't be any civilians this time of the night. It has wide parking spaces as well. Remember that case for which we faked up access cards to Havit's? Ax rummaged in the glove compartment and held them up. I'm guessing they'll still work. They will. There's no expiry date for those cards. We'll get inside the parking lot and ambush them. Uh-huh. Kael glanced at him. You got another idea? Why don't we report them to Chang? Kael's eyebrow rose. Axton Hawke playing it safe? Banks and Andreeve are arrested. That's not Santiago behind us, I'm sure of that. There's no need for us to go hard." Kael shook his head. "Never thought I would see the day when you took the softer option." He punched Chang's number on the central console. "We're being tailed," he told the detective, and brought him up to speed quickly. "Havitz? Hold up a minute." The detective broke away and came back moments later. "Keep going to the venue. Do not engage with them. Repeat, do not—" "We heard you the first time," Kael grinned. "You'll mobilize a special operations team." "We'll have someone there," the detective replied and hung up. Ax reached behind them, searched, and came back with an HK. He checked its magazine and slapped it back in. "I thought we were playing it safe," Kael exclaimed. "We are, until they don't." Kael meandered through downtown Manhattan, giving enough time for the NYPD's team to get in place. After half an hour, he stamped on the gas, the SUV responding easily to his foot. It surged through parting traffic. The sedan kept pace. Havitz Center came into view, blocks of glass dominating the skyline with glimpses of the river behind it. Kael approached the barrier to the convention center's basement parking lot and placed his access card against the reader. The barrier swung up. He drove down a ramp and into the brightly lit parking area with marked bays. No other vehicles. No signs of the cops. "I hope Chang's here," he murmured. Ax held up his HK in response. The sedan barreled into view, its hood buckled, a side mirror broken and swaying. They broke through the barrier, Kael thought as he drove behind a pillar to offer some cover from the rifles that were showing through the pursuing vehicle's windows. It raced towards them. A round struck his door. "Don't shoot," Kael warned. "Let's wait for the cavalry." He yanked the wheel hard to get away from the firing. He saw the driver's snarling face momentarily and counted 4 more shooters, and then their SUV was racing away. He searched the cavernous lot quickly as he navigated their ride between concrete pillars, feeling the vehicle shudder from the hail of bullets, and then the sound of firing grew in volume as the exit doors burst open. An armored sniper shot at the attacking vehicle and blew out its tires. "NYPD!" A voice roared on a bullhorn. "Drop your weapons. You are surrounded." Kael stopped his SUV and glanced behind. Several armed officers had come up and were taking shelter behind pillars, had trained their weapons on the sedan. Surely they aren't stupid enough to shoot it out? He grimaced. The attackers weren't. They threw out their rifles and climbed out with their hands raised. "Face the vehicle! Hands on the roof!" Officers handcuffed the shooter swiftly, and it was only then that Chang and Pitsaka emerged through a fire exit door. "You took your time," Kael accused him. Chang grinned. "You were worried?" "Worried for them." Ax cocked his head at the shooters. 41. "Who are they?" Kael asked Chang when the detective and his partner returned after questioning the shooters. "North Korean. That's all they said and then clammed up. They are claiming diplomatic immunity." "On what basis?" "Because they carry guns," the detective scoffed. "They are lying. We'll cross-check with their UN mission, but I am sure they won't be able to claim that, and in any case, we caught them in the middle of shooting you up." Kael watched the driver, who was glowering at them. The man made a gun with his fingers, cocked his thumb, and fired it. Why are they so confident? They don't seem to be upset about being arrested. They came out openly firing at us and made no attempt to hide. He looked at Ax sharply. "Are they the same hitters who shot at you when you were driving Divine and Tyrell?" "Can't tell. He was Chinese-looking. I saw only one of those men, and he isn't in this group. I shot at his face." Ax shrugged. "He might not be around anymore." "If you killed him, that might explain why they are so determined to get us." "Possible. We'll find out more about them once we question them." Pitsaka gestured at the cops to lead the men away to a waiting van. "They spoke English?" only to identify which country they were from. "How did they get here so quickly?" Ax asked, watching the special operations team depart, leaving the cops and detectives on the scene. "Luck," Chong smiled. "They were on the river carrying out drills." "Santiago's car?" Kyle inspected the damage to their SUV. "We just got it cleaned up," he thought, after those shooters attacked Ax, Divine, and Tyrell. "What do you think we are, magicians?" Pizzaka snapped. "It's been less than 2 hours since he escaped from the club." 2 hours is long enough," Ax snorted. "Seems like we've got to do your job for you." "Hey!" Chong raised a hand when Pizzaka's face darkened. "Enough. No sniping. We found his car abandoned a few blocks away." Kael nodded. "Just as I suspected. Any witnesses?" "No. We are scrubbing nearby camera feeds, but he's a pro." "He's a ghost. That's why he's never been captured. Are we done here?" "You can go," Pizzaka said coldly. Kael took another long route as he drove back. Wall Street and to the east side, both he and Ax scanning the mirrors. He was confident they didn't have any pursuers when Ax pointed to the side mirror. "We have one more tail, 42. Jasmine Yeoh was happy. She was on her third date with a man whom she found funny, easy to talk to, who didn't seem to have many hang-ups and treated her with respect. "Slow down, girl," she admonished herself. "It's only the third date." But yeah, he ticks many boxes so far. They had been to dinner at a Hudson Yards restaurant and had walked the neighborhood before heading towards the subway. They were on the sidewalk near the High Line, an under-construction building ahead of them, an open car park to their left. Their elbows were looped. She was laughing at his wry comment. The evening was balmy, and it was as if it was just the two of them in the city. And then they weren't alone. The SUV raced down the street and flashed past them. Jasmine stopped laughing. "Wait!" She clutched Daniel Zhang's arm. "I know that vehicle." Its taillights disappeared when it turned into the parking lot. "Who is it?" he asked, mimicking her whisper. "Axton Hawke. He's a client at my forensic lab. I have a crush on him," she said deliberately to see how he would take it. "Crush, huh?" Daniel grinned. "Should I be worried?" Another tick. Daniel Zhang wasn't an insecure dude. "Nope." She smiled and tugged his arm. "Come on, let's see what he's up to here." Much was later she would look back at the memory and wonder if the couple of glasses of wine she'd had for dinner had made her suggest that. Then, in the moment, with her date beside her and feeling high, happy and carefree, she had nothing more in her mind than checking up on Hawke. "You sure?" Daniel asked. "Yeah." She hurried to the parking lot and peered around its open entrance. A couple of dumpsters at her end and one at the other side of the entrance. The parking lot was nothing more than a wide-open space of ground that was for the construction company's vehicles. At the far end were concrete bags, mixing equipment, a crane, and several steel girders. There was just enough illumination from the surrounding buildings to make out the scene. Jasmine crouched behind the nearest dumpster, ensuring she was in the shadows and not visible from the street. Daniel joined her. They watched the SUV loop a circle, and when it was coming to the entrance, it happened. The passenger door opened. A lean figure dove out, rolling smoothly on the ground, and raced to the dumpster opposite them. "What's he doing?" Daniel whispered. Jasmine shushed him and squeezed his forearm tight. "That's Hawke. Stryker must be the driver." "What does he do?" A sedan raced inside before she could reply, its tires throwing gravel behind it. She saw the shine of light on its hood and several figures inside. It sped towards the circling SUV, which seemed to ignore the approaching vehicle. "Are those—" Daniel gasped hoarsely as the car's windows rolled down and several barrels thrust out. "Yeah, rifles," Jasmine forced through her suddenly dry lips. The SUV turned to face the speeding car, which was less than 100 yards away. Its headlights bathed the sedan. Jasmine heard pops. Gunfire, she thought wildly, ducking low but unable to tear her eyes away from the scene. And then Hawke acted. She knew it was him. Her lab had a small range attached to it, and she was familiar enough with weapons to recognize the bark of a Glock. Hawke triggered a long burst that blew out the car's tires and made it swerve. The shooters at its windows ducked down from his barrage. "Throw out your rifles," he commanded. "Jasmine, let's get out of here," Daniel whispered in her ear. "Can't," she breathed, her heart pounding. "If we move, he might think we are hostile." "Now!" Hawke thundered and shot another fusillade which stopped the car. Rifles fell to the ground. "Come out. Face the entrance. Hands high in the air." 3 men got out. A 4th man came from the driver's side. "I won't say it again." Hawke's voice was unyielding, relentless. The sedan was to Jasmine's 1 o'clock. She could see its trunk. She saw the 5th man climb out from the rear door on the driver's side and hide behind the trunk. She couldn't see Hawke, but knew he was behind the dumpster to their right. She knew instantly what the shooter was planning. She wasn't sure if he could see Hawke, but she was Jasmine Yeoh, who had a crush on Axton Hawke, and she screamed a warning, "Hostile!" The shooter triggered. Hawke's Glock roared. The shooter seemed to jerk. He fell and Hawke emerged, throwing a swift glance in their direction, going towards the sedan, crouching low, moving fast, his moves reminding her again of a panther, and then Stryker emerged from the SUV and covered the shooters from the rear. "Let's go now." Jasmine caught Daniel's arm and dragged him out of the parking lot, and they sprinted down the sidewalk into the subway. "Shouldn't we have called the cops?" Daniel panted once they were on the train. Jasmine panted. She looked around in the crowded carriage and wondered if she had really seen what they had witnessed. And then she remembered Hawke's face, grim, savage, and she shivered. No, Hawke will deal with it. 43. Kael checked the gunman as had shot. Dead. His friend's double tap had caught him high on the chest, sending him spinning around, dropping him to the ground near the rear wheel. Kael kicked the man's AR-15 away, went around the sedan, and swiftly zip-tied the surviving shooters. Ax returned from the sidewalk where he had gone to check on the woman who had yelled the warning. "She's gone," his friend said. "What is it?" Her voice. "I think that was Jasmine Yeoh from the forensic lab. She was hiding behind those dumpsters." Ax cocked his head towards the entrance. "Jasmine?" Kael frowned. What was she doing here? Ax shrugged. It wasn't important. They could ask her later. "Did you question them?" "Not yet." Kael searched the glowering men and brought out their phones. He placed them on the sedan's roof and asked them in English, "Who are you?" No reply. He tried Mandarin and got the same result. "Mandarin!" Ax snorted. "Not all Asian men are Chinese." "Some of them speak the language," Kael defended himself. "Let me try," Ax suggested, and shot one of the men in the thigh. He howled in agony and sagged against the car, jerking and twitching. "Who are you? Why are you after us?" Ax asked in English. The shooter lifted his head and spat on the ground through his moans. "Wait!" Kael stopped his partner when Ax made a threatening move. "North Korean?" He guessed when they had drifted out of their prisoner's hearing. "They have similar tattoos to the ones at Havit's," Ax growled. "If you let me interrogate them—" "No. Let Pizzaka and Chang do some work." Sirens cut through the night announcing the NYPD's arrival, and the parking lot was lit with red and blue flashes as cruisers and command cars rolled in. Pizzaka stepped out of his unmarked car and adjusted the lapels of his jacket. One never knew when a TV reporter would thrust a mic and camera in the NYPD's intrepid detective's face. "Behave," Kael murmured when Ax snorted at the Pizzaka's action. "He's a good cop." His friend scoffed louder. Chang came to them, surveyed the scene with his hands on his hips. "Don't you guys ever stop shooting?" "Only when everyone has stopped shooting at us," Ax retorted. Kael briefed them, keeping out Jasmine's presence. No need to involve her. "You didn't call us," Pizzacca observed. "There wasn't any time. You had all the time in the world. You drew these shooters to this location. You set them up. We've had enough of gunmen following us." Ax handed his Glock to an officer for ballistics matching. "Did you question them?" Chang eyed the man who was clutching his thigh. "They aren't talking," Kael replied. "6 men at the restaurant, 5 at Havit's, another 5 here. This gang, if they all belong to the same one, will soon be running low on manpower." "Why would they follow you so openly?" Pizzacca furrowed his brow, studying the gunmen. "Surely they know of your capabilities by now." "They are vicious killers." Kael nodded in thanks when a cop served them steaming coffee. "Maximum destruction. High impact, they call it. They don't care who they kill and don't mind dying." "Suicide teams?" "Could be. Hope you get something out of them." He and Ax kept checking their mirrors when they left the parking lot. "No tails." "He won't stop," Kael said softly. He glanced at Ax when his friend didn't respond. "You don't seem worried." "I'll find out where Santiago is." "Huh? How?" "I'll ask the shooters in the hospital." "You think NYPD will let you?" Kael exclaimed. "They are heavily protected. Pizzacca and Chang will have notified the cops to keep us away." "That will stop you?" 44. "Shooters lawyered up already?" Kael cupped his phone between his cheek and shoulder as he turned on their wall-mounted TV. "Why am I not surprised?" He hung up, followed the news for a moment, and turned it off. Mayor, governor, and president making speeches expressing how shocked they are at the restaurant shootings. Nothing new there. That was Chang. "I heard," Ax replied in a bored tone. His friend had leaned back as far as his swivel chair would allow and was inspecting his Glock, a new one, since the cops had taken away their weapons. Sun streamed through their office window, and from over the aircon sound, faint noises of the traffic came through. "Well, no. I am not in the mood for conversation." "When are you ever? And why aren't you—" "I am thinking." Kael looked at him suspiciously. Ax didn't look like he was thinking. His partner's eyes were half-lidded. He was playing with his unloaded gun and seemed to be half asleep. "Thinking about what?" Kael rolled his eyes when he got no reply and called Louisa. "You heard of Banks' arrest?" "Everyone is talking about it in the office," she exclaimed. "How did it go down?" He broke it down to her and smiled when she thanked him, and Ax repeatedly. "I am so relieved," she said. "I don't have to look over my shoulder anymore. Are you free tomorrow?" "Free?" He snorted to himself. "We don't have any active case anymore. I'm sure we can fit you in." "I'll be there." Kael leaned back and crossed his hands behind his head. Ax hadn't moved from his position. Kael called Olivia and spoke to her at length, catching her up on what had happened the previous night, since she had been asleep when he had returned home and was at work when he had left for their office. Ax was still toying with his Glock when he finished. "I thought you were going to question the shooters." "I am." "When?" "When the time is right." "When will that be?" "In the evening, when the cops change their shifts," Ax replied, ignoring his sarcastic tone. Ax strode through New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan Hospital. It was closest to the Broadway restaurant and was where the shooters had been brought. He loped past groups of families, patients being wheeled in and out with a white coat and a badge hanging off a lanyard around his neck. Giuseppe Romano, thoracic surgeon and consultant. Werner had hacked into the hospital's records with ease and had identified Romano as the surgeon who had operated on the shooters. The doctor was of a similar height and had dark hair too, His features were different, but Ax was counting on the cops on duty to not know what the surgeon looked like. It had taken mere minutes for Ax to create an access card with the surgeon's details on it, and as for the white coat, Kael and he had a few props in a storeroom in their office. The trick to carrying off a fake identity was to own it. Ax went down the tiled floor of the hospital's lobby as if he belonged, a pad in one hand, his phone in another, the picture of a busy doctor who had no time for mere mortals. Werner had confirmed the real Romano had the day off, so there was no possibility of bumping into him accidentally. The elevator doors opened for his swipe card. 1, 0 for Werner. Ax exited the third-floor hallway, which had patient rooms, past rows of seats on which anxious friends and family huddled, not meeting anyone's eyes. The far end of the hallway was where the shooters were, made obvious by the 2 armed cops and 2 more beyond them. No one went past them. Good location to house the shooters. 4 cops can seal off their room. They will be cornered in a shootout, but Santiago won't risk a firefight in the corridors of a busy hospital. His lips thinned when he recalled the gunmen at Havit's and Hudson Yards. If any more of those dudes are around, they won't care about a crowded hospital. They will open fire anywhere. He shoved the thought away. Romano! Ax flashed his card at the 2 cops. I'm the surgeon who operated on these men. I need to check on them. The nearest officer inspected his card and frowned. A nurse just did her rounds. We aren't expecting anyone else. She reported bleeding in one of the men's lungs. It could be critical, fatal, assured, confident, looking the officers in their eyes. The cop hesitated. The second officer looked up a list of names on a screen and pointed it at him. Ax glimpsed Romano on it. All right, sir, please call out if you need anything. 2, 0 for Ax and Werner. I will, he replied authoritatively. He slipped on clean gloves and a face covering in front of them, the ultimate medical professional, and went past the second pair of cops, nodded at them, and entered the room. The door had glass on it. He pulled a privacy curtain over it. 3 men on beds, each about 6 feet apart from one another, hooked up to various equipment with readings and dials and drips, a made-for-Hollywood scene. All 3 men were in the hospital's blue robes with tubes going down beneath their covering sheets. 2 of them were awake. They tracked his entrance curiously, their breathing loud over the humming of the equipment. Ax locked the door from inside and turned to them. Their eyes widened. The shooter closest to him opened his mouth and tried to sit up. Ax was by his side instantly, shoving him back and jamming his gloved hand across his lips. He didn't care if the man's injuries worsened. He removed duct tape with his free hand, ripped a strip with his teeth and stuck it over the shooter's mouth. He hurried to the second and third gunmen and sealed their mouths and then taped their hands and feet to their beds. The sleeping man awoke, but none of the shooters were in a position to resist. They were weak. They were hampered by the medical equipment, and Ax was too fast for them. He returned to the first gunman and thrust his Glock onto his chest. The shooter jerked, his face twisted in agony. His shriek was muffled beneath the tape, the sound contained in the room. Ax waited for him to fall back to the bed and then dug deep with his weapon again. The bed shook from the gunman's thrashing. The other 2 men yelled and tried to free themselves, but the hum of the equipment and the background noise of the hospital drowned their struggle. "Who are you?" Ax asked in English. The man shook his head. Another jab with the Glock. The gunman shook in pain. "I don't mind doing this until you die," Ax told him savagely. "Who are you? Who sent you to the restaurant? Why did you kill?" The shooter shook his head frantically when he raised his Glock. Ax ripped the tape off his mouth and jammed the gun's barrel between his teeth before he could speak. "Whisper," he warned, "or I'll blow your head away." He called us." "Who?" "This man." Ax held his phone up to show Santiago's photograph. Yes. The gunman spoke around the barrel in his mouth. What's his name? Santiago. What's his real name? Lee Min. Where is he from? The shooter blinked. Pyongyang. He is North Korean. Yes. The shooter paused and jerked spasmodically when Ax applied the Glock to his wounds. You all are North Korean? Yes, he groaned. Min asked you to go to the restaurant. Yes. Why? To shoot the woman. This one? Ax showed him Louisa's photograph. Yes. Why did you kill the others? He wanted us to make it look like... Ax gouged his barrel in the man's chest savagely, his palm covering the shooter's mouth. He held him down until the gunman's jerk subsided and his breathing returned to its harsh rhythm. The other two shooters had quit struggling and were watching with wide eyes. What about these men? Ax showed him the photographs of the Hovitz and Hudson Yards gunmen. They are in our team. What team is that? Special Operation Forces. The gunman managed to inject pride in his shaky voice. Did some of you attack me in my SUV when I was returning from Soundview? Yes. Santiago told you where I would be? Yes. How many of you are in America? 20, including Min. Yes, he was our team leader in Pyongyang. When did he and you come to America? He came 8 years ago. We came 6 years ago. You work with him? No. We help our mission and do whatever Pyongyang tells us. Min, he contacts us whenever he needs help. You learned English in North Korea? Yes. We were taught to think in it before we left. The shooter spoke freely. His face was bathed in sweat and he twitched and trembled. The sheet over his chest was reddening and his eyes frequently darted to it. Where can I find him? I don't know, he whisper-shrieked when Ax crushed his throat with his gun. How does he make contact? Burners. He calls us. He tells us what to do. You don't know where he lives? No. You never met him in America? Once, in Brownsville. When was this? Last year. Why did you meet him? To celebrate the anniversary of our arrival in America, he said quickly when he saw Ax's expression. What's the address? The shooter hesitated and shrank when Ax raised his Glock. Chester Street. I don't remember the address. Ax brought up a street view map on his phone. Show me. You tied my hands. Ax scrolled through the map for him and stopped when the shooter nodded vigorously at a building. That one, the man said. First floor. That window that looks out, that was his. Ax memorized it and pocketed his phone. You said there are 20 of you. Where are the rest? The shooter howled when Az swiveled the Glock in his palm and crashed its butt on his chest. His free hand was on the man's mouth, muffling his groan. Queens, 168th Street, behind the Home Depot. There's only one building there, 6th floor, 4th door. Ax sized him up. The gunman's body was racked with shivers. The red patch on the sheet had widened. It was sticky with blood. He recalled the young girl on the gurney, the still bodies in the restaurant, and resisted the urge to pull the trigger. He went to the door and peered out cautiously. The cops had their backs to him. He picked up his notepad, straightened his white coat, and strode out. They are resting, he told the officers. I'll inform the nurse not to disturb them for a while. He went out of the hospital, dumped the coat in the trunk, and got behind the wheel. He contemplated for a moment and then dialed a number. Talk, Gina DeFiore ordered. Ax's lips twitched. That's how I greet others. She's using it on me. Those shooters in the hospital. What about them? She asked sharply. They will die tonight. 45. What do you mean? Gina DeFiore demanded. I went to the hospital to question them. You did what? Ax grinned in his SUV. Shall I continue? Go on, she said tightly. I impersonated a surgeon. The cops didn't check. Didn't compare how I looked with the surgeon's photograph. They should have called the hospital to confirm my visit was necessary. If I could get through, so will Min. He knows the shooters in the hospital can identify him. He'll kill them. Who is Min? Lee Min, Santiago's real name. Just how many laws did you break tonight, Ax? Arrest me. Don't tempt me, she growled. Hold up. Stay on the line. I'm going to tear a new one in Pizzaka and Chang and then those cops. Ax heard her brief Peyton and speak into another phone. Okay, she began when she returned. You might want to tell them to enter the room and remove the duct tape on them. And yeah, one of the shooters needs medical attention. Gina swore at him, did her second phone call thing, and came back again. Do I want to know what you did to him? No. Ax hung up and chuckled when she called back instantly. I thought you didn't want to know. Axton Hawke, don't be a smartass. What did you get out of him? You go first. What did your team find out from them? Nothing, she said frustratedly. The doctor, it might have been the same surgeon you impersonated, stopped Chang and Pizzaka from questioning them. He said they were still too weak. Your turn. She took a while to process it when he finished briefing her. You know anything of these special operation forces? They are good. Looks like Min, or Santiago as we know him, and these men were planted in our country under deep cover. I am sure Min became a contract killer on Pyongyang's orders. It gave him great cover and put everyone off from guessing his real identity. Yeah, we'll look into that. I'm sure many of his kills will turn out to be beneficial to North Korea. 20 gunmen, she said after a moment. That leaves 3 more shooters out there. Correct. They might go after Louisa. She's not leaving my apartment except for work. Peyton and I drop her to her office in the morning and pick her up in the evening. Once in the office, she does not leave the building. I'll get Chang and Pizzaka to question the other prisoners. They won't talk. I know, but we still have to try. I'll also get them to check out the Queens and Brownsville apartments. Be careful. All of them are deadly. Yeah, we won't go into Min's apartment right away. We'll watch it for a few days. Chang and Pizzaka will ask you how you got those addresses. FBI informant, she replied promptly. The hospital cops will report my presence. I know you and Kael. You have already erased any CCTV images of your presence in the hospital. Chang and Pizzaka's officers will get nowhere in trying to find you. Ax nodded in the darkness. She does know us well. Kael will have gotten Werner to clean up the hospital's camera feeds once he got my message. Chang and Pizzaka's officers? They are your team now, aren't they? They are part of the JTF. Yeah, she acknowledged ruefully. Peyton and I are still getting used to that. You said Min will make an attempt on the hospital shooters. What about the Havits and Hudson River shooters? Won't Min want to kill them as well? He knows they won't talk. He's not worried about the JTF or the NYPD. You folks have to follow rules. He would have read up on Kael and me. He knows we work differently. He also knows Kael or I can't get to them as long as they are in NYPD's custody. The hospital shooters. They are a looser end. That's what I figured as well. Why did you call me? You could have called Chang. He's with Pizzaka continually, and you know how he is. Pizzaka would have locked you up and then acted on your intel. I would have done the same, but you caught me on a good evening, Ax. Peyton is with me. A nice bottle of wine and a feel-good movie on TV. Her voice flattened. You won't get this lucky the next time. 46. Their buzzer rang as soon as Kael entered the office the next day. He looked at his friend, who shrugged. I'm not expecting anyone. Yeah? Kael spoke in the console. It's Louisa. Come right on up. He couldn't help smiling when she entered their office. She was beaming. She handed over a bouquet, which he placed in a vase. Someone seems to be in a good mood, he drawled. I've been promoted. The new board from Genevita is so happy with the way I expose banks that they've made me Lumina's chief operating officer. Whoa! He hugged her and patted her back. Ax, being Ax, fist bumped her. Thank you. She couldn't stop smiling. Genevita's board said if I do well, they could even make me CEO. They won't be hiring an external CEO for now. They should have made you CEO right now, Ax said bluntly. I know, Ax, but they don't think like you do. He laughed and high-fived her. I couldn't have done it without you both. I can't thank... Kael leaned back in his chair. I hope you have a long, prepared speech on how grateful you are. Once you've finished, I'll ask you to repeat it. Can I just say, no, you can't? She made a wry face. I feel like I can breathe again. It's as if I have got my life back. Once I return to my apartment... You will, soon. Kael interrupted her. Ax and I agreed not to tell her about the 3 shooters still out there. No point in worrying her. It doesn't look like Gina or Peyton have told her either. Give the JTF. Did Gina tell you that Chang and Pizzaka are now part of it? Yeah, she did. Give the JTF some time to wrap things up and I am sure you'll be back home. Her smile disappeared. She looked nervous. There's someone from Genevita I'd like you to meet. He's waiting downstairs in his car. Shall I bring him up? Sure, Kael replied, surprised. You should have brought him with you. She left and returned with an Asian man who appeared to be in his mid-50s. He was fit, trim, his dark hair peppered with silver streaks, dark eyes assessing them when he entered. Kael, Ax, meet Benjamin Chen, Louisa introduced him. He's Genevita's chairperson and now Lumina's interim CEO. Good to meet you, sir. Kael shook his hand and directed them to the couches. Ax served them green tea, and once they had settled, the new arrival began. I wanted to personally thank you both for exposing banks. Chen took an appreciative sip, glanced at his cup and raised his eyebrows. Long Jing? He referred to one of the most famous green teas from China. He spoke with an American accent. Yes, sir. Kael smiled. Ax likes it. He has good taste. You both saved Louisa's life as well. I want to record our company's gratitude to you. We got lucky, sir. May you both be always that lucky. Chen shook his head. To think that Banks was willing to sell our Lumina's research and that, too, to the North Koreans, the board is still shocked. He put down his cup. There's something... He glanced at Louisa, who nodded. There's something that you could help us with. Natalie Lee is missing. We'd like you to find her. Kael sat straight. Your chief researcher? Yes. Louisa said she briefed you on her role. Our research pipeline has stopped in her absence. We have systems and processes in place, documentation, an entire team of brilliant people. But the drug she was working on, there was no one else. It was all her. We bought Lumina for just that. It is critical to the company's future and success. Can you talk about the research? Let's just say it is a mRNA drug that has wide capability. It was obvious Chen didn't want to reveal more. How long has she been missing? Ax was in an orange tea that went well with his complexion. His biceps flexed against its sleeves when he placed his cup down. About 10 days, Louisa replied. She was on vacation for a week but hasn't returned. 10 days from when she would have returned to office? No, 10 days in total. Kael frowned. You didn't mention this. I found out only yesterday. When I got promoted, she mouthed at him. He nodded. Has anyone contacted her? She isn't answering her phone, her apartment is locked, and her neighbors haven't seen her for a while. Why come to us? He asked Chen. This is something the NYPD can help with. We have filed a report with them, but we want your help as well. The sooner we find Natalie, the better. We have resources. He trailed off. The cops may not like it that you have hired us. Chen smiled briefly. Louisa tells me that has never stopped you. We'll look into it, sir. But chances are the NYPD will find her and you would have wasted your money on us. Thank you. Chen rose and shook their hands. It's not a waste. Natalie is not just one of the best researchers in the country, she is family to us. We'll stop at nothing to find her. I'll let Louisa discuss the details. Kael spread his hands when he had left. The action never stops in your company. Louisa laughed. I told him there could be any reason for Natalie's disappearance. She might have extended her holiday and forgotten to inform us. She might be hiking in the Himalayas with no phone signal. You believe that? Ax interrupted. No, she said soberly. It's unlike her to be out of contact for so long. We'll do what we can. Thank you. She produced a check and waved it in the air. We never discussed fees for helping me. And we won't either, Kael grinned. Lumina is a client. That's enough payment. She hesitated. In that case, only if you double or triple your charge-out fees to my firm. Deal. I'll send a file over with everything we have on Natalie. First, banks. Kael rubbed his temple. Then North Koreans, Min, and now Natalie Lee. Just what are we caught up in? Look at the bright side, Ax said gravely. We're getting paid to shoot killers. 47. Louisa's file on Natalie Lee arrived that afternoon. Kael read it swiftly once and then went over it more slowly. Chinese American, second generation. Her parents had come over before she was born. Natalie was a child prodigy. She excelled in academics, topped her high school, won several national science awards, and won a full-ticket scholarship to Harvard Medical School. She went on to study at Johns Hopkins, where she met Banks. He must have seen something in her. He hired her right away for Lumina. He spoke aloud. Ax, going through the file on his screen, didn't respond. Her folks had settled in Buxter, Texas. Kael wrinkled his forehead. Why there? Never heard of it. He looked it up and pursed his lips at his findings. The town had made a few headlines for all the wrong reasons. If sundown towns were still a thing, Buxter would be one. Read one headline. Have you heard of Buxter? Yeah, Ax replied. Kael swiveled towards him in surprise. How? Southeast Texas, bedroom town for the refineries of Beaumont and Port Arthur. Yeah, that's the one. Cutter was hunting a people-trafficking gang a while ago. He mentioned Buxter to me. That outfit was using the town as a transit point. Why would a Chinese couple, new to the country, settle there? They could have family or friends there. Kael searched the file. No mention of family or friends. He made a mental note to get Werner to dig into Natalie's parents and resumed reading. The parents had bought a laundry business and had then branched out into running a profitable diner and takeout joint. No social media presence, he noted. Very few photographs. There was one of Natalie's Harvard graduation ceremony. He studied it. Natalie alone in a sea of celebrating students and their families. Where are her folks? Perhaps they were there, but they weren't photographed. Another mental note to ask Werner. He rocked back in his chair. Assuming they weren't there, why not? Which parent doesn't go to their only child's Harvard graduation? He didn't realize he had spoken aloud until Ax replied. Could be anything. They were busy with their business, or maybe it was something more personal. Kael grunted non-committally and looked at the photograph again. Natalie looked lonely. He checked out Lumina's photograph from its human resources team. She was older, but still the same dark-haired, dark-eyed, slender woman. She seemed shy. Did you know Natalie well? Kael called Louisa. No, I met her a few times, but our roles didn't overlap. Is there anyone who would know her better? Her parents might not have been at her graduation ceremony. I'm wondering why. Her parents? Louisa asked doubtfully. Graduation? Is that important? I don't know. It might be. It might not, but It will help us understand her. I'll find out. She called an hour later. Wendy Tang, a researcher at our Yonkers laboratory. She'll be happy to talk to you. Can we meet her? Yeah, I can make that happen. You'll have to sign non-disclosure agreements, NDAs. Not a problem. Kael glanced at his watch and made a face. Too late to go today. Can we visit tomorrow? Yeah. Kael thanked her and hung up. He got Werner to work its magic, and the AI came back to him with a dossier. Natalie Lee earned well. Not a surprise there if she's one of the country's foremost researchers. She didn't spend much, however. Her only significant purchase was her apartment in Brooklyn. No extravagant holidays or fancy cars. Her bank and credit card statements showed small, regular outgoings at restaurants, malls, stores, and gas stations. No big-ticket items. She had invested in stocks and had a healthy bank balance, but she wasn't tech company billionaire rich. Greenwich Village to Yonkers was a 40-minute drive. Ax took his SUV the next day, with Kael riding shotgun, both of them checking out the mirrors. No tails. No one shot at them. They rolled onto the immaculately kept laboratory campus, which had neatly maintained lawns and garden and a central, glass and aluminum, futuristic-looking building. Kael gave their names to the security guard, who checked their names and faces, compared them to his screen, took their fingerprints, ran an eye scan, and only then raised the barrier to let them in. That was more security than at the hospital, Ax commented. Things might have changed there now that you told Gina. Kael grinned. Wendy Tang, a petite woman with glasses perched on her nose, was waiting for them in the lobby. She gave them NDAs to sign and then led them through a biometric-controlled door. New molecular research for cancer. She pointed to a group of men and women working on screens, some with chemical apparatus with them. Over there, she indicated a further group. They're working on mental ailments. She took them around the vast laboratory, introduced them to Nobel Prize winners, showed them Natalie's workspace, and then took them back to the in-house cafe. I work under her supervision. She ordered snacks and drinks for them, on cardiovascular drugs. What was she working on? Kael asked. mRNA drug. What's it about? Can't tell. We signed NDAs. Can't tell you even then, she grinned. Even I, her closest friend in the world, don't know what she's working on. Kael watched a group of researchers laugh at a table and high-five one another. I find that hard to believe. It's true. All I know is that her drug, if successful, could change the world. She admitted that much. Has anyone searched her workspace? Our security team did. The cops did too. They came yesterday. They found nothing. Could she have been kidnapped because of her research? Wendy wiped her lips with a paper towel. It's possible, she admitted, but I haven't heard of it. This isn't like in the movies. Yeah, the work we do is highly confidential and the drugs can be very profitable if they are successful, but rival pharma or biotech firms don't kill or kidnap researchers. There have been a few companies interested in hiring me. They keep increasing their offer to me, even though I have turned them down. That's the extent they go to. What makes you stay here? Ax asked her. She took him in and blushed faintly. The work and the people. Natalie is not only the best researcher in the country, but is a great manager too. The best? Kael raised his eyebrows. The best, Wendy said confidently. If she had been into academic research, she would have won a Nobel by now. She have friends. I think I was the only one close to her. We used to go for drinks, dinners, movies, both of us Chinese Americans, a lot of shared experiences there. She had no friends outside of work? Natalie lived for her work. It consumed her, and she was an introvert. Boyfriends? Girlfriends? She didn't date. I looked up her graduation photographs. Her folks didn't seem to be there. Wendy's face fell. They weren't. She didn't get along with them. She say why? No, she had no contact with them. She didn't end her relationship with them. She visited them twice a year, once in the summer and once during Christmas. The cops called her parents. They don't know where she might be. Where did she go on vacation? She stayed home, in Brooklyn. I visited her a couple of times. That was normal for her? That was very much Natalie. She does not have a criminal record, not even a speeding ticket, Kael growled during their return. She does not go anywhere, does not date. Her body has not turned up anywhere. There is nothing to go on. Where do we look for her? Her apartment. We don't have the key to it. Ax looked at him quizzically as if to say, since when has that stopped us? 48. Natalie's apartment was in a brownstone, a block away from Dumbo. Prime location. Kael admired the quiet neighborhood. 10 p.m. Lights in a few apartments. No one on the street. Ax had parked his SUV near the subway and they had walked down to her building. Kael tried the lock to the front door. No give in it. He inspected the buzzer and shrugged. The cliched pizza delivery guy trick still worked, but there was no point in waking up the residents in the building. He reached into his pocket, brought out a lockpick kit, and opened it moments later. They went up the stairs to the first floor and approached the door on the right. Natalie had a key code lock on it. Ax sprayed it with a custom formulation that enhanced fingerprints and turned on a UV light. 6 keys showed the most use. He pressed them in various sequences until at one, the lock clicked open. Living room, 1 bedroom, a bathroom, kitchen, and a small dining room. All of them well kept. Sheets on the bed neatly folded, crisp towels hanging off the rack, well-used toothbrush in its mug in the bathroom. The wardrobe had her clothes. There was nothing hidden beneath the mattress or underneath the carpet or anywhere else in the apartment. No computer. Her laptop isn't here, Kael observed. It wasn't in her workspace as well, Ax replied. They searched for another hour, went through her notebooks, found nothing in them, and gave up. I checked the JTF's case file while you were driving us in, Kael told Ax when they were returning. They got access to her phone records. Nothing there either. She's got several missed calls and messages from Wendy and her co-workers from the day her vacation finished, but she hasn't replied. Ax nodded as he navigated them back to Greenwich Village. Buxter, he said finally. She's not there. Her parents are. They might know something. They would have told the cops. How many immigrants trust the cops? 49. Buxter. Olivia raised her eyebrows when Kael briefed her about their upcoming visit. There's nothing much there. It was 11 p.m. She was at the dining table, her glasses pushed over her forehead, nestled in her hair. She shut her laptop down and regarded him and Ax. You've heard of it? Kael exclaimed. One of my models comes from there. I am the only one who hasn't heard of the town. You need to get out a bit more, Ax replied straight-faced as he inspected the refrigerator's contents, brought out 2 cups of yogurt and tossed one to his friend. You and I have been to most countries. Oh, he gathered his dignity and turned to his girlfriend. You shouldn't be alone. There are 3 killers still unaccounted for. I can handle myself, Olivia retorted. Besides, I am not going out. You shouldn't be alone, Ax echoed. She looked at him and then at Kael. Where do you think I should go? Is there any safer place than this apartment? Zeb's building. Kael licked his spoon and tossed the cup in the trash can. I'll ask him. He called and put it on speaker. Zeb, Olivia yelled before he spoke. Kael's harassing me. I'm leaving him. Do you have room at your place? Do I need to take him down? She chuckled at their friend's serious reply. No, dumbass. Here, Kael, you brief him. Sure thing, Zeb replied when Kael finished. We have 2 apartments always empty. Olivia is welcome. In fact, Megan, Beth, and I are close to you. We came out for a drive. We can swing by and she can come with us right away. 2 apartments. Kael frowned. Yeah, what are you thinking? Hold up. I'll put you on conference. Kael dialed Gina. Did you kill someone? She asked when she came online. No, but... Did Ax? No, hear me out. Zeb's on the line. Olivia will be staying in their building while we go out of town for a while. They have another spare apartment. Does Louisa want to stay there? It's the safest building in the city. It'll also give you and Peyton more room. We aren't lacking in space. We can protect her. For how long? You have a heavy caseload. You can't be with her all the time. They heard her murmuring to someone. Peyton came on the line. Zeb, are you okay with this? I wouldn't have offered if I wasn't. In that case, Louisa accepts. Is it too late to get her to Kael's place right now? We'll be taking Olivia with us shortly. We'll be there in half an hour. Kael grinned when his buzzer rang insistently. Beth entered his apartment when he opened the door, followed by Megan and Zeb. The younger twin was a force of nature, impulsive, snarky, quick to act, in contrast to her sister, who was analytical and considered in her actions. Of Zeb's team, only they didn't have military backgrounds, but their hard training and determination had made them the equal of any other team member, and Kael knew Megan was the best in the team with a long gun. You're still with him? Beth hugged Olivia and cast a pitying look in Kael's direction. For now, the older woman chuckled, until I replace him with a younger model. Make it happen soon. He's coming apart. I'm here, in the room, in front of you, Kael objected. She ignored him and embraced Ax and looked at him critically. You're still single. Yes, ma'am. Her lips quirked at his formality. I'll leave Mark for you. Mark, her boyfriend, a fast-rising NYPD detective. I won't be able to keep up with you, ma'am. Besides, I too am coming apart like Kael. She laughed, kissed him on the cheek and turned to Kael. Where are you going? Buxter, Tex. Yeah, I know. What's there? The sisters and Zeb listened intently while he broke it down for them. We have no other leads. He shrugged when he finished. Have you checked airport and train sightings for Natalie? Beth crossed her arms. And also, cameras at the Port Authority bus terminus. Left that to Chang and Pizzaka. What kind of PIs are you? Beth smirked. Don't look at me. Ax raised his hands defensively. I'm the door kicker. Kael's the brains. Some brains, she mumbled to herself as she reached into her backpack and brought out her screen. She blew a wisp of hair away from her face as her fingers flew across the keyboard. 10 days, she muttered while Megan looked over her shoulder. Wendy Tang said she stayed at home during her vacay. Yeah, Kael acknowledged. Who's this in that case? She turned her screen around for them to see. Kael stared at Natalie Lee on it. 50. Kael swore. Where's that from? JFK, Beth announced. A week ago. Late night. That's about the time Louisa came to us. Are Banks' espionage and Natalie's disappearance connected? Do the North Koreans have her? No. Ax guessed his thoughts. If Min or Andreev had her, why would they send the shooters into the restaurant? Here's the thing, Beth said sharply. She was there, at JFK, but there's no record of her taking any flight. Huh? Kael's eyebrows furrowed. What was she doing there in that case? He studied the photograph, noting her expression and the way her shoulders were hunched. She looks worried. Any way of tracking where she went? Nope. Beth forwarded the photograph to his email. She's not in any other frame. Kael called Chang. Any updates on Natalie? We're investigating, the detective replied stiffly. Why's he answering like that, so formally? Then it came to him. Is Pizzaka close by? Affirmative. He's told you not to share anything with us? Affirmative. Anything on Natalie, yes or no? No. We're still going to Buxter? Ax asked when he ended the call. Yeah, he growled. All the more reason. The buzzer rang. He opened the door to let Gina in, followed by Louisa and Peyton. "Everyone, this is Louisa," he boomed over the conversation in the living room. "Louisa, meet Zeb, Beth, and Megan. Yeah, they are twins. Beth thinks she's smart. Megan is smart." He grinned at the younger sister's middle finger. "And this," he hugged his girlfriend, introducing her to Louisa, "is Olivia, who keeps me sane." He gestured at Gina with his eyes, who, along with Peyton, went to a side. "I called Chang," he told them. "He said there's no progress on Natalie." "Correct." Gina took a drink from Ax and nodded in thanks. Kael brought out his phone and showed Natalie's photograph. Beth did some digging. "This is Natalie at JFK a week ago." Gina's face hardened. She glanced at Beth, who was looking in their direction. The younger twin nodded. "Facial recognition?" Peyton asked. "Yeah," Kael replied. Gina turned away and sent a message on her phone. He stifled a grin, knowing it would be directed to Chang and Pizzaka and wouldn't be polite. "What about Min's apartment?" he asked when she faced them again. "We've got a covert team watching it, but it looks like it's empty." "Figures. He's too smart to stay in one place for long. What about the one in Queens?" "We entered it. Empty, but enough in it to indicate it was used by the shooters. We got their passports, all of them passing as American citizens. They are good forgeries. Our tech and forensic team are all in the place." Kael nodded and took a step back to welcome Louisa, who broke away from the twins and joined them. "Beth told me about Natalie." "Yeah, we don't have anything more on her, unfortunately, which is why Ax and I are going to Buxter. Our HR team called her parents. She isn't with them." "Yeah," Gina confirmed. "Chang spoke to them too. In fact, he got the local sheriff to talk to them as well. They don't know where she is." "Wendy Tang mentioned she doesn't get on with her parents. That's one of her co-workers," Kael explained when Peyton raised an eyebrow at the name. "And that helps you how?" Gina asked exasperatedly. "Look," he threw his hands up, "we have nothing to go on here. I am sure Chang and Pizzaka will check out JFK, talk to cab drivers, and see if anyone drove her away. But my guess is Natalie is hiding somewhere or someone's got her. Her parents might tell us something that they didn't tell the cops. I can be persuasive." "You can call them. There's such a thing as a phone. It's in your pocket," Gina taunted. "Have you interrogated anyone over the phone?" he retorted. "Body language, reactions, getting a feel for the situation. That's done only in person." There's another reason why he and Ax want to go. Olivia joined them, her eyes sparkling. "I'll bite." Louisa smiled. "Why?" "They want to see for themselves why Natalie's parents settled in one of the most racist towns in Texas, 51. Louisa drifted through the room, making small talk. She had met several kinds of people in her career, not such a group. She grinned to herself. She had taken an instant liking to the sisters, and as for Zeb, her eyes strayed to him. He was in low-voiced conversation with Ax. The two men had the same inner stillness. They moved with a similar languid grace. She had questioned her cousin on the ride over about him and his friends, and Gina had replied half evasively that they owned their own security outfit and that she trusted them with their lives. "Thank you," she went to Zeb when the twins joined him and Ax, "for offering to put Olivia and me up. We've got empty apartments in the building." He smiled briefly. "It's better to have them occupied than sitting vacant." "I want to pay for my stay." Beth laughed. "No payment is needed." "I don't want to be a burden. I told Gina I can rent a hotel room." "Staying with us is safer." Megan touched her forearm. "Until Gina and Peyton find out why the North Koreans are interested in your firm's research, our building is the most secure in the city." "Yeah, that." Louisa wrinkled her lips. "Why did you turn it into New York's Fort Knox?" "We do security consulting work. Our building needs to be safe." I've hired security consultants before. None of their offices were special. We are special. Beth's eyes danced. None of them offered an explanation when Louisa looked at them. Lou, Gina wrapped an arm around her shoulders. You'll be safe with them. That's all you need to know. Louisa recalled the way Kael and Ax had acted in the restaurant, and suddenly, without knowing why, she knew Zeb, Beth, and Megan would have acted with the same lethal intent. Zeb cocked his head at Ax, who nodded and followed him out of the apartment and onto the rooftop terrace. They watched the lights of the city silently, with their drinks in their hands. Louisa doesn't know about the 3 North Korean shooters on the loose, Ax told his friend. Yeah, Beth, Megan and I figured that. Zeb rotated his head to ease a stiffness in his neck. We won't tell her. You might have to drop her and Livia to their offices every day and bring them back. Not a problem. One of us is always out and about. We don't have any missions planned for a while. Does it get easier? Ax asked after a while. Zeb looked at him and knew what his friend meant. The two of them, along with Cutter Grogan, had never dated after losing their wives. The hole inside you never goes away, but you find ways to deal with it. Ax sipped and nodded. Min? Zeb watched an aircraft make its way across the night sky. He won't give up. I know his kind. That's why Kael and I want Livia and Louisa out of danger. We'll be ready for him. 52. Kael glanced out the airplane window as Beaumont came into view. A smattering of buildings, the distant outlines of the port, which was one of the busiest in the country, and several industrial complexes. They landed with a thump and rolled to the terminal building. Several men with logos of an oil company on their coveralls ahead of them climbed into a coach and drove away. Would this town exist if not for oil? No. Ax hoisted his backpack over his shoulder and set off towards a car rental stand. 20 minutes later, they were in a nondescript Ford with Kael behind the wheel, driving towards Buxter. The urban landscape fell behind, replaced by vast stretches of emptiness under the harsh sun in the cloudless sky. I can't think of a possible Nobel Prize winner coming here, Ax commented. Peace and solitude. With her folks, with whom she doesn't get along. Kael nodded at his friend's point. Think she was kidnapped? For what? For the research in her head? No. Kael adjusted his shades over his eyes. I agree with Wendy. People in her world don't abduct researchers. Buxter came into view half an hour later. A few buildings in the horizon, vast space around them, a railway track to their right. Dormitory-like buildings when they got closer. Those are for the refinery workers. Kael pointed a finger. More affordable housing here than in Beaumont and barely half an hour away. Uh-huh, Ax grunted. And there was nothing much on Main Street when they drove down it. Kael eyed a group of teenagers loitering outside a rundown convenience store. Those are the first young folks I've seen. Most of them would have gone to bigger cities for employment. Kael steered the Ford around another bend. Buxter's Diner came into view. Brick-walled, dark windows, and a line of cars in front of it. A few hundred yards away was a BBQ, and way beyond it, they could see a sign that simply said, Lee's. He and Ax exchanged a glance as he continued down Main Street. Natalie's Folks restaurant was the busiest of the 3 eateries they could see. It, too, had a similar brick-walled dark window construction as the diner, and they could see the outlines of several patrons through the glass. Kael noted the opening times as they went past. It'll close soon, he commented, and open in the evening. A USPS office, a bank, a gas station, and then homes sprang up. The Lee home was set away from the street, a gravelly drive with a mailbox at its mouth, leading to a white-painted home of modest proportions. A small front yard, no car in the driveway. Neighboring houses were some distance away on either side. It's open country, no need for homes to be crowded. Kael kept going until the town petered away. We wait? He pulled over in an open space by the side of the street and turned the Ford around to face Buckster. We wait. Ax reclined his chair and settled back for a snooze. They made their way to the Lees' home at 3 p.m. The couple had returned by then, and a white pickup truck stood in the driveway. Kael knocked on the door and heard footsteps from inside. Jessica Lee opened it. In her late 50s, gray hair tied in a ponytail, a blue dress, sensible shoes. "Yes?" she asked. "Ma'am." Kael flashed a smile. "We are private investigators from New York. We have been appointed by Lumina to look into your daughter's disappearance. Perhaps the cops spoke to you about it?" "We told the police everything we know." Samuel Lee spoke from behind her. He was a few inches taller than his wife. Half-sleeved shirt, thinning hair, lines on his face, impenetrable eyes. "The sheriff came. We told him too. There's nothing more for us to say." "Perhaps we can come inside?" Kael made a show of wiping his forehead. Neither parent spoke, and then Samuel placed a hand on Jessica's shoulder and she stepped aside. The inside of the house was cool. No aircon, but the construction of the house kept the heat away. Kael glanced around the small living room. Just one photograph of Natalie on the mantelpiece, along with her parents, a much younger version of the researcher. No other images of her. Well-used couches and chairs to which the father gestured. Kael dropped in one. Ax took the other. "That's my partner, Axton Hawke." Samuel Lee nodded and didn't offer his hand. The mother disappeared and returned with 2 glasses of water. Kael swallowed deeply and wiped his lips. "You didn't hear from Natalie?" "No," the father said shortly. "How many times do we have to repeat the same thing? She came during Christmas. We haven't seen her again. Didn't call either." "That was 8 months ago." "Is that normal for her, sir?" "Yes." No more explanation. "You must have thought about her disappearance," Kael asked cautiously. "Did she have any friends she might have gone with somewhere? Any cabins that she might have gone to?" "No." "Aren't you worried for her?" "Yes." "Can we look at her room? There might be something there." "No." Kael got to his feet. He brought out his business card and gave it to the father, who put it on the mantelpiece without looking at it. "Please call me if you remember anything." "Yes." Kael drove back to their waiting area. No other word for it. He grimaced and turned on the aircon a notch higher. "They look worried to you?" "Couldn't tell." Ax glanced at the town. "They weren't cooperative." "We're strangers to them. Why would they tell us anything?" "If my daughter was missing, I'd do anything to find her." "You don't have a daughter and you're not the Lees. They might be worried sick, but don't want to show it in front of newcomers." Kael's belly rumbled. He patted it and nodded towards the town. "Which one should we go to?" "This time of the day, only the diner will be open." Buckster's diner was still busy. They had to wait for 10 minutes at the door before a table emptied. Conversation dimmed as they followed the server to their table by the window. All men at the tables, all of them middle-aged, Kael registered automatically. Most of them seemed to be regulars or locals from the way they are conversing. He saw the oil company's logo on a few coveralls. Their server looked like she had seen a lot of life. Her brown hair was coming out of her bun, and the tired smile when they sat was polite. The seats, cracked pleather, were clean, as was the dining cloth. Kael went through the menu and went for safe. "Burger and fries. Make it 2, he added at Ax's nod. "And coffees." "We have free refills, sir. We'll keep it coming," she said, and left. He felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to a red-faced man on the seat behind him. "Is your friend Spick or Indian?" Several men looked their way. Kael felt the red mist descend instantly. His fists clenched. He made to speak, though he felt like punching through the face. "I have Indian ancestry," Ax answered calmly before he could act. "Hey, Chad." An onlooker nudged his companion with a loud whisper. These two were at the Lees' house. No attempt to speak softly, not concerned that the PIs could hear him. Red-faced turned back to his meal. Other customers occupied themselves with their food and conversation, darting occasional glances at the newcomers in town. Small-town gossip. Ax, calm, as if nothing had happened. Faster than the speed of light. Kael took a swallow of water. He held the cool glass against his cheek until the rage disappeared. "You don't have to defend me." I was worried for him. He regained enough composure to retort. They ate their food slowly. The Lee's restaurant opened. Several cars went past the diner and pulled in front of it. "We found nothing here," Kael declared, "except that this town has very curious residents. How about staying one more night?" And watching the Lees. 53. They drove out of town where Buxter's Main Street petered out and became a road and then merged with the state highway. They came to the town of Vinton, circled it, and returned when night had fallen. Kael doused their lights when they got close to the town. The night was clear, strong moonlight, enough to illuminate the road. Main Street was empty. The billboards for the 3 eating establishments glowed in the night. He got off the road, the Ford's shocks coping well with the uneven land, and drove towards a pile of logs that he had seen when they had been driving out of town. A rusted tractor was to one side of the lumber, giving them additional cover. Kael turned off the engine and rolled down the windows. The stillness of the night entered the car. He got out and peered from behind the logs. The Lee home was 200 yards away on the other side of Main Street, clearly visible. No lights. Too far to make out details, but the night vision goggles in his backpack made light work of the distance. He settled on the ground. "What are we watching for?" Ax stretched out beside the car, his jacket zipped tight. "I don't know," Kael confessed. Ax grinned. "Beats being in Mosul, waiting for a sniper to show." Headlights sliced the darkness just past midnight. Kael expected the car to roll out of town, but it turned onto the Lee's driveway, briefly illuminating the house before its lights turned off. "It could be friends," Ax said lazily. "This time of the night?" Kael brought out his Canon and focused his telephoto lens. The car jumped up sharply in his eyepiece. He read out its plates. "No phone signal," Ax responded. "Can't access Werner." Kael cursed and shot several frames as 4 men emerged from the vehicle and went inside the house. "Chinese or Chinese-American?" he showed them to his friend. He pointed to the dark bulges at men's waists. "Those look like guns." "This is Texas. Guns are practically mandatory wear here." The men left an hour later, with the Lees briefly visible in the doorway. "Should we follow them?" "Nope." Ax nixed his idea. "There's no traffic. We'll be easily made." Kael and Ax were at the Lee's restaurant for brunch the next day. The couple looked at them several times but made no move to come over. Their server dealt with their order professionally and brought bowls of steaming soup and noodles. 2 men came to them when they were nearly finished. An older man, steel-gray hair and a buzz cut, fleshy features, authority in his demeanor, the younger regarding them with half-lidded eyes, both of them in half-sleeved shirts over dark trousers. "Leave Samuel and Jessica alone," the younger man said expressionlessly. "Good English, faint Asian accent." Kael put down his spoon. "You're their spokesperson? They can't come over and tell us themselves?" The Lees watched impassively from behind the kitchen counter. They didn't look away when his eyes met theirs. Kael was relaxed. His fork was close to his left hand, his knife near his right. Either of them could be used as weapons. He could jab them in young man's belly before he could draw his gun, which was outlined beneath his loose shirt. Older man was a yard behind. He sized up Kael and Ax. "You should leave town," he said calmly. "You're the sheriff?" Kael smiled at him. "Doesn't matter who I am," the man replied impassively. "Then we'll do what we wish." Older man didn't react. Young man straightened. Kael grinned at him. You made a mistake. What mistake? Young man asked tightly. You both have been looking at me all along. My partner, you ignored him. How do you know he doesn't have a gun pointed at you beneath the table? Young man made to bend down and stopped himself just in time. He flushed at Kael's chuckle. He doesn't have a gun, but he could have had one. Are we done here? My soup's getting cold. Young man wanted to lash out. Kael could see the muscles in his face work, could feel the heat of his glare, but older man placed a hand on his shoulder and led him away. What if my Glock was in the car? Ax asked Kael. Is it? No. Older man was from last night. You sure? Yeah. Ax pondered over that. Did you see the tags on the other dude? Hard to miss the sleeves on his arms. You saw his neck? Nope. His shirt fell open when he leaned over you. It was a flying panther. Kael didn't jerk. He didn't look up suddenly. He held his bowl to his mouth and sucked the last of his soup. Flying panther. He wiped his lips. That's a Chinese triad. 54. Kael's chest tightened as he stared at Ax. There were several active triad gangs, organized crime outfits in China, and many of them operated stateside as well. Flying Panther, he repeated. He didn't bother asking if his friend had mistaken the tattoo for some other image. Ax didn't make such errors. They are the fastest-growing criminal outfit with ties to China. Yes, one of the most ruthless ones as well. Kael watched older and younger man leave in their car. Neither of them looked backwards. Same ride as the previous night. He noted their vehicle's plates. Let's get out of here. Ax left a generous tip on the table and nodded to Jessica Lee, who averted her eyes. Where to? Kael studied Main Street. We're done here. Everyone in town knows about us. We can't make any move without it being gossiped about. You don't like being the center of attention? Not of those who want to kill us. He punched the gas and drove out of town. What? He asked on hearing Ax curse. He kept an eye on the mirror, but the triad car wasn't in view. Werner is still not accessible. I messaged Beth and she said they are carrying out some work on the servers. It should be up in a few hours. Which means I'll have to try my charm on the rental agency. Say Jake. He squinted at the name tag on the agent's shirt when they were at the agency. I saw a car of yours in Buxter. I thought it was Travis at the wheel. He and I work in the refinery. I can't get him on the line. His phone's out of reach. Can you check if it's him? He read out the car's registration. His ruse almost worked. It was human psychology to act on a name and to either verify or correct it. Jake's fingers went to his keyboard and then he drew them back. Sorry, sir. I can't confirm that. Customer confidentiality. Travis is not just my co-worker. He's a buddy. Sorry, sir. Shame. I would have loved to have a drink with him here. Customer confidentiality. He swore when he joined Ax. His friend didn't reply. He looked almost cheerful. Kael looked suspiciously at him, but Ax kept silent as they boarded their aircraft. He started whistling off-key when their flight had taken off. What gives? Ax brought out a fork in a sealed plastic bag from his jacket pocket. Really? You're short of cutlery at home? That thug young dude had his hands on our table when he was warning us. His fingers were on the fork. It's got his prints. Kael couldn't help grinning at Ax's smirk. You have your uses. He stretched out his legs and watched clouds roll past their aircraft. Why's the triad interested in the Lees? They have a restaurant. It's not the kind of business that would interest them. Buxter isn't that big a town that they'll have operations in it. They might have Natalie. No, Ax corrected himself. That makes no sense. The Chinese have significant research capabilities of their own. There's something else at play here. Some other reason why Flying Panther is interested in the Lees. We should have stayed back. And done what? Followed those dudes? We would have been spotted a mile away." Kael grunted in agreement. He checked his watch. Another hour to touchdown. He reclined his seat and settled back to sleep. "Louisa. We need to talk to her. We need to know what exactly Natalie was working on." Kael drove them out of the long-term parking lot when they landed at JFK, his Subaru making a mockery of traffic as he cut across lanes and sped past other vehicles. The contrast from nothing ever happens here Buckster to the ever-present hustle of New York was glaring. Kael's mood lifted as they got closer to Greenwich Village. He had been to the major conflict zones of the world. He had visited many countries and had enjoyed the hospitality of various cultures and people. This is home. "Coming up?" he asked Ax when he parked his ride in his building's parking lot. "Nope. I'll see you in the office tomorrow." Kael took the stairs while he called Olivia. "No news about any shootings in Buckster," she greeted him. He grinned. "Ax and I were on our best behavior." He updated her, hung up, fumbled for his keys, and was inserting it in the lock when he felt the almost imperceptible shift of air behind him. Kael dove to the floor. A round punched into the door and set off a loud siren. 55. Ax was a street away when he heard the siren. It was loud, easily penetrating through the layers of brick and concrete, and it turned heads and slowed down passing vehicles. He pivoted in his heel instantly and sprinted back towards Kael's building. He entered the lobby, opened the door to the stairs, saw that it was empty, and went up swiftly, silently. The siren's piercing wail bounced off the concrete walls of the stairwell. No other commotion from any of the apartments, which didn't surprise him. Kael briefed all new residents about the siren and regularly conducted drills. Every occupant in the building knew to stay indoors when the siren went off, and to call the cops. Many of them liked his modification to the door. They liked that it added to the security of the building even though it wasn't fitted on their doors. Ax put the siren out of his mind. He stopped thinking of the residents. His universe was centered on the steps. He was a ghost, barely making a ripple in the still air as he climbed. He shrugged off his backpack and lowered it to the steps. Less weight, more freedom of movement. His Glock pointing down, his eyes searching ahead. He heard shouts. That must be from whoever is attacking Kael. Thought he heard a shot, but still he didn't hurry despite the gnawing worry for his friend. He heard harsh breathing when he got close to the fourth-floor landing. He slowed down, taking one step at a time, and peered up carefully to see a man in a loose shirt looking through the landing door. An AR-15 in his hand, baggy jeans. That's the sentry. Need him alive for interrogation. Ax waited a beat. He heard more shots. Kael's angry yell. He's still alive. He felt cold, empty, and then he charged up, taking 2 steps at a time, running through his moves in his mind. The guard would have to spin around. He would have to raise his rifle. That gave time to Ax, who was weaving on the stairs to make it harder to be a target. Sentry heard him coming. He whirled around. His rifle lifted. Too late. Ax reached the landing, slashed the AR-15 away with his free hand, clubbed him brutally across the temple, slammed his palm into the gunman's nose, and followed up with another slash to the head. The hitter fell. His groan drowned in the alarm's loud sound. Ax picked up his AR-15 before it clanked on the floor and slung it across his shoulder. He waited a moment, listening intently. The sounds of the scuffle were down the hallway to his left, away from Kael's door. There would be time to work out why and how his friend had taken the fight away from his apartment's entrance. Ax centered himself. He took a breath and then yanked the landing door open with his free hand, took one look and dove onto the floor, landing on his right shoulder. The rifle dug into his back, its barrel knocked into his head. He was facing the passage, the elevator to his left, another apartment door straight ahead, Kael's apartment behind him, the siren shrieking, almost deafening him, his friend on the floor, On his back, a body beside him, another thug on his feet, stamping down on Kael's chest, a gun in his hand. The hitter heard Ax's entry. He looked around, a fraction of a second to draw breath and to steady himself on his left shoulder. Asian-looking man, bearded, glaring eyes, sweating. Ax took him in automatically in a fraction of a second. Another moment to steady himself, and then he fired. His first round caught the shooter in the chest and spun him around. His second bullet blew his head away. The body beside Kael stirred. The man started propping himself up and went down with a shriek when his friend punched his groin, elbowed him in the throat, and smashed his head against the apartment door. It opened a crack. A man in a nightgown peered out. "Stay inside! Call the cops!" Ax yelled. The door shut. Ax kept his Glock on the fallen men. "Kael, are you hurt?" His friend didn't reply. "Kael." "I heard you the first time," his friend said irritably. His partner sat up and checked on the men and zip-tied the man whose head had met the door with force. Ax watched his friend reach into his jeans pocket to bring out his phone and turn the siren off on an app. Kael had lost his jacket. His Glock wasn't in his shoulder holster. The buttons on his shirt were ripped. His lips were bleeding. Dirt stuck to the sweat on his face and his hair was askew. No blood on his chest or legs, though. "I am all right. I am not shot," Kael said clearly, feeling his gaze. Ax exhaled softly. The world returned. Sounds returned. The building was not as quiet as when he had entered it. He heard voices from somewhere down below, a man ordering someone else to stay in their apartments and that the cops were on the way. Ax went out into the landing and secured the man he had felled, who was still unconscious. He dragged the shooter's body into the hallway and dumped him in front of the elevator. Kael cocked his head at him. "You took your sweet time in coming." "I leave you alone for a moment and you go and almost get yourself killed," Ax retorted. He punched his friend lightly on the chest. His partner caught his palm and squeezed hard. No other words were necessary. "What went down?" Ax asked. "I was at my door when I felt them come up into the hallway. I shot that dude." He nodded at the man who had met the door forcefully. "Missed the other hitter who ducked back into the stairwell, and by that time my Glock had emptied. He shot me through the door but missed too. His shots went onto the door or the floor and walls. I threw my gun at him when he came out, charged him, and we were grappling. And then he got on top, which was when you arrived." Ax pictured it in his mind. You got lucky. If the two shooters in the stairwell had taken their time. He trailed off. "Very lucky. And if you had been farther away on the street—" "I wasn't." Ax stopped him. Ifs and buts weren't of any help. He looked down at the bodies. "Want to bet these are the remaining North Korean shooters? I nearly lost my life today. I don't want to lose my money. 56. "Chang," Kael called the detective. "You might have heard—" "Yeah, tell your people to go easy with the hard entry. We've secured the shooters." He leaned next to the elevator and made a face when he felt the blood on his lips. "Olivia's going to be mad at me." He dialed her number and glowered at Ax, who was watching with a smirk. "Hi, honey." "Stop right there, Kael Stryker," she ordered. "I know something's up when you use that word and take that tone. What happened?" "It's nothing. There were some thugs at our door." "You had better break it down fully for me." He sighed and explained. "Are you injured?" "Only my looks and dignity." She didn't laugh. "Is Ax there? Put him on the line." Kael put the call on speaker and beckoned his friend. "Axton Hawke, how bad is Kael? Should I come over?" "No need. He has not been shot," Ax spoke into the phone. "He has split lips, but nothing that won't heal quickly. He'll need a new shirt, a shower, a visit to the salon, and he'll be as good as new." "New!" Olivia's relief was palpable. "That was a long time ago. And what about you?" "I am unhurt. I am not going to be the woman who asks both of you to find another line of work, like selling insurance. You both would suck at it, and I know you love what you do. But I worry. You should know that. We do. Kael spoke to her for a few more moments and ended the call. What? He felt his friend's gaze. If you break up with her for whatever reason, I'll shoot you. Won't happen, he said fervently. I struck gold with her. He straightened at the sounds of pounding footsteps. 2 armed officers burst onto the landing, followed by more cops and then Pitsaka and Chang. The former looked around while he played with his shades. He inspected Kael's door and fingered the marks on it. The rounds are jammed in them. Reinforced steel inside, thick enough to stop even a Barrett's round. Softwood outside. Kael grinned. Neat. Chang bent down and eyed one of the rounds stuck in the door. One of the residents spoke about a siren. It's got a built-in alarm that goes off when it gets a sharp impact. Why? Shock value, to put off the attackers and also to deter anyone who might break in. UPIs and your toys. Break it down for us. Pitsaka made room for EMTs to attend to the wounded and unconscious men. How did they know where you live? He asked when Kael finished. It's not hard to find out. Ax and I are on our firm's website. Anyone with some smarts can find out where we live. They were here for revenge? Looks like it. What are the men in your custody saying? Revenge. Chung nodded. They still aren't speaking much, but they confirmed they wanted to hit back at you for killing their men in the restaurant. Min didn't put them up to it. Oh, he did. But they've got their own motives, too. You made any progress with what else they've been involved in? Working on it. Any news on Natalie? Working on it, Pitsaka said in a tone that meant he wasn't going to share any information. He got any friends? Kael growled at Chang when the other detective went to the lower floor. Isaac's a good detective. He's the best partner I've ever had. Chang's lips twitched. That's not what I asked. He has me. How you put up with him is beyond me. He's got his good parts. I have never seen them. Chang nodded absently as the cops and the EMTs took away the attackers. That's the last of the North Korean Special Operation Force. Except for one. The detective's face sobered. Watch your 6:57. Zeb's office was fully occupied when Kael and Ax entered it the next day. Beth and Megan were at their screens. Broker, the eldest operator in the agency team, was practicing his golf putts on a small strip near the floor-to-ceiling windows. Buana was idly tossing a ball in the air. Roger, a handsome Texan, was flicking through a magazine, while Bear and his girlfriend, Chloe, were curled up on a couch, watching a video on their phones. The agency office was unlike any corporate one. Couches all over the floor, richly colored and textured throws on them and rugs on the floor, paintings and art from various countries they had been to on the walls, a large TV on one wall that either played games or was tuned to a news channel, only a few workstations, which were usually used by the twins. There were meeting rooms, but beyond those, the space felt more like a welcoming living room. That's the look Beth and Megan went for. Kael recalled that the twins had taken charge of the interior layout. He searched for Zeb and found him at the coffee pot at the far end. He and Ax fist-bumped and hugged their friends and made their way to a central oak table, at which Olivia and Louisa sat at their laptops with headphones wrapped around their ears. He hugged his girlfriend tight when she hurried across to him and nodded at her whispered words. She separated and cast her eyes on him. No holes in me. Don't even joke about that, she warned. This isn't a social call, I'm guessing. Nope. We need to talk to Louisa. The lawyer unwrapped her headphones and stretched when she stood up. We can talk here. After all that's happened. And since I'm staying here, I don't see a reason for a private meeting. What happened at your apartment? Olivia told us some of it. Kael ran through it all over again while Ax went to the window and looked down at Columbus Avenue. Those 3 men, You didn't tell me about them before. She looked at him searchingly when he finished. I am safe now. I can return to my apartment. Let's wrap this up, then you can leave. Stay as long as you want, Beth drawled. There's no hurry from our end. The lawyer toyed with a pen and then sighed and smiled at the twin. You're sounding like a stuck record. Beth smiled to take the sting out of her words. Louisa laughed and nodded at Kael. What about Buxter? What did you find there? That her parents were in no mood to talk, and that the Flying Panthers are somehow involved. Megan rocked forward in her chair. Zeb drew closer. Broker stopped putting. The rest of the operatives looked up. Only Ax's posture was unchanged as he enjoyed the warmth of the sun through the dark window. Flying Panthers? Louisa echoed. What or who are they? A Chinese triad gang. 58. Triad? Louisa looked stunned. Chinese gangs, organized crime. There are quite a few triads around, and many of them operate in the Western world too, wherever there are people of Chinese origin, Kael explained. Yes. She waved a hand in the air. I have heard of them. But Triad and Natalie's parents? She licked her lips. We don't know either. Staying back in that town to find out. It wouldn't have worked. We would have stuck out. They too would have been noticed. You said their car was a rental. Yeah, but that wouldn't have helped us in Buxter. We'll look into them. Kael patted his pocket. We've got their photographs and their car's plates. What was Natalie working on? Ax had turned from the window. His back was to the glass, the sunlight outlining his hair, which seemed to glow. Can't say, Louisa replied apologetically, still looking shocked at Kael's revelations. Confidentiality. Beth's chair squeaked on the soft carpet as she rolled it closer to the oak table. Kael would have been dead if Ax hadn't shown up in time. He and Ax took your case. Trayvon is in hospital. He almost died. That other woman from Soundview was shot. Several civilians from the restaurant are dead. You still want to hang on to your precious confidentiality clause and non-disclosure agreements? If you think Kael and Ax or any of us are going to leak your company's research, well, then you are a poor judge of character. The rest of the agency operators looked their way. Broker stifled a smile. Zeb was impassive, but his lips twitched too. Beth's temper was well known. She doesn't mean it like that. Kael rushed to fill the silence. Beth is... No. Louisa stopped him. She was pale. A nervous tick on her temple. She exhaled and rubbed her face with her hands, took a large swallow of coffee and nodded. She's right. I've been so caught up in the corporate stuff that I lost sight of what was important. No apology needed. I have to, though. Beth smiled disarmingly. I was rude and I was out of line. No. Louisa's hands fluttered. You said exactly what I needed to hear. Can we move on? Ax interrupted. The lawyer laughed. The tension in her seemed to recede. Her face regained its color. Natalie was working on an mRNA drug, which I have mentioned before. The way they work, very simply, they deliver a recipe to their cells to create proteins. The immune system recognizes these as foreign bodies and develops antibodies. So when the real virus enters us, the antibodies are there, ready to act. The proteins are later destroyed by our bodies. Think of the mRNA drug like the mail carrier who carries only one letter to one specific address. In fact, she smiled briefly. The M stands for messenger. Natalie was working on a bag, a drug, that could contain letters to multiple addresses, targeting multiple molecules. She had worked out a way for the molecule to carry multiple recipes. An mRNA drug for multiple diseases. Beth's eyes lit up. Exactly that. Natalie had been working on it for more than a year and was close to getting the molecule stable. Once that was done, the next step would be to carry out internal trials and then external ones. No other pharma or biotech research company in the world is this advanced in their mRNA research. This drug will radically change healthcare in the world. It is revolutionary." Louisa laughed self-consciously. "I am a lawyer and am not given to hyperbole, but once I learned its possibilities, I was blown away." "What's it called?" Kael asked. "Luminate. That's our initial name for trials, but we'll likely stick with it." "That name was in Banks' email subject line that you showed us?" "Yeah. It is a few steps away from being ready for trials, and that's why Natalie is so vital. The critical parts of the research are in her mind." He rubbed his jaw and frowned. Why would the North Koreans be so interested in it? They don't have a lot of research or manufacturing capabilities. What is it about Luminate that they were ready to pay Banks that much? Yeah, it might change the world. It will. What they offered is nothing compared to its potential. Our competition would kill to get their hands on our research. Louisa made a face when she realized what she had uttered. Megan crossed her legs, folded her arms across her chest, and rocked back. "Can it be weaponized?" 59. The room went silent, as if the air had been sucked out. "Why would you say that?" Louisa asked, stunned. "North Koreans." The older twin spread her hands. "I can't imagine why else they'd be interested in Luminate. If they wanted to steal research, they could target any number of pharma companies. If they got hold of the drug, however, they could find a way to complete the research, and then they would have a lethal weapon in their hands, one against which no country would have a cure. Oh, sure, the rest of the world would develop one in time, but the North Koreans would have a head start." "There is a risk," Louisa admitted. "I found out only recently that Natalie had expressed reservations about Luminate to Ethan. Ethan Morgan, our chief scientist. She elaborated for the agency operators' benefit. Only he and Banks knew of the possibility of weaponization and her concerns." "Banks was willing to sell it to the North Koreans despite that," Kael growled. "He didn't know Andreev's real identity. I should have shot him. Axe's solution to most problems. But the research is useless without Natalie." The lawyer's brief smile at Axe's comment disappeared. Her forehead glistened with a light film of perspiration, even though the room was cool. "Maybe they didn't know that. It's possible Banks didn't tell Andreev about her importance." "He didn't," Kael interjected. "Or at least, he didn't mention that to the cops. Chang read us in on his confession. If Natalie is the only person who knows how to weaponize it, she would be invaluable to a hostile party." "What if they have Natalie?" Olivia ventured. Kael sipped his coffee, made a face when it tasted lukewarm, and refilled his cup from the jug that his girlfriend gave him. "Why would those shooters still be after us in that case?" "You said they wanted revenge," Louisa pointed out. "If they had her," Ax joined in, "they wouldn't need the research. They could force her to develop the drug." "Aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? Natalie could be missing for any number of reasons," Louisa said hesitantly. Kael fingered his pocket and then remembered the Triad's car. "Werner's up?" Beth's hair blew around her head when she nodded and rolled back to her screen. "We had to do some hardware updates. You need something?" He gave her the registration number, brought out his phone, and gave her the surveillance photographs. "Ax has got some prints, too." Megan took the bagged fork that his partner dropped in her palm and held it up against the light. "Prints are clear enough. Beth and I will process this." The office had a small lab at the rear where the twins carried out basic forensic analysis. Anything heavy-duty got sent to a trusted network of firms. "Those prints aren't needed. I've got them." Beth snapped her fingers to draw their attention. "That car was hired by Wei Ren. The others with him are Chen Liang, Feng Shui, Huang Ji." Kael joined Ax to peer over her shoulders at her screen and recognized them instantly. "That's them." He pointed out Ren, the older man, and Liang to Ax, who nodded. "Those dudes came to the restaurant." "All of them are Panthers." Beth chewed her gum as she brought up photographs of the men. Kael watched as she scrolled through the images, many of which were taken from long distance. These are from the FBI's Organized Crime Unit. These men are from the Triad's New York cell, the biggest the Panthers have in the country. Wren's the leader. You knew that? I know now. Where are they based? She blew a bubble, popped it loudly, her fingers dancing on the keyboard. No known address. But, Megan grinned from the neighboring desk. You can meet them if you want. Meet them? Kael shot up. How? Where? Werner matched their photographs to passenger manifests. They are landing at JFK in 2 hours. 60. You think we should alert Chang or Gina? Kael asked while Ax drove his SUV to JFK. They had left Zeb's office after Beth had promised to forward whatever intel the agency had on Wren's cell. Ax eyed the rearview mirrors before responding. Nope. We briefed Chang and Pizzaka about our Buxter visit. We described the men to them. We didn't tell them we had their photographs or the car's plates. Ax shrugged. The JTF is well-resourced. I am sure they'll be able to identify Wren and his team. You're not one for sharing, are you? We have been shot at almost every day. I am low on trust. Even with Gina and Peyton? You know they've left it to the NYPD detectives. If they were running the show themselves, I would have no issues. Do you have many friends? I'm reassessing my relationship with the one next to me right now. Kael grinned. He knew the real reason Ax was reluctant to divulge the Panthers' arrival at JFK. We can move faster than the JTF. We'll be more discreet as well. You read the files Megan sent? You want me to pull over and do that? Kael chuckled and sobered quickly. All 5 of them are dangerous. FBI suspects them of drug running, extortion, murder, all the crimes you think of. However, they don't have proof. Otherwise, they would have been arrested. Yeah, that young dude, Liang, he's a stone-cold killer. He's rumored to be the Panthers' enforcer and has 10 or 12 kills that the JTF suspect him of. He might have killed more. They might have a car waiting for them. They will. Kael nodded. The Panthers won't take cabs. Their ride could be anywhere. I've thought of that. I'll be in the arrivals area in their terminal. I'll alert you of their movements. Ax grunted and got onto Van Wyck Expressway where there joined heavy traffic. You'll need to move fast. It's you who'll have to be quick, Kael retorted. You might get snarled up in traffic. He hopped out of the SUV when Ax pulled up behind a cab at the terminal. A quick look around to confirm Wren's crew wasn't around. He was tracking their flight on his phone, but it didn't hurt to be sure. He eyed a few Asian-looking men, but all of them were bustling towards the concourse with roller bags. Kael went to a drinks counter and ordered coffee in a tall cup, sipped from it with the container covering part of his face, eyes moving ceaselessly behind his shades. His Glock, a comforting weight beneath his jacket, collar mic, and near-invisible earpieces, giving him the comms link to his partner. Olivia had given him the raised eyebrow when he had worn a bright printed shirt in the morning. He had taken her non-verbal cue and changed into a lighter tee. She helped. He grinned. I'll be less noticeable. I'm in the cell phone lot off Van Wyck, Ax gravelly voiced. Copy. Another sip of coffee. 2 Chinese men hustling past him, yelling at each other in Mandarin about someone's sister killing them for being late. The display board showed the flight's arrival. Kael didn't move. He had a good view of the double doors through which travelers entered the concourse. Passengers streamed through the doors. No sign of the Panthers. They'll probably have carry-ons. It shouldn't take them long to come through. Liang entered the concourse. They're here, Kael whispered. He watched the enforcer scan the greeters and the rest of the passengers. His eyes didn't reach Kael, who was several yards away, partly concealed behind a family. Wren and the rest of the Panthers came up and followed the shooter out. Kael behind them shoving an empty trolley ahead of him, several clumps of travelers in between. They went down the walkway following the signs to the cell phone lot. "You're in luck," he told his friend. "They're coming to where you are." "Just the four of them?" "Yeah." "Liang as well?" "I said four. I don't like it when you speak like that." "Like what?" "You know what I mean. No killing unless we are threatened." Such a buzzkill. The Panthers got into a gray SUV with Liang in shotgun. Kael glimpsed him talking to the driver, and then Ax's ride rolled up and he slid inside, his friend's Glock near the gear shift, butt facing his palm. Ax followed them discreetly, leaving several cars in between, interchanging with another black SUV that was going in the same direction. Going into Manhattan? Maybe not. Kael corrected himself when the Panthers took the Whitestone Bridge and then the Cross Bronx Expressway. New Jersey. Ax decided when they crossed the Hamilton Bridge. His guess was right when they crossed the Hudson on the George Washington Bridge. The Panthers' ride turned into Fort Lee, a small town right on the river with views to Manhattan. "Good location," Kael commented. "It has a substantial Asian population in which they can blend in, very close to Manhattan and the rest of New York." "Korean Americans. They came first, and then Chinese Americans. Good schools here." Ax jerked his head at the city. "This town was once the movie-making capital of the country. Edison built his studio here." Axton Hawke, purveyor of nuggets of information. He turned onto Harmon Avenue and parked at the mouth of the street and watched the white SUV roll into a driveway in the distance. Kael zoomed up the navigation map. "That's on the corner with Abbott Boulevard. It might have access from both streets." Ax slid his seat back, adjusted his shades, and closed his eyes. "You aren't going to watch?" Kael asked him. "What are you for?" 61. They moved when dark had fallen. During that time, Ax had driven past the house and confirmed that while the Triad house had a door on Abbott, it had no driveway on that street and no vehicle on the boulevard. They had returned and watched the SUV, which hadn't left the front of the residence. At 8 p.m., Kael killed the dome light and got out of their ride. No vehicular or pedestrian traffic. Their vehicle was between two streetlights and behind a pickup truck, not easily visible from the Panthers' house. He went to the storage compartments at the rear and brought out a drone, assembled it swiftly, and launched it. He slapped a screen on his left forearm while Ax velcroed another one to his. Kael navigated the UAV to the Triad safe house and watched the feed. One-door camera. No sentries around the house. 5 thermals, Kael read out as the UAV flew around the house and got readings through its open windows. 4 in the living room watching some ball game, 1 in the bedroom on the upper floor. That's Ren. Ax tapped on the man on the bed. Going by his size, can you scale the rear wall? Kael zoomed in the backyard and noted positions of the window ledges on the ground and upper floors. Yeah, that one. He pointed to a billowing curtain on in a bedroom. Is Ren's. I'll need a distraction, however. That curtain will slow me down. I'll provide one. Kael cocked his head at his friend. 4 shooters in the living room. All of them are lethal, and one of them is Liang. They'll be distracted as well. Kael stuffed spare magazines in his pockets and watched his friend pack more weapons. It's a residential neighborhood. We aren't starting a war. They might not have gotten that memo. Ax's hand stilled. Why don't they have guards? Kael thought about it. They must have operated from that house for a long time. Neighbors know them, under whatever names they have given. They're not on the cops' radar. Heck, this house is not in the Fed's file. They feel safe here. They don't see a threat. Posting guards might blow back. It might draw attention. Makes sense. Kael crossed the street and strolled down the sidewalk, paralleling his friend, and at the Abbott intersection, crossed back and went into the boulevard. Slow down, Ax voiced in his earpiece. "I'll take out their ride and door camera." Kael stood in the shadow of a neighbor's garden hedge while he watched his friend on the drone's feed. Ax crouched low and ran beneath the window line of the Triad's safe house and planted something beneath the white SUV. A radio frequency jammer, Kael recognized it. The battery-powered device blasted microwaves that interfered with a vehicle's control unit and got it to stall. It required a high burst of power and drained its battery in 45 minutes. That should be enough for us. Ax pointed his hand at the door and then raised a clenched fist in the air. His laser has taken out the door camera. Kael walked past the house, turned in the shadows and hurried back. He checked around him and then leaped over the rear fence, landing softly in the backyard. An unkempt lawn and the rear walls of the house ahead of him. The glare of the TV screen in the living room reflected in the windows, which had a light curtain over them. The commentary audible where he was. He stayed motionless for several moments to check if any of the Panthers had noticed him in their peripheral vision. They hadn't. The game engrossed them. He checked the screen on his arm. Ren was still on the bed. "I'm in," he told Ax. He fired a message to Megan and got a thumbs up in response. Megan will delay the police response if any neighbor alerts the cops. On the count of 5. 62. Ax risked a glance through the window. Liang and the driver on the couch facing the TV. Zhu and Ji backs to him on the sofa that was near the window. Beer bottles on a table and on the carpet. Bowls of nuts and chips. He drew out a flashbang from his pocket and weighed it in his hand while he adjusted a pair of goggles over his eyes and jammed his ear protectors close to his head. He raised his right hand cautiously to plant a detonator in the center of the window pane. The device used shock waves to shatter glass, leaving no dangerous shards behind. His mental countdown reached 5. He pressed the triggering app on his phone. The pane broke with the sound of cracking glass, splintering into small pieces that crumpled down. Liang rose instantly from his seat, snake-like fast, turning to him, while the rest of the Panthers shouted in surprise. Ax lobbed the bang inside, throwing it directly at the enforcer, who yelled a warning, and then he was vaulting inside the living room, looking sideways, smashing his Glock on the heads of Zhu and Ji just by feel. The room blazed with intense light, and the burst of sound assaulted his eardrums even through his protectors. He dove at Liang, who had stumbled over the back of the couch, and shot him in the chest with a double tap, took out the driver with another round to his chest and got to his feet, took a long stride to knock out Zhu and Ji with savage blows of his gun barrel. 4 hostiles out in less than 15 seconds since he had shattered the window, and not a single scratch on him. They should have posted guards. Kael sprinted across the backyard with his head turned away and felt the white light and blast reach him almost like a physical blow. He leaped high, his left foot landing on a window ledge, and powered down to give him further flight. His outstretched arms reached high and caught the ledge to Ren's bedroom. He pulled himself up and fell in the room, cursing as the curtain rod gave and fabric wrapped itself around him. He heard Ren shout and the bed squeak. Kael gritted his teeth, yanked the curtain away with his left hand to see the cell leader dive towards a bedside drawer. He got to his feet, slipped on the curtain, fell across the bed, and that saved his life. Ren's shot went over his head and blasted out of the open window. Kael levered over the mattress to lunge across it and punched the Panther in the throat just as another shot rang in his ears and the bed bucked from the impact. His blow didn't land cleanly enough, but he got his left hand on Ren's gun wrist and yanked it away, the Triad man triggering several shots reflexively in the carpet. Kael's momentum shoved the cell leader against the side table. The Triad leader punched at him with his free hand as he tried to move back, but there was no room. Kael tried to twist the gun wrist, no purchase. Ren's hand was slippery with sweat. He punched at the man and cursed when the Panther ducked and his fist smashed into the wall. He ignored the blows against his ribs, turned his head to avoid an incoming headbutt, and felt his leg twist as it got trapped between the bed and the drawer, and then with a savage roar, lashed out to free himself, ducked low to jam his head in Ren's belly, and raised him over his shoulders and threw him backwards on the bed. The panther howled when his gun wrist broke. He landed heavily on the mattress and tried to roll towards the window when Kael caught the bedspread, pulled it, drawing the triad cell leader along with it, and slapped him across the face to split his lips. The cell leader fell back, shrieking in rage, calling on his men, and tried to dive away again, and at that point Kael had enough. He shot Ren in his right thigh just as the door burst open and Ax ghosted in. His friend took one look and shook his head. "I took out 4 hostiles and you're struggling with 1 man." Kael shot Ren in the other thigh in reply. 63. Ren screamed in agony and clutched his thighs, rocking on the bed. "What do you want?" he shouted, tears and sweat streaming down his face. His gun hand flopped weakly on the bed, his legs quivered and shook. Kael caught his ankles and, with Ax's help, secured them and taped his left hand to the bedpost. They caught him by the waist and propped the triad man against the headboard. Kael wiped his face with his sleeve and went to the window. Lights in the neighboring houses. He checked his screen. The drone showed no street activity on Harmon or Abbott. "We don't have much time. Megan's delaying tactics will buy us some time, but not much." He spun on his heel and ground the Glock's barrel in one of Ren's open wounds. "Where is Natalie Lee?" Ren howled and jerked to get away, but Kael jammed the gun deeper. "Where is she?" he asked in Mandarin without raising his voice. "I don't know." A flash of surprise on the triad man's face that Kael spoke his language. "Why were you in Buxter?" Ren sucked a breath harshly. He squinted at his bleeding thighs and raised his head. "You are dead men." Kael shot him in the left shoulder. "Save your threats. No one's coming to help you," he said above the man's shriek. "I can do this all night and riddle your body with holes. You might be tough, but everyone has a breaking point. You want to find out what yours is?" Ren groaned and spat on the bed. "Why were you in Buxter?" Kael repeated. The panther shrank when he raised his Glock. "To ask her parents where she is." Wasn't expecting that reply. Kael felt Ax's gaze on him. "Why are you looking for her?" Ren's eyes glittered. He seemed to tap into a reserve of strength. He bared his teeth. "I don't know. I got orders," he snarled. "You can torture me, but you won't get anything else from me." "Orders from?" Ax withdrew his Spyderco blade from its thigh sheath and played with it idly. "Beijing," Ren whispered, his eyes on the glinting knife. "Who in Beijing?" Kael asked. "Shen Tao." "Who is he?" "The Deputy Mountain Master." "That's like the number 2 in the Flying Panthers," Kael recollected. Most of the triad gangs had done away with the traditional hierarchy and had gone for cell-like organizations. The Panthers, however, had combined the former with the latter, making it unique among Chinese organized crime outfits. "He didn't tell you why." "One doesn't ask why to Tao." "What's in Buxter? Why did Natalie's folks go there?" Ren swallowed. His breathing was still loud and harsh but hadn't settled in a natural rhythm. His body shuddered and blood dripped to the sheet. However, he was focused on his interrogators. "They were Panthers. Didn't you know that?" he sneered. "No, we didn't," Kael thought. "Were." "They were soldiers. We sent them to Buxter to run the laundry operation, but they quit when Natalie went to high school." "Was she the reason?" "I don't know. I don't care why." "Panthers are allowed to quit?" No. But we don't have an operation in Texas. The Panthers are established in New York. We wanted to expand in that state, but we couldn't do it. When the Lees refused to continue our work, I went to meet them. More like to threaten them, Kael guessed. I could not persuade them, and our leaders said it was not worth trying to retain them. You threatened them in Buxter that night? Ax growled. Which night? 2 nights ago, before you came to us in the restaurant. Wren stared in shock. You know of that? You threatened them. The cell leader shifted on the bed. I didn't need to. They know about me. They were Panther soldiers. They know how we work. I asked them where she was. They didn't know. She hadn't been home. You believed that? I gave them 24 hours. I told them I would return to question them again. Why is he answering so readily? Kael thought uneasily, and then he heard it. The front door crashed open. 64. Several men shouted from downstairs. Footsteps pounded on the carpet. Kael moved to the window instantly while checking the screen on his arm, which showed one vehicle in front of the house, another one driving up on Harmon even as he watched, armed men piling out of it. Abbott was clear, and then he was leaping out of the window. He twisted to see Ax follow him, shouts in the bedroom. A few shots fired over their heads. He landed, rolled to absorb the impact, and took a running vault over the fence. Down, Abbott, he grunted as he sprinted down the boulevard, hearing Ax pound behind him. He ducked his head when a figure appeared in a window. He reached down, brought out a balaclava from a pocket and slipped it over his head. He looked back several times but didn't see pursuit. They'll be busy attending to Wren. They'll expect cops to show up. They'll be intent on getting away. Follow me! Ax overtook him and veered sharply towards a house. Kael followed him over a garden, past its darkened windows and garage, and over a rear fence into a neighboring garden. A dog barked somewhere. Sirens sounded faintly. A house alarm went off. They kept going, dark shadows amid the streetlights and illumination outside homes. Ax took a sharp right and they were on Anderson Avenue and other right onto Harmon. They slowed down, lights in the houses in front of the Triad residence. The feds don't know of this place. Kael panted as he wiped his sweat. I doubt the Panthers have escaped. It's been less than a minute since we got away and Wren isn't in a condition to move fast. I know. You have something in mind. Kael went to their ride and removed 2 HK 416s, tossing one to Ax, who caught it expertly. I like your thinking, his friend said. They split up, going down either side of the street, hugging hedges and fences and occasionally entering front yards. Stay inside, Kael called softly when a woman appeared at a door. Call the cops. She disappeared. Every room in the safe house was lit. Voices from within it. A Range Rover mounted on the sidewalk and a Tahoe in the driveway next to Wren's ride. Its door was shut, and no figures were in its windows. Kael got into the garden opposite the Triad house and hunkered down behind the hedge. He had a ringside view of the house as well as the Harmon-Abbott intersection. He parted the vegetation and thrust his HK through it. He saw Ax loop a wide circle and enter a garden on Abbott. You have no cover. I don't need one. They don't have any rides my side of the house. They won't risk carrying Wren from this side to the front. They'll be exposed for too long. The front door opened before Kael could respond. 4 shooters, armed, emerged, checking out the street. He shot high above their heads. They jumped back and shut the door instantly. A barrel poked from the shattered window and fired wildly at the street. Houses are going to be damaged if they shoot blind, Ax warned. Hold up, there's movement my end. Kael heard him fire. He dialed Megan's number. Send the cops, feds, state police, everyone to the safe house. What'll they find there? Bodies? I can hear you shooting. Panthers neatly wrapped up for them, but they'll have to hurry. We can pin them down for only so long. They're on their way. The false social media messages I posted didn't buy as much time as I had hoped. I'll light a fire under them in any case. Kael emptied a magazine through the window, slapped in a fresh one, and blew out the tires of the Range Rover and the Tahoe. He wriggled backwards when returning fire clipped the hedge and took shelter behind a large stone vase that was at the corner of the house. The triad's door opened again and closed as quickly as before when he peppered it. The sirens grew louder. Ax? I'm out. I'll see you at our ride. Kael waited several moments until Harmon Avenue lit up with red and blue flashes, and then ran around the house, sprinted between narrow passages and walkways until he came to Forest Road. He drew up sharply when Ax's SUV rolled up. "How did you find me?" he gasped as he climbed inside. "Stupid question," Ax replied and stamped on the gas. "He tracked my phone's location. They stopped once to change the SUV's plates, and Kael made another call to Megan, who said she would work on his request. They were on the Washington Bridge when Kael looked up from his phone. They got away." Ax gripped the wheel tight. "How?" "We had them pinned down in the house. The cops arrested them, but another Panther team ambushed them on the way back. One cop dead, 3 cops injured. The soft rumble of their engine and the hiss of their tires the only sound. They entered Manhattan. Ax made to drive to Greenwich Village. "Go to JFK," Kael told him. His friend looked at him. "We need to go to Buxter. Right away," Kael rasped. "Wren gave the Lees 24 hours. He'll be back. 65. Kael worked his phone while Ax drove to the airport. His first call was to Megan. "I need your Lear if you aren't using it." "We aren't," she replied, unsurprised, as if she was expecting the request. "Where are you flying to?" "Buxter." He broke it down to her. "I'll alert the crew. We'll watch out for Wren appearing on any manifest. He'll lie low. He'll send a team. Stop talking to me and get your butts to the airport." JFK Airport, the private jet terminal. The agency had access to such facilities in all major airports around the world. Kael, Ax, and Cutter piggybacked on their access. Peter and Amy, the 2 pilots, welcomed them. Both former Marine Corps aviators with extensive flying experience on both fixed and rotary wing experience and in combat zones. They had been with the agency since Zeb's team had acquired their aircraft. Both in their 40s, deeply tanned, smiling as Kael and Ax boarded. "Beaumont?" Amy greeted them. "You're going to the refinery?" "Buxter. We'll rent a car at the airport." Kael grinned back. She sized them up. "You aren't going for some sightseeing?" "Nope." "Settle back. Catch some sleep if you wish. Fresh coffee is in the pantry. Those are weapons?" She bobbed her head at the gym bags they were carrying. "Yeah." "Stow them overhead or in the pantry?" He fist-bumped her and followed Ax down the aisle, dropped into the luxury leather seats and sighed. This is the life. Ax went to the kitchen and returned with 2 mugs. "When we aren't being shot at," he replied after a sip. Kael watched idly as their aircraft took off and aimed towards Texas. New York City became a distant speck and disappeared behind clouds. Wren is the senior-most Panther in the country. "Yeah." "You really think he wouldn't know why the Triad wants Natalie?" "He knows." "Why do they want her?" "To trade her." 66. Kael agreed with Ax's surmise. Nothing else makes sense. Natalie must have mentioned what she was working on to her folks, even though they weren't close. The Lees must have conveyed that to the Panthers. Gang loyalties ran deep even with former members. He checked his phone for the latest updates on the shooting in Fort Lee. His lips thinned when he saw that another cop had died. An incoming call. Chang. He took it and put it on speaker. "Where the hell are you?" Pizzaka snarled. "Why didn't you turn yourself in at Fort Lee?" "Fort Lee?" Kael gave innocent. "What have I done there according to you?" "Don't give me that. 2 cops have died." "Kael." Chang came on the line. Pizzaka breathed harshly in the background. "Aren't you aware of what went down in Fort Lee?" "Yeah. I caught it on the news. Shooting at some Triad gang safe house. Ax and I weren't there. Witnesses say they saw two gunmen shoot at the house. Where were you both? We've been in the office all evening, Kael lied. You can check. Megan has wiped our phone's tracks and made them show we were in Greenwich. She'll show our presence in the security cameras. That had been his recent request to her. You haven't been to Fort Lee? I have. I told you, Pizzaka burst in. He and Hawke are involved. I haven't been there in several years, Kael continued over him. Why would you suspect us? Because that triad safe house was the Flying Panthers cover. Wei Ren, the New York cell's leader, was in it. He was shot in his thighs and shoulder. He identify his shooters? No, Chung replied wearily. Stades got there first. They were tipped off by neighbors about the shooting, and then an anonymous call placed the Panthers there. Not us, Kael said glibly. Where are you right now? 30,000 feet above the ground. Nowhere near Fort Lee, he replied instead. I don't buy that, Pizzaka chimed in suspiciously. Kael took a photograph of the aircraft window and sent it to Chang's phone. Where are you going? Pizzaka asked after a moment. None of your business. Kael hung up, ended the incoming from Chang, and closed his eyes. Jake at the car rental counter. He recognized them. Did you hook up with Travis? We did, Ax grated, his tone a clear sign that they weren't in the mood for small talk. The clerk took the hint. He handed a key over and went through the insurance spiel. Has Travis returned? Kael signed the electronic screen. No. Jake shook his head. He frowned. I thought you worked in the same office. We do. Different shifts. He'll remember us now, Ax growled when they settled in their Jeep. I want him to. Why? He's our alibi in case Pizzaka gets suspicious. The timeline will give it away. I don't think he will dig that deep once he knows we were here. I wouldn't put it past him. Kael shrugged. It was a problem for later. He kept driving until they reached Buxter, which had shut down for the night. They went down Main Street, past the glowing signs for the restaurants, and arrived at the Lee's house. No lights inside it. Their vehicle was in the driveway. Kael slowed to let Ax hop out and turned off the road and headed to the tractor. His partner returned when he had finished parking. They're at home, sleeping. No one else in the house. You broke in? No need. None of the windows are curtained. I could look inside. They waited. 67. They drove up to the Lee's residence at 8 a.m. Kael thought for a moment as he stopped beside their pickup truck, then reversed and drove around the plot, looping wide to avoid the front yard to park at the rear of the house. No need to advertise we are here. He smiled politely at Samuel Lee, who was watching impassively from a back window. Kael went to the front and rang the buzzer. Jessica Lee opened the door. Her eyes flicked between him and Ax and settled on him. Yes? Can we talk? Natalie is not here. We are busy. We must go to our restaurant. She started closing the door. Kael wedged his foot in it. We know you are Flying Panthers. He spoke in Mandarin. Her shoulders stiffened. She turned her head. Samuel Lee, who seemed to have been listening, joined her. A wordless exchange between the couple. Jessica Lee opened the door and stepped aside for them to enter. Kael followed them into the living room. Nothing had changed. He glanced at the mantelpiece. His business card was on it. Doesn't look like they touched it. He and Ax stood until Samuel nodded towards the furniture. Kael's chair creaked from his weight, but it held. Ax settled on a couch, his face as expressionless as their host's. Samuel Lee studied him for several moments and then turned to Kael. Are you police? He asked in English. No, sir. We are private investigators from New York. Her employer has hired us to find her. Even the police are looking for her. Why is he asking this? We introduced ourselves last time. It came to him a moment later. He's stalling. They're shocked that we know of the Panthers. We haven't told the cops about the Panthers. He switched to their native language, hoping it would build some trust. We don't care what you do in the gang. We want to find your daughter. Nothing else interests us. Jessica Lee's hands twisted in her lap. Her dress was a faded red, a thread unraveling from a sleeve, frayed collar, the worry lines around her eyes, obvious. We left the Panthers. We are not in it anymore. Yes, Wei Ren told us. A visible shock through them. Jessica looked at her husband, who held her hand. He visited you last time. We were watching. We met him in New York yesterday, he said straight-faced. What did he tell you? Samuel Lee asked hoarsely. That the Panthers sent you to run the laundry store here. I'm guessing it was a front for some kind of small-time drug-dealing operation for the refinery workers. Are we going to be arrested? What? No. Sir, ma'am, Ax and I don't care about your past. We don't care about you either, his partner cut in. Finding Natalie safe, that's all that matters to us. Kael glared at him. Did you have to be that blunt? Ax smiled briefly at them. His concession. Samuel looked at the window at the sounds of vehicles. Kael rose and peered through the curtains. 2 SUVs coming off the road towards the house, packed with men. Panthers, 68. Ax was up instantly at Kael's warning and was out of the back door. The Panthers came up the driveway. Their rides blocked the Lee's truck. Men spilled out of the SUVs. Ax returned with their HKs. Kael caught the one his friend tossed and pocketed the spare magazines. We need to leave. Leave? Samuel Lee's gaze flickered between the window and them. We can't leave. You need to go. Sir. Kael caught his shoulder and looked in his eyes. He spoke softly, urgently. We know Ren gave you 24 hours. Do you think his men will believe whatever you tell them? They aren't here for a polite talk. We have everything here, Jessica Lee began. Our restaurant, our house. We can't. The door shuddered from several kicks. 7 men, Ax replied tightly. They are all armed. They aren't hiding their weapons. He was peering cautiously through the curtain, his body hidden by the supporting wall. Kael glanced at the couple. We are deeper in the living room. They might not be able to see us from outside, through the window. The door shook again. A voice yelled at the Lees to open up. We can't risk a firefight. There are too many of them, and this house might not hold out for long. Buxter's sheriff might be paid by the Panthers. Through the back. Kael caught the couple's shoulders with either hand and guided them to the kitchen. They resisted at first and then went willingly when the door shuttered again. There's no cover outside either, Ax said grimly. Flat country. I know. We'll have to race to the airport and hope they don't catch up. That's a lot of hoping. We don't have time for that, ma'am, Kael urged Jessica Lee when she made to go towards a bag. We'll find a way to get someone to pick up whatever you need and lock the house up. Right now, we need to get away. The Lees caught his urgency finally when another savage pounding at the door rocked the house. It's a matter of time before they break the windows and send some hitters to the back, Kael thought bleakly as he hurried the couple into the backyard and hustled them towards their Jeep. He cursed himself for parking it far behind the house, even though he knew it gave them a slight advantage. The triad didn't know of their presence. Past the backyard and over uneven ground with some debris on it. Decomposing paper bags, rusted soda cans, a beer bottle. Jessica Lee panting loudly, Samuel Lee grunting with effort as they bent low and ran as fast as they could. Get in the back, Kael snapped. Squeeze yourself on the mats. Don't get onto the seats. He sprinted ahead and opened the doors for them. He and Ax helped the couple in. It was a tight squeeze with Samuel Lee jammed to the floorboards and his wife on top of him, but they made it. He didn't have to give any instructions to his friend. Ax got into the bench seat in the back and cradled his HK. Not that way, Samuel Lee shouted when Kael drove away from the house. There is a ditch running parallel to the road. We'll get stuck in it. It curves. We have to go to Main Street from either the left or right side of the house. There's no other way." Kael took him at his word. He jammed the brakes, gear shifted, and turned with tires protesting, throwing up gravel and soil. "Left or right?" He met Ax's eyes in the mirror. "Our right. We'll come to their left." Kael nodded. He gunned the Jeep. It was old but seemed to be well maintained. It responded smoothly, bucking and rocking over the ground, and then steadied when they reached the flat ground surrounding the backyard. "Duck," Kael warned when they shot towards the wide opening to the right of the residence. He felt the Lees' bodies move. The mother moaned. He looked behind to see Ax curled tightly on the bench seat, the HK cradled to his cheek, only his head showing above the window. The Jeep burst out of the cover of the house. 69. A bunch of men at the door, a few more at the window that looked broken. Kael caught glimpses, and then he was shooting past them, and the roar of Ax's HK filled the confines of the Jeep, drowning out every other sound. He swore when the Jeep flew over a ground imperfection and landed heavily, but it continued moving, responding to his touches on the wheel and the pedals. He yanked the wheel hard to the right to get onto Main Street and straightened on the asphalt. "You get any?" He eyed the rearview mirror and saw the Panthers run to their rides. "Don't know. I was shooting at body mass and trying to damage their rides too. Can this go any faster?" Kael grinned despite the tension. He stamped on the pedal, thanking the city planners that they hadn't installed any lights. No need for them. There's Main Street and nothing else. "Trouble." He honked loudly and swerved past a truck. Its driver glared at him, but Kael didn't care. The speck behind them that had driven out of the Lees' driveway grew larger. An SUV. "We're really going to do this?" Ax scoffed. "A Hollywood-style chase shoot scene on Main Street?" "We're going to get our butts to Beaumont as fast as possible." Kael tried to coax more speed out of the Jeep, but it was already going flat out, rocking on its shocks. He jammed his palm on the horn continually. Let the sheriff join the chase. That might deter the Panthers. Not if they own him, he countered to himself. The last house in Buxter fell behind. Open road ahead, another 20 minutes to Beaumont. The SUV cut the distance. A few rounds bounced off their roof. Jessica Lee moaned fearfully. Ax made an impatient sound and opened up with his rifle. "We can't let them get close enough to shoot out our tires." Kael nodded in agreement. He saw Ax's rifle barrel in the side mirror, angled backwards, bucking as his friend kept up the barrage, correcting his aim by peering cautiously through the rear window. It wasn't precise shooting by any standard, but the objective was to present a hail of bullets that kept pursuit back. Kael zigged and zagged randomly to throw off the Panthers. Haphazard driving had to be balanced with the need for speed. He kept calculating the distance to the airport as he alternated with straight bursts and the unpredictable maneuvers on the wide highway. He held the wheel with one hand as he went for a momentary burst of straight and wiped his palm. That second SUV might ambush us. "It's not in sight. We'll see it coming," Ax shouted above his firing. "This highway goes straight to the airport and beyond. It'll have to come from the side, from open country." Kael heard him insert another magazine and resume shooting. "He's our advantage. Ax's got enough ammo. He'll keep firing at the SUV continually, not giving any break. He's a pro at this." "We'll die," Samuel Lee yelled in panic when a stray shot burst through the rear window and smashed through the front windscreen, not 2 feet away from Kael. "Not yet. We aren't far." He saw the signs to the airport melt away behind them. He dialed with one hand and cupped his phone between his ear and shoulder. "Amy," he yelled when she came on the line. "Get ready for a quick takeoff. We have hostiles on our 6. "Copy," she replied calmly. "Shooters, to your 3 o'clock," Ax warned. Kael saw the second SUV at the same time. It was speeding diagonally towards them over the rough ground, several hundred yards away but gaining fast. Good move on their part. They know Ax can't target both vehicles and I'll have to focus on driving. Where's the traffic when you need it? He swore loudly as he grabbed his HK with his right hand, lowered the passenger window, and cut loose. His rounds went wide but seemed to have the desired effect. The vehicle hung back, but then the shooters fired in return. A side window broke. Kael ducked when a round whistled behind him. "I'm good," Ax called out instantly. "The Lees are good too." Kael emptied his magazine at the second SUV and cursed when the HK slipped from his hand and fell to the floorboard. Can't risk picking it up. Got to focus on the driving. He gave up his haphazard driving and went for straight. There was no point in drawing them even an inch closer to the side vehicle, which seemed to sense its advantage and started moving in rapidly. "Stay low!" Kael shouted and held on grimly to the wheel. Beaumont came into view, the first buildings 300 yards away. Kael felt Ax's shooting change and snatched a glance in the mirror to see his friend fire from the rear mirror towards the side vehicle. He looked ahead. 200 yards. Surely they won't chase us through town. They might own the Buxter sheriff, but Beaumont is bigger. The refinery has its own security. Their jeep tore into town. The shooting stopped. Traffic suddenly around them. But the SUV was still behind them. Kael couldn't see the vehicle that was chasing them from the side, and he gave up PM locating it as he navigated to the airport. "We'll have to hurry," he warned his friend. "They'll try to surround us in the terminal." "Sir, ma'am," Ax told the Lees urgently. "Sit up. Be ready to leave in an instant." Kael felt them shift behind him. The terminal building approached. He streaked past an ambulance, ignoring the driver's angry look, and parked in an open space. He was out in a flash, leaving the engine running. Ax was out first. Take them inside. Kael gripped Jessica Lee's arm and helped her out. The Panther's SUV ground to a halt 100 yards behind them. "Police!" Kael roared as he got Samuel Lee out. "Stay back. Active shooters in the building." Travelers screamed and fled. Several men and women dropped to the ground. Kael shoved the Lees ahead of him and Ax as they covered them with their bodies and walked backwards. "Police! Make way!" He kept calling out repeatedly as went deeper into the terminal, and then Amy was there, in her uniform, holding a badge high in the air. "FBI," she said authoritatively. "This is a WITSEC operation. Keep your distance." The security personnel in the terminal hesitated. "Call your superiors," she ordered them. "They'll confirm. Don't interfere with our operation." Her demeanor and commanding figure worked. Kael saw their pursuing shooters hold back. The Panthers glowered at them as they went through a side door and out of the terminal. His shoulders slumped in relief when Peter waved from the top of the Lear stairway. "Yeah," Amy grinned at him. "We're safe. They, whoever they are, won't come through the terminal." "WITSEC is a U.S. Marshal program," Ax commented. "I know." Her lips quirked. I didn't know what else to say. Heat of the moment. Jessica Lee burst into tears when they were strapped in and taxiing for takeoff. "Thank you," she sobbed through her tears, her husband holding her. "We didn't think they would try to kill us." They still might, Kael thought as the Lear went airborne. 70. Ax served beverages to the couple once the jet had set a course to New York. Jessica Lee drank it, color returning to her face. "Who are you, really?" Samuel Lee asked them. "Private investigators, sir," Kael replied. "This is your aircraft?" "Friends. We borrowed it. Quickest way to get to you once Wren told us he had given you 24 hours. Where did those men come from?" Samuel Lee licked his lips. He looked at his wife, who nodded. "They are based in Beaumont. Wren said they would stay behind until we told them where Natalie was." Jessica Lee's reserve broke. She found out we were in the gang when she was in school. She fought with us every day. She begged and pleaded with us to quit the Panthers. She couldn't understand. Her hands waved helplessly. The Panthers. That's all we knew when we were in China. Our families were in the triad. It was natural for us to be part of the gang. We didn't kill. We were small-time soldiers who ran some of their betting shops, and when they told us to come to America, we couldn't refuse. It was our life. We ran the laundry. She. Yes. She nodded shamefacedly. We sold drugs. She discovered them. That's how she found out. Her voice cracked, and she buried her face in her husband's shoulder and wept. We gave it up for her. Jessica Lee wiped her eyes after a while. We told Ren we couldn't do it anymore. He slapped and kicked us when she was in school. He threatened to rape me. Matter-of-fact tone. Emotionless. But we didn't give in. He finally released us after we gave him all our savings. Buxter's bank manager was friendly to us. He gave us a loan to buy the restaurant. I had to sell some of my jewelry to make the down payment. But Natalie, she was lost to us ever since she found out about us. She went to college, visited us twice a year, but didn't stay long and didn't talk to us like other daughters did to their parents. She made no effort to brush away her tears, which beat a track down her face. She told us not to come to her graduation. Our daughter went to Harvard and we couldn't be there. When did Ren ask you about her? Ax refilled their cups. About a month ago. He visited us with Liang. Jessica shivered. He told us we should inform him if she went anywhere or told us anything about her work. He tell you why? Kael asked. Buh. Samuel shook his head. I asked him and he slapped me. He said he had done a big favor to us by releasing us from the triad and that we should do this much for him. He returned that night. She. He didn't contact you before then? Bah. He hit you that night. Liang did. He... Samuel looked away in embarrassment. He touched Jessica. Blood pounded in Kael's ears. Touched her? He assaulted her? His palms gripped his armrests. The Lees didn't meet their eyes. Kael swallowed, breathed to let the red mist fade. Chen Liang won't touch anyone again, Ax said flatly. You don't know him, Jessica Lee whispered. He is evil. Chen Liang is in a police mortuary. I killed him last night. Ax's words exploded like bombs in the aircraft. The Lees stared at him. He met their gazes. They looked at Kael, who nodded. It's true. Even Ren is badly injured. He must have called these Beaumont men to question you. We arrived in time. Who are you? Jessica Lee's voice shook. Friends who'll find your daughter. Where is Natalie? We don't know. 71. You have to believe us, Jessica Lee pleaded. We too are worried. We found out only when her work people called us. We are scared. We don't know whom to ask for help. If we go to the police, they might find out about us. Ren threatened us not to go to them. Does she have any favorite places? Some holiday or getaway spots? Kael swiveled his chair and straightened his legs in the aisle. The seating in the Lear was widely spaced and a mix of single and two-seater rows, which left ample room for the central walkway. No, Natalie does not go anywhere. That tallies with what Wendy told us. A dead end, Kael thought. But we got some backstory. Where will we stay? Samuel Lee asked. We know some people in New York. Panthers? We don't want to stay with them. You won't. I'll make arrangements. Will we be arrested? He looked at their defeated expressions. I don't know. That's not in my hands. Our daughter matters, Jessica Lee said strongly. Natalie is our life. She said what we did had consequences. She is right. If we have to go to jail, we have to face it. Kael didn't say anything. Whatever he said would be hollow. He swiveled towards the window and dialed another number. Gina Di Fiore answered on the first ring. Speak. We have Jessica and Samuel Lee with us. We'll touch down in JFK in an hour's time. They need a safe house. The Panthers are looking for them. Did you shoot Wei Ren? Yes. Chen Liang? Ax. A murmur at her end. He guessed she was briefing Peyton. Bring them to 1 pp. We'll be there. The safe house? We'll arrange it. You aren't yelling at me. I'm saving my energy for later. 72. 1 Police Plaza, 1 pp. The NYPD's headquarters near City Hall, 90 minutes later. A boardroom. Gina, Peyton, Pizzaka, and Chang waiting for them. Kael ushered the Lees in and introduced them. His eyebrows rose when another man entered the room behind Ax. And this is Bruce Rolando, the NYPD commissioner, he told the couple. He looked at Gina when hands had been shaken. How do you want to do this? The beginning is a good place, Rolando said smoothly. Start from yesterday. Kael laid it out for them from the meeting in Zeb's office. He kept out Megan and Beth's role, but knew from the listeners' expressions they suspected the twins had helped. Every law enforcement official in the room knew of Zeb's crew. Why did you lie to us? Pizzaka asked harshly. Do you know lying to a police? Yes, I am aware. Jessica and Samuel are here. What would you have done differently? Differently? There are 4 men dead in the safe house. Isaac Pizzaka! Gina cut in like a whiplash. We can settle all that later. Do we have a safe house for the Lees? Yes, he replied sullenly. Not far from here. We'll escort them. Gina smiled at the couple. You'll stay until we clear this up and the threat against you is gone. Their home needs to be locked up. Their restaurant has to be closed, Ax commented. We'll take care of it. Buxter's sheriff might be on the Panthers' payroll. Gina's smile disappeared. We'll take care of that too. Her tone hardened. We are ready to go to prison, Jessica Lee said. Kael stifled his smile at the way heads rocked towards her. Prison? Gina exclaimed. Why are you saying that? What haven't you told us? She glowered in Kael's direction. We were in the Panthers. We left it years ago, but we did crimes for them. We sold drugs. Jessica Lee searched for her husband's hand, gripped it tightly, and told their story to the listeners. Let's deal with this too later. Peyton was warm, reassuring when the audience had digested the mother's recital. Did Natalie say anything at all to you? Something that might help us find her? No. Jessica Lee shook her head. She last visited. Her call, her husband interrupted. Remember, she spoke briefly to us. When was this? A month ago. Kael's eyes narrowed. Before or after Wren's visit? Samuel Lee scrunched up his face and then looked at his wife, who shrugged helplessly. Don't remember. What did she say? She asked if we had any family in Wuhan. Why? She said her employer had asked if she would go there. 73. Genovita has research facilities there. Kael snapped his fingers. I remember Louisa mentioning it. Natalie must have been asked if she was willing to work from there. This discussion must have happened when the acquisition was underway. The timeline fits. She was worried, the father insisted. Why? I could feel it in her voice. She didn't say why. We didn't have that kind of relationship. We'll look into it, Gina assured him. Is there anything else she said? No. Those Panthers have disappeared. Peyton rubbed her temples. Half an hour later, she, Gina, Rolando, with Kael and Ax. Chang and Pizzaka had left with the Lees to their safe house. No one's seen or knows where they went. Kael fingered the smooth finish of the boardroom table. Buxter's small. We were barreling through Main Street. Someone would have heard our shooting. People would have seen them in Beaumont Airport. They're on the cameras in the terminal, Gina admitted, but we lost them after that. They were based in Beaumont. We've got a local FBI team coordinating with Beaumont PD. We'll find them, if they haven't already escaped. What about Wren? Gone to ground, Gina said harshly. Those were good officers, Kael, the ones who died. Truck plowed into the cop vehicles? That's how it's been reported. Correct. The LEOs didn't stand a chance. Happened before they reached Van Wyck. The truck kept Wren's vehicle pinned while other vehicles drew up, shot up the officers, got the triad men, and got away. What did Wren tell you? Rolando stroked his goatee. It was new. He had been clean-shaven the last time Kael had seen him. He was in an iron-gray suit, white shirt, an NYPD tie, and looked like he had come from a meeting. Probably true, Kael guessed. He must have met the mayor. That shooting is all over the news. He was to grab Natalie. Orders from his bosses in Beijing. He doesn't know why. You believe him? No, he knows why. Ax and I think the Panthers want to sell her to the highest bidder. No reaction from Rolando, Gina, and Peyton. They've come to the same conclusion. Every hostile nation in the world will be interested in this drug, the commissioner said soberly. Yes, but the Triad doesn't have her. Neither do the North Koreans. We know that for sure. Why the heck didn't she write down her research? Rolando thumped the table with his palm. Precisely for this reason, Ax shot back. She didn't want the drug to fall into the wrong hands. The Russians, Iranians, Syrians. Anyone could have captured her, the commissioner continued as if Ax hadn't spoken. We'll look into all those angles, sir. It would have helped if Kael and Ax had informed us as soon as they spoke to Louisa yesterday. My guess is she's still out there, hiding on her own. Ax, unperturbed by the glower Gina shot in the PI's direction. Why do you say that? Her eyes narrowed. Axton, Hawke, Kael, Stryker, if you're holding back from us. We aren't. My guess is something spooked Natalie. She fled. She could have come to the FBI, Gina flared. She must have thought of it, but then seen Banks on TV, the shootings in the restaurant. All that must have made her wary. Sitting here isn't going to help. Rolando got to his feet, signaling the meeting was over. Find her. I didn't expect to see you here, Kael commented. North Koreans, Chinese triad, a drug that can be weaponized. This has gone all the way to the top. It's on the president's radar. 74. Ax left their Bleecker Street office in the evening. Zeb had made back-channel contact with a Russian friend who had confirmed that country didn't have Natalie. Kael had passed the information to Gina, who had said they had received similar intel from their sources. The JTF had deployed every resource to find the missing researcher, technical staff to re-look at camera footage at JFK and around her house, field agents to question Natalie's neighbors. Gina and Peyton were leaving no stone unturned. Kael had called Wendy, who had confirmed Natalie hadn't mentioned anything about a possible move to Wuhan to her. Yes, the researcher said. Everyone knew of Genevita's research facility in that city. It wasn't a secret. No, she laughed. The researchers at Lumina weren't collaborating with the Chinese counterparts. The two companies were different even though the American one was owned by Genevita. Ax had changed into his gym pants and track jacket in the office and on the street, broke into a light jog on the city streets. It was very different to his workouts in Central Park. He had to navigate past tourists, wait at traffic lights, breathe in fumes, but he enjoyed it no less. 15 minutes later, he was at Lafayette Street at a pedestrian crossing, a thin sheen of sweat on his face, breathing regularly, waiting with a bunch for people to cross. He saw the subway entrance and, without conscious thought, went down to catch the F train to Brooklyn. A short walk and he was at Natalie's building. Traffic rumbled on Brooklyn Bridge, the sounds echoing in the underpass. The neighborhood was already shutting down for the evening. A few families and couples out for a walk, going down to the waterfront on the East River to enjoy the late evening. Dumbo had become a tech hub, and that showed in the storefronts. Clothing, cafes and fast food replacing the art galleries, some of which still existed. Ax went to a coffee store, ordered a drink, and sipped it while leaning against a lamppost. He had come to Brooklyn impulsively. There was nothing that he could do at Natalie's apartment that the JTF's agents wouldn't find. He looked up at her residence. Dark windows. Of course, they will be. She's left. He finished his drink, crumpled the paper cup, and tossed it in a trash can. He zipped up his jacket and headed towards the subway. I can kill you right now. 75. Ax stopped. He was on Water Street. A line of parked vehicles on either side, shuttered storefronts and darkened offices, shadows at various doors where the streetlight didn't fall. His eyes sharpened as he tracked the street. There was a couple behind him, a delivery man on the opposite sidewalk, looking at his screen. I could have taken you out any time as you checked out Natalie's building. The low voice was audible over the rumbling on the bridge. There! That shadow behind the van. That's Min. Ax was in an open space between two parked cars. He could dive to concrete and roll for cover. I won't have time. He's probably armed. He can raise it over the van and take me out. He turned to face the killer, whose face was covered by a hoodie. What stopped you? Not like this. You followed me here? Ax asked. He was calculating his odds. The dive to the car to his left was his safest option. That would leave his right hand free to draw his Glock. Min will have anticipated my moves if he was watching me for a while. He felt his hair ruffle in the slight breeze, smelled the damp coming from the river, the odors of cooking from a neighborhood. I didn't need to. I knew you would come here sooner or later. What do you want from me? I want to kill you. With my hands. Why? A long silence. The delivery man had long passed the killer, had turned a corner and wasn't in sight. The couple had moved on ahead, half a block away. You destroyed everything. My team. Andreev. Nothing is left. You could disappear. No one knows where you are. You can go back to being an assassin. No one will give me work. Everyone knows I failed. Reputation is all in my business. You finished it. Take me now, Ax said. Let's end this here. Not here. I will kill you where you feel safest, with my hands. A truck entered the street, approaching them. Ax tensed. Min didn't move. He stood where he was, only his hooded face showing above the van. The truck neared, its driver frowning as he navigated carefully between the parked vehicles. Ax lunged forward when it drew between him and the assassin. He leaped high, jammed the flat of his hand over the truck topper and clung on. Hey! Get off! The driver yelled out of the window, but the vehicle didn't slow. He must be on a schedule. Ax ignored him as the vehicle lumbered, his view of the van blocked by the pickup's body, and then he dropped to the street when the truck was 2 car lengths away from the van. He dove to the sidewalk, keeping low, his Glock smoothly fitting in his palm, drawing out from behind his jacket, coming up to eye level. A woman screamed and dropped her shopping bag on seeing him. Ax looked beyond her. There was no one at the van. Please don't kill me, please. I have a family. Ma'am, Ax interrupted her. I am not going to shoot you. Please go home quickly. He ran past her, his eyes scanning every vehicle cautiously, prepared, but the sidewalk was empty. He crossed the street and reconned the other walkway. No men. He returned to the van and stood where the killer had been. He had a good view of Natalie's building. He could see me on the sidewalk. He could have shot me. I wasn't aware of him. Ax looked up the street. The woman was hurrying away as fast as she could. He holstered his Glock and wiped his palm against his pants and went to Natalie's building. Stale air greeted him when he entered her apartment and shut the door behind him. He went to the window and peered through the curtain crack. Didn't see any shadows near vehicles. His phone rang. Kael. Where are you? His friend asked. Inside Natalie's apartment. Why? What are you doing there? Didn't get shot. 76. How many lives do you have? Kael asked finally when Ax updated him. He wants to kill me up close and personal. What does he mean by where you feel safest? I'll figure it out. He's gone. I can't see him. You can't sense him? No, he's good. Ax, we need to get you protection. He'll kill them. You know that. Let this play out his way. With you dying, you don't have faith in my abilities? Ax smiled in the darkness. Min has come up on your 6 without your knowing it. I'll take my chances. There is no other way. Kael sighed. I don't like it. Neither do I. But he's playing his game. Why did you call? Kael's voice sharpened. Benjamin Chen. Ax took a moment to place him. Genevita's chairman, now Lumina's interim CEO. Yeah, him. Beth and Megan ran a search on him. They have a few photographs of him that we didn't get access to. Ax nodded. The agency restricted their access to Werner and its database. What about those photographs? They didn't tell me. They said they need some more verification but have asked me to go to their office. I'll go tomorrow. Ax recalled the chairman in their office. It can't be something good. That's my guess. Let me know when and where you're meeting Gina and Peyton tomorrow. I'll join you there. I'll search Natalie's apartment again to see if we missed anything. He used the dim light coming through the windows to go through the living room and then the bedroom. He tossed her notebooks on the bed. We went through them. Nothing there. He searched the closet and beneath the dresser, tapping for hollow sounds. Went to the bathroom and searched it thoroughly, and then went to the kitchen. He dipped his hands in the sugar and tea and coffee boxes, searched all the containers, looked in the washer and dryer and settled on his haunches. Waste of time. He went back to the bedroom and turned on the light. He wiped his sweat with his sleeve and picked up one of the notebooks, riffled through it idly. Natalie maintained a journal over the years, right from her days in college to her time in Lumina. There wasn't anything deep in them. Her thoughts, her period pains, doodles, nothing about her research. Kael and he had read them from cover to cover, and Ax didn't expect to find anything. He stopped at a doodle of a flower. Natalie had a talent for drawing and had sketched many random images. Water Street, a sunrise, a sunset, bees, wasps, birds, even the parking lot at her office. She captured them on paper with her pen. Ax's eyes lingered over a sunrise. A drawing with a black pen with a star visible through the branches of a tree. It looked like she had captured it from a window. Ax frowned. Neither Kael nor he had paid it much attention. She didn't travel anywhere, so where's that view from? Did she draw from imagination? He brought the journal closer to his face and then noticed the writing that was almost merged with the leaves on a branch. Ax squinted, didn't make out the letters, brought out his phone, turned on the camera and zoomed in. McKinley Hollow Trail. Wendy. He froze. That's in the Catskill Mountains. He read it again to be sure, no doubt about it. He checked the first page of the journal. Natalie had started it that year and had kept it current. Her last entry was a work entry. Uncertain. That one word alone. Kael and he had speculated what that meant and had shrugged. It was a week after the acquisition. Was that when she was asked about Wuhan? He went through all the sketches and all the notebooks using his phone's camera. No other writing. All other sunrises and sunsets seemed to be from the East River, going by the easily identifiable landmarks. Ax dialed Wendy Tang and put it on speaker while he studied the drawing. "Hello?" she asked uncertainly. "She doesn't have my number. Only Kael's. She's not sure who's calling." "Wendy, this is Ax, Axton Hawke. Kael and I remember." Her voice brightened, became warmer. "What's up?" Did you and Natalie camp in the Catskills, on or near the McKinley Hollow Trail earlier this year? Camping? Natalie? Catskills? No. Wendy laughed. She keeps journals. I saw a drawing of a sunrise in one of them. Yeah, she was always doodling or writing stuff in them. I know about them. Her voice trailed off. What? I have a cabin there, on Eagle Mountain, she said quietly. Inherited from my family. Natalie knows about it. 77. She's got the keys to it as well, Wendy continued. I kept a spare set in her apartment. Where did you keep them? In the kitchen, in the top shelf of the drawers with the rest of her keys. Ax found a bunch of keys in the kitchen and held them up. Describe it. Black, long, old-fashioned padlock style. It'll have my name on a tag. Hold up. I'll send you a photograph of my set. Ax grunted in acknowledgement when he got it, checked the ones he had laid out on the counter. No key here. You think she might have gone there? I had told her she could use it any time. It was always empty. Don't know. We'll need to check it out. Does it have a phone line? No, she laughed. It doesn't have gas or electricity either. I got it from my mom. Her family were woods people. The only thing I know about the forests is that they have trees and birds in them, and sometimes animals. Ax grinned. You haven't been there? Once, many years ago, and then I realized I would have to chop wood myself for the fireplace. No thanks. I like my app-controlled appliances. Ax went to the bedroom and picked up the journal. Natalie's been there at least once. No date on the drawing. She ever mention it? No. Like I said, she didn't go anywhere. She took vacations and stayed home. She could have gone for a day or two. You weren't keeping tabs on her continually. That's true, Wendy admitted slowly. I didn't meet her every day. Send me the location. His phone buzzed with a GPS location and several photographs of the log cabin. It was on a slope with a clearing in front of it, trees behind it. It was small, and from the images, Ax guessed it was a single room with maybe a kitchen. It looked to be in a state of disrepair. Moss-grown timbers, several tiles on the roof were missing, and the approach was overgrown. Is it drivable to the cabin? Yeah. There's a narrow track that cuts off from McKinley Trail. One of those photographs I sent has a map. Got it. Ax scrolled to the image and studied it. Don't go at night. It's dangerous. The track hugs the mountain and there are steep drops. Trees often block the track. Go in the morning. Yeah. Wendy? Yeah? Who else knows of the cabin? Absolutely no one other than Natalie. My folks have passed away. Neither of them has any family. There is a deed to the property in my name, but that's about it. Lumina does not know of this cabin. Please keep it that way for a few days. I will. Ax, if Natalie is there, you'll call me. Yeah. Please don't drive at night. I won't. Ax drove at night. 78. Ax returned to his apartment in Greenwich Village, fueled his SUV, and set out. 10 p.m., he noted on the clock on the dash. He took the George Washington Bridge out of the city, skirted Fort Lee, crossed back into New York State on the 287, and then drove along the I-87, going around Harriman State Park, around Ashokan Reservoir, and finally reached the McKinley Trailhead parking lot. It was small, a widening of the gravel to indicate where vehicles could stop. A signpost, a mailbox, trash bins, an information board with a map and the wilderness around it. There was one other vehicle, a pickup. Ax checked it out. Empty. From the contents of the cab, he guessed it belonged to hikers who had camped in the woods. Ax backed his SUV well away from the vehicle and turned off the engine. He reached behind him and drew out a thermal sheet and leaned back in his seat. He lowered his window to let the clean air wash inside his vehicle, and with it came the thick silence, broken only by the rustling of night animals and the natural sounds of the woods. The forest was a natural environment to him. He blended in with the natural rhythm of the wild. He closed his eyes. It was bright light when he opened them. 7 a.m. He cursed himself for oversleeping and scanned his surroundings out of habit. The pickup was still in place. No other arrivals. That will change. Hikers and tourists will arrive soon. He washed his face in a nearby stream, returned to his ride, and drove up the track that Wendy had sent directions to. The track cut away from the popular trail and snaked through barely navigable woods with room for just one vehicle, and even then, branches and twigs scraped the sides of his SUV. The climb up Eagle Mountain was steep, with the dirt track hugging sheer drops several times. A panoramic vista to his left, rolling woods, not a single human in sight, but he didn't have time for it and couldn't afford to lose concentration. One slip of his hand on the wheel and his ride would be rolling down the drop to crash into the trees. He was sweat-soaked 45 minutes later and arrived at a turn which opened into a clearing in which the cabin stood. Ax turned off the engine and sat for a long moment taking it in. The door didn't open and Natalie didn't appear. A cracked window through which he could see a dark interior but couldn't make out details. Thick woods like a wraparound cloak around the cabin with only the clearing in front of it. Ax climbed out, keeping the door in view. He didn't like the utter stillness enveloping the cabin. He went to the rear and, using the raised tailgate as cover, armed himself. HK, magazines and flashbangs. His Glock was secure in its shoulder holster. "Natalie?" He went around his ride and to the door with his hands raised unthreateningly. "I am Axton Hawke, a friend of Wendy Tang. I am a private investigator. My partner and I were hired by Lumina to find you." Silence. He went to the window and peered in. Couldn't make out much. He climbed the single step to the wooden porch and tried the door. Unlocked. It swung inwards with a creak. He stepped inside and took in the cabin. Like he had guessed, a single room. Empty. A sleeping bag on the floor. A notebook beside it. The room extended into a kitchen to his right. Shelves with crockery and utensils. A steel sink in the counter next to which was a bucket of water. A window that overlooked the woods. A back door that opened to the rear of the cabin. Ax could make out a faint walking trail that disappeared into the trees. He crouched next to the sleeping bag and checked out the journal. More sketches inside. He recognized Natalie's drawing style. Where is she? He noted the dresses hanging from hooks in the kitchen and the backpack. Searched it to find spare clothing. No phone. No laptop. He went to the sink, dipped a cup in the bucket and tried it. The water was clean. He drank it and laid down the cup when he heard the porch creak. "Hands up!" 79. Ax looked at the reflection in the window over the sink. Natalie Lee was behind him in the living room. She had some kind of weapon in her hand. He raised his hands in the air and turned around slowly. The researcher was in a pair of jeans and a jacket zipped to her neck against the morning cool. Her hair was drawn back in a ponytail. Her lips were tight, her eyes wide, but the gun in her hand was steady. "Who are you?" She looked at the clearing in front of the cabin and turned back to him swiftly. "Ax Hawke. I am a private investigator from New York City. My partner, Kael Stryker, and I were hired by Lumina to find you. I am alone," he said when she looked out of the door again, reaching for identification. He reached for his wallet slowly and opened it to show his business card. She came closer to read it, the gun wavering while she did so. Ax could have slapped it away from her palm, turned her around and wrapped his arm around her throat in a fraction of a moment. He didn't. He could sense her fear, her wariness. Up close, he could see the worry lines on her face. Gina DiFiore, FBI Special Agent in Charge, is a very close friend of ours. I don't know if you are aware, she and Louisa DiFiore, your chief counsel, are cousins. She's COO now, Natalie replied automatically. She's keeping on top of news. You might have heard of that restaurant shooting in New York. Louisa was there. Kael and I saved her. That's not how I would have wanted to say it, but I need to win her trust. Describe Louisa. He described her. Was it she who hired you? She brought Benjamin Chen with her. He hired us. Her eyes flared with an indecipherable emotion. She took a step back. The gun centered on his chest. Natalie, what's up? Ax asked urgently. Footsteps crunched in the clearing. 80. Ax raced past her, ignoring the gun. Glimpsed 4 men hurrying through the clearing. Asian-looking, armed. Panthers. They saw him. One of them yelled, arm pointing at him. Ax wasn't conscious of drawing out the flashbangs. 2 of them in either hand. He lobbed them at the men, yanked the door shut, and caught Natalie's arm. Move! He yelled. What? He jammed his palm against her mouth just as the bangs went off outside. He shoved her to the rear of the room. Panthers. They found us. We have to escape. He removed his palm and hoped she wouldn't scream. She didn't. He eased the rear door open a crack. No triad gunmen. Run! He barked and followed her out of the cabin. Natalie Lee ran. She didn't ask questions. She sprinted into the woods, turning back occasionally. Keep moving, Ax urged as he pounded behind her. He heard a shout behind them. A panther in the rear door, weaving unsteadily. The man fired. The round went off in the forest, and then they were deep, weaving through the trees. Climbing, leaping over logs, going uphill. Hold up, Ax caught up with her. What's up there? The peak of the mountain, she panted, clutching her waist and doubling low as she sucked air. Why are we going there? You told me to run, she gasped. Do you know the area? Yes. Branches crackled behind them, a barrage of shots that clipped branches. 2 figures appeared from behind a tree trunk. Ax shoved Natalie to the ground, dropped to his knees, brought his HK to the front and fired a long burst. The men dropped back with startled yells. Can't go up. She's slowing. They'll catch up with us. He looked around and saw patches of sunlight to their right. What's there? He whispered urgently. A slope. Nothing else. He caught her arm and pulled her up. I'll apologize later for being harsh. Right now, we need to move. He took the lead, his left hand wrapped around her wrist, tugging her behind him. More thrashing behind them and shouts as the rest of the panthers seemed to gather to give chase. Ax bent underneath a low-lying branch, its leaves slapping his face, and increased his stride. He heard Natalie groan, felt her stumble and slowed to wrap his arm around her shoulder. No, she panted. I'm fine. There's nothing there, though. He pulled her into a stumbling run when a flurry of shots searched them. The thrashing in the woods grew louder as the panthers swore and cursed, making their way through the woods. Ax set off at a punishing pace, heading towards where the trees thinned, almost slipping over loose leaves, but he caught himself in time and held his hand out to steady her. The trees ended in a straggly line, a steep slope of dried pine cones, dead leaves and branches and broken logs ending in some kind of clearing almost 100 yards beyond. Some kind of lightning strike, he figured. He tested the pine cones and leaves with his foot. They were soft. He curled his left hand around her waist and jumped. Natalie screamed, but he held her tight and fell on his back. He grunted when the HK jammed against his spine, but he held tight to her, her head buried in his chest, and they slid down the slippery surface offered by the forest's natural debris. They skidded against a log. Ax righted them, took several running steps, and then leaped into the cones and slipped with blazing speed, bouncing off smaller logs, pushing with his free hand against tree trunks and stumps until they rolled into the clearing, which was nothing more than a dirt trail that disappeared into the woods. Wait there. Ax cocked his head towards the trees, took a knee and brought his HK to his shoulder. His first shot took out a panther who was rolling down the slope. He fired at the second hitter, who screamed and slumped against a log. Two more triad men, who were high above, scrambled for cover against a log. Ax shot at it, emptied another magazine, and then sprinted towards Natalie. "Do you know where we are? Where's McKinley's parking lot?" She was shuddering, panting. Her hair was askew. She had lost her gun in their slide, and her eyes were blown with fright. "Through there." She pointed to their right, where the faint trail disappeared in the forest. "About 200 yards. I explored this place." "Go!" They went, cautiously, Ax looking back several times to confirm their pursuit hadn't caught up. Sunlight dappling through trees, voices in the distance. He caught up short and held a finger to his lips. "Hikers," he said softly after he listened intently. He took the lead, picturing the layout in his mind, placing themselves where they had leaped for their slide, and got his bearings. 100 yards. They stopped for a breather. Ax wiped his sweat, looked around for a stream of water. There wasn't any. "Can you keep going? We aren't far." "We don't have a vehicle." She nodded, breathing heavily. "I'll figure that out." They set off. He counted the distance in his mind and slowed her when they heard voices. The parking lot was visible through the trees. He gestured for her to drop to the ground. She crawled beneath a log and looked up at him. "Stay here. I'll be back soon." "I'm scared." "Nothing will happen to you." She looked at him for long moments. The stiffness in her shoulders eased. Her panting eased. She wiped her mouth and nodded at him. Ax became a ghost. 81. He drifted from tree trunk to tree trunk, planting his feet with care, rolling his body weight so that it got evenly distributed over his tread. It came naturally to him, his breath barely audible even to himself. The pickup truck was in the same position, an SUV next to it, 3 men lounging against it, drinking from water bottles, Asian, none of them armed. They could be hikers. He crept closer until he was about 70 yards away, his body tight against a fir tree. "What's keeping them so long?" one man exclaimed. "Mandarin, they can only be the Panthers." "We should have brought our radios. There is no cell phone signal here," another man grouched. "They'll be here soon. She's alone up there. Hawke is just one man." "How did they know I would be there?" "I'm here." Ax went out of the clearing. He was sprinting as he uttered the words, his Spyderco autonomy knife in his hand, its blade customized to be longer than the standard length, his HK slung tight behind his back in its adjustable harness to prevent it knocking about and hampering his movement. The men spun towards him. Ax lunged in the air and buried the blade in the panther to his right's neck. He withdrew it with a squelch and slashed it across the throat of the second man and danced around the third man, who was clutching at his waist. Ax kicked him in the groin, changed his grip to hold the blade with his fist, and thrust it into the man's ribs and belly. Short, savage, merciless jabs, and he stepped back and went around to the first 2 men and finished them. He stood over them, breathing harshly, feeling the breeze stir his hair, smelling the odor of fresh pine and earth and dying men. He searched their bodies and found the keys to the SUV on one of them. He crushed their phones, dragged them towards the pickup, and pushed them beneath and behind it. They wouldn't stay concealed for long, but that didn't matter. Every minute they gained was valuable. "Natalie," he called out. He went to her when she didn't respond and found her retching and throwing up. She saw me. He waited until she had finished and lay, head bowed, for a moment, and then she wiped her mouth and stood up. "Look at the ground at your feet," he told her. "That'll help her stay focused. She'll be less tempted to look at the bodies." He got behind the wheel, fired up the engine, and nodded in satisfaction at the near-full tank. He searched behind them and found a water bottle on the floor mat. He gave it to her and sped out of McKinley Hollow Trailhead's parking lot. "Take my phone." He drew it out of his pocket and gave it to her. I need to focus on driving. There's an app on it, an SUV with a ring of fire on it. She searched and nodded. Press it. She pressed it. Her jaw dropped when the screen filled with a view of the cabin and its surroundings. That's from the cameras on my ride. 2 of those men are returning, she said hoarsely. You see the fire sign at the bottom? Yeah. Press it. The camera feed disappeared. What happened? She asked, puzzled. My SUV exploded. 82. They were near the Ashokan Reservoir when Natalie spoke. Until then, she had been gnawing at her lip and looking out of the window, or sneaking glances at him after their getaway. Where are we going? She asked. To a friend's place. It's the safest in New York. I'll get Gina to meet us there. That reminded him. He tried Kael and got voicemail. Call me, he messaged. He tried Gina and Peyton and got their voicemails. I'll call them from Zeb's. How did you find me? The sunrise drawing in your journal. She stared at him. You searched my apartment? Yes, I told you. We were hired to find you. I didn't think anyone would look at my sketches. Kael and I didn't spot your writing the first time. I saw it only yesterday night. How did those men find me? She shivered as she jerked her head backwards. Did they too see the drawing? No. Your notebook is in my apartment. I don't know. He made a face. I wasn't followed. We'll work it out later. Did you have to kill those men? She's not asked me who they were. She knows they were triad. Have you heard of Wei Ren? She scrunched her face. The name sounds familiar. He's the New York cell leader of the Flying Panthers. Her face tightened, but she kept silent. We, Kael and I, visited your folks in Buxter to ask them if they knew where you had gone. They kicked us out of their house the first time. He grinned when she turned around at him in her seat. Not literally. We went a second time. Your mom said Ren had visited her for the same reason, to find out where you were. He threatened her. He had a man with him, an enforcer, someone. I know what an enforcer is. Clipped voice. Expressionless face. His name was Chen Liang. He touched your mom, her word. She flinched and looked away. She swallowed audibly. Is she? She and your dad are in an FBI safe house. They are well protected. You said was? I killed Chen Liang. The Panthers are a vicious gang who are into every kind of criminal activity, including trafficking in women. I could have shot those men in the parking lot in their thighs, but I was running. I could have missed. They could have fired back at me. Besides, the shooting could have attracted attention. What I did was the only option. Their tires hummed. They overtook a truck and joined the 87. Did they say anything about me? They are worried about you. They are ready to go to prison. They only want you to be safe. A tear rolled down her face. I don't get along with them. Wendy told me. Wendy. She sobbed. She's the only friend I have. She doesn't know you visited the cabin. I have a fear of new places. I wanted to overcome it. I went alone during one of my vacations. I didn't tell her because I haven't processed the experience yet. When I had to escape, the cabin was the obvious choice. Only Wendy knows of it. I know she wouldn't tell anyone about it because she doesn't associate with me. She has as good as forgotten about it. Why did you escape? Benjamin Chen was planning to force me to Wuhan, 83. Ax snapped a look at her. Chen? He came to our lab one day. He met me, spoke nicely, complimented me on my work. He had previously asked me if I would go to Wuhan to work with Genovita's team. I had said I needed time to think about it. That's when you called your folks and wrote uncertain in your journal? Yes. That night in our lab, I was working late, very late. I finished up my work and went out. No other vehicle in the parking lot except mine and Chen's. Mine was in the far corner, in the shadow. A light had gone out and that area was in darkness. I was going around it to stow my backpack when I heard Chen. He was on his car's speakers. I don't know how he and his driver didn't see me since I had to go past them. I guess they were distracted. Chen was speaking in Mandarin. That got my attention. His conversation was loud enough and the night was quiet, so the voices carried to me even through his vehicle's window. "I don't think she will come to Wuhan," he said. I remember every word of that conversation. "Don't give her a choice. Make her. We need that drug. We'll trial it in Ukraine and sell it to the Russians." 84. Ax nearly crashed into the car ahead as he involuntarily stamped on the gas. He eased off the pedal and shook his head in disbelief. "This other man said that?" "Yes." "Did Louisa tell you about the drug?" "Yes. That it can be weaponized in the wrong hands." I hid in my car until his car went away. I was scared. I didn't know whom to turn to. I thought of going to the NYPD or even the FBI, but I wasn't sure I could trust them. I went home, packed my clothes in my backpack, took the cabin's key and left. "Security cameras captured you in JFK that night." "That was planned." She smiled. I wanted to throw Chen off, whoever he sent for me. I bought a scarf in a store and wrapped it over my head to make it look like I was an Orthodox religious woman, and used that as a disguise to catch a cab back to the city. I took the bus, hitched rides, and came to the Catskills and then hiked. "You threw us off for sure," he said admiringly. That hike, my stay, it finally let me overcome my fear of new places. "You seem to know the area around the cabin well." "I am a scientist. I had to get familiar with what was around me." Ax frowned. "Who is Chen? Is he a Flying Panthers man? I can't think of any other explanation." "Me neither." They reached New York at 1 p.m., and by the time they reached Zeb's building, it was 1:30. "My friends own it," Ax told Natalie when they went up the elevator. "They own the entire tower?" "Rich friends." She stood uncertainly when he led them inside the office. "Ax!" Olivia flew across the room and hugged him hard. "Kael has been trying to reach you. Where were you? We were so worried. Why didn't you call?" She trailed off when she noticed Natalie. "Natalie Lee, meet Olivia Navarro." Ax chuckled. "Kael's girlfriend. And those," he cocked his head towards the agency team, "are the rich friends." "Where's Louisa?" he asked when introductions had been made. "Kael took her to meet Gina and Peyton," Beth replied. "I'm getting his voicemail." "He must be busy." Ax nodded, saw the expectant looks on their faces, and recapped swiftly for their benefit. "Were you followed from the mountains?" Megan asked. "I don't think so. I was checking my six but didn't spot any tails." "Why didn't they ambush you? They could have called for more men." "Don't know." He tried Gina again and got her voicemail as well. "What went down? Why did you disappear?" Bwana asked Natalie. The scientist hesitated. "Kael and I trust them. Fully. There are no secrets between us," Ax told her. "I couldn't have found you without their help." Natalie laid it out for the agency team. Broker whistled when she had finished. "Chen, huh?" "What?" Ax asked at the look he gave to Beth and Megan. "Kael didn't tell you about him?" "He said you were analyzing some photographs." "He's been trying to reach you all night." "No signal in the mountains. I didn't have my sat phone with me." "Let us show you." The elder twin led him and Natalie to her screen, where she brought up a folder. She clicked on it. Ax went still at the image that filled the screen, a long-distance image of Chen with another man who was clearly identifiable. "Jianyu Long," he breathed. "Who's he?" Natalie asked. But before he could reply, Megan loaded another photograph of the CEO with another man. "And that's him with Shen Tao. There are many such photographs of him with both men. They are from a Chinese agent who was killed in an operation." She did not divulge the details, nor did Ax ask her for more information. Must be an agency mission, Ax guessed. The photographs were buried in quantum-enhanced encryption that Werner cracked only yesterday, she continued. There was one image of Chen in Beijing, all by himself, that wasn't encrypted at all. We recognized the building he was outside and gave Kael the heads up while we worked on the rest of the files. "Who are they?" Natalie asked, fear in her voice at Ax's expression. "John Yu Long is the head of MSS and Shen Tao is the Flying Panthers #2, he replied bitterly. 85. Mess? Natalie's skin was drawn tight over her cheekbones. Her voice was barely a whisper. China's counterintelligence agency. It's like our CIA but has a bigger responsibility. Think CIA and FBI combined, Beth added. The scientist's lips moved. No words came out. Chen is a panther, she said finally. Whatever he is, it looks like he, Genovita, MSS, and the Triad gang are working together. There's more. Beth flicked her hair back and rocked her chair. We uncovered a money trail in the Cayman Islands. Looks like MSS is funding the Panthers. It's not uncommon. Her sister played with a pencil. Many Triad gangs have links to the Chinese government. They carry out operations, kidnapping, for example, for the government. They act like deniable agencies. The Chinese government wants to weaponize my drug. Natalie connected the dots. Ukraine. That was going to be their test bed. Did Genovita buy Lumina just for my research? Maybe. Ax shrugged. Luminate was a closely guarded secret. It's possible Chen didn't know of the drug before the acquisition, and buying Lumina was just to consolidate Genovita's presence in America. We are speculating, and in any case it does not matter. Kael was going to present this to Gina and Peyton? Yeah, Megan drawled. It'll be over soon, he reassured Natalie. Chen will be arrested and the FBI will deal with the Panthers. And I can go home, Olivia exclaimed dramatically. She looked in the twins' direction. You have been very hospitable and your apartments are fabulous, but I'm looking forward to sleeping in my own lumpy bed. Ax stifled a yawn and stretched while the sisters filled Natalie in on Olivia's presence in the agency's office. He dropped next to Zeb on the couch and extended his legs. He didn't realize he had dozed until his phone buzzed. He snapped awake and found he had laid out on the couch and someone had placed a cushion under his head. He sat up and rubbed his eyes. Olivia and Natalie were with the sisters. Zeb and the rest of the agency crew were at the window, talking softly. Ax brought out his phone. Kael. He put it on speaker by habit. Where are you? He's with me. Ax shot to his feet when he recognized Wei Ren's voice. He knew instantly what had happened, even before Ren had spoken another word. That's why Kael didn't take my calls, he thought dimly. His move attracted attention. Everyone gathered around him with questioning looks. What do you mean you have him? I have Stryker and Louisa. You have someone I need. Let's trade. Olivia gasped. Her hand flew to her mouth. Can you track where Kael's phone is? Ax mouthed at Megan. She darted to her screen and typed rapidly. Gave a thumbs down moments later. Where and when? He asked. A hangar at JFK. I'll send the address to your phone. In 1 hour. I can't be there in 1 hour. I haven't reached New York. It will take me 4 or 5 hours to get there. You left the mountains a long while ago. We stopped for food. I slept for a while, Ax snapped back. How do I know Kael and Louisa are alive? See for yourself. Beth rushed at Ax and shoved him towards a wall before he accepted the incoming video call. She yanked a screen down behind him and then nodded at him. Ax looked at the video playing on it. The inside view of a car driving on a road. Some kind of virtual reality projection. It gave a passable impression that he was behind the wheel when he stood where Megan pointed. The video shook and bounced as if the car was going over the road's imperfections. He looked at the sisters and made a mental note to ask them how they had put together the video. He took the call. Wei Ren on the video. mocking eyes. He turned the camera to show Kael and Louisa standing in a large hangar, their hands and feet tied. Blood on his friend's forehead. His face was bruised. Louisa looked scared. She kept wetting her lips. "Seen enough?" Wren taunted. "Yeah," Ax replied hoarsely. 4 p.m. "No, 5 p.m., he corrected at Zeb's gesture. "I'll be there at 5. "Make it earlier." "I can't. Can't you see I'm driving?" He repeated Megan's lip movements. "No tricks," Wren warned. "No cops, no FBI, just you and Natalie. You know how this goes. I'll kill them immediately if you bring the cops." He laughed at a voice. "My people are saying we'll kill Stryker immediately, play with Louisa, and then kill her. 5 p.m. His face hardened. "Be there with Natalie. No one else." "Ax," Olivia moaned when Wren hung up. He held her tight. "I'll get him back." "How?" She raised her face, tears in her eyes, lips quivering. "You heard what he said. He'll kill them if you go to the cops or the feds." "I'll work something out. Take me." Natalie, hands clasped tight, back stiff. "Give me to Wren." "No, it's the only way," she yelled. "You saved me from them. It's my turn to save your friend. Take me with you." "They will take you to China." I should have accepted Chen's offer. None of this would have happened in that case. Ax looked at her and then at Olivia. The agency operators gathered loosely around them. "I'll get them back." "Ax." Olivia, strained voice, face pinched, her fingers tugging his sleeve. "Kael will come back, alive, unharmed." He left them and went to the elevator. He needed space to think. He punched the button and entered the car. "What about you?" Her voice cracked. "Kael will be back," he repeated, and the door shut. 86. Ax. He stopped in the lobby at Zeb's voice. His friend and the twins joined him. Zeb looked at him searchingly. Ax knew how he looked. He had his game face on, impassive, revealing none of his thoughts, giving away none of his desperate worry. "Do you have a plan?" Megan burst out. "I will work on one." "You know Wren will kill you. There is no trade. He will take Natalie and finish you, Kael and Louisa." "Yeah, I figured that." He smiled involuntarily at her vehemence. "Sit." Zeb took his shoulder and guided him to a couch in the lobby. "Jim," he called out to the security guard behind the desk, "don't let anyone through the doors. We don't want to be disturbed for a while." The guard nodded. Ax sat between the twins. Zeb dragged another couch to sit at an angle. Beth opened her screen and placed it on the glass table. "You have the address?" Ax read it out from Wren's message. "He says there's an entrance on Rockaway Boulevard." Beth brought up the building's satellite image. "It must be a privately rented hangar," she commented when it came up. "See how it's positioned. Back to the boulevard. Nothing between it and the wire fence that surrounds JFK's compounds. That slip road," she tapped on a small approachway that broke off the boulevard and went to the compound, "is the entrance. Lift barrier. Wren will have a couple of guards there to check you and Natalie out and search your vehicle." "If this was us," Zeb added, "we would have deployed guards all around and on the roof. We'd have some kind of check-in routine for the sentries. A getaway plane for Chen. I'm sure he'll be there with an aircraft ready with a flight plan filed. Escape vehicles for Wren. They will finish this fast. They'll kill you as soon as you take Natalie to them. They'll execute Kael too. Louisa, they might keep longer." Ax's fingers dug into his thighs and squeezed hard. The pain was welcome, needed. It helped combat the fear and worry in him. Panic clouded thinking. He needed to be clear-headed. He saw his friends glance at his whitened knuckles, but they didn't comment. He looked at the hangar for a long while. "I can take out most of the surrounding guards. I'll go early." "You won't have weapons. The men at the barrier will confiscate them if you have any with you," Zeb pointed out. "I'll toss a cache over the wire fence. How will you get to them once you are inside with Natalie? If you are already on or near the hangar, how will you get to your ride and drive in with her? Ax worked out the attack vectors in his mind as he kept looking at the hangar. Speed, shock, and surprise would have to be his weapons. I can't do it alone, however. I need your help. We were hoping you would say that. Beth brightened. We'll get a Healy. Buana and Zeb will rappel down. No, this isn't your mission. Zeb squeezed his shoulder so hard that it hurt. Kael and you are family. Don't tell us what we should or shouldn't do. I mean, Megan drawled. I could have put it better, but he said what we feel. Ax grimaced and massaged his shoulder. He took a deep breath. The fear was subsiding. If Zeb and his team were with him, nothing was impossible. He studied the layout and recalled something the sisters had demonstrated a while ago. I know how to do this. We won't need a Healy. How? Megan challenged. Natalie needs to die. 87. Ax dove out of the SUV Megan drove at 3 p.m. He rolled on the grass strip to the side of Rockaway Boulevard and jammed tight against the concrete raising from which the wire fence sprouted. The next vehicle was driven by Broker, who waved at him. Roger followed and gave him a broad wink, just a few yards separating two men. A container truck approached, Bear behind the wheel, who gave him a thumbs up, the agency convoy necessary to provide him cover from other vehicles. Ax got to his feet, made a large hole in the fence with wire cutters, and wriggled through it. His HK was strapped to his side, his backpack attached tight. He ran swiftly, bent double, while the agency convoy of vehicles covered him from other vehicles on the boulevard. I'm in, he grunted into his collar mic when he was several hundred yards deep inside the JFK compound. Someone clicked an acknowledgement. Ax sprinted towards the neighboring hangar that was to the left of Wren's, 150 yards from his rear to the fence. He covered it in 20 seconds, his lungs screaming in protest by the time he reached it. He gasped as he flopped against its aluminum surface and drew long breaths until his chest stopped pounding. He crouched low against the building and ran down its side. Nothing fancy about the construction. Enormously tall and wide structures to house aircraft of various sizes. A row of them paralleling the fence, some of them owned by airline companies, others leased by logistics and private agencies. Aircraft landed and took off in the distance, their thunder audible where he was. Ax fell to the ground when he saw the target building, 200 yards away. He raised his binos and spotted one sentry to the side and two at the back, a third one on the roof who was scanning the front of the structure. It was the man on top who worried him. He's got the best view, but so long as he's focused on the approach road, I have a window. Still, Ax wasn't taking any chances. He wriggled over the hard ground, stopping whenever the guards seemed to look his way. They were some distance away and there was no way of knowing where their gaze went. He had to guess and stop, crawl and stop, sweat running down his face, stinging his eyes, knees and thighs and elbows hurting. But he kept on until he had cut down the distance by half and then crawled sideways until he was out of view from the guards at the back. He wasn't worried about personnel in the hangar that was now behind him. A stroke of luck. It was empty. Megan had called the owner, a cargo handling company, who had confirmed they were looking for new tenants. Ax moved slower. He saw the glint of the rifle in the guard's hands. The man on top was barely in view, and after a few yards the roof's edge hit him. Ax breathed easier. He waited. The guard looked bored. He yawned. He spoke in an earpiece. He wriggled his leg, looked in the distance and yawned again and turned to the front and went a few paces. Ax shot out, levering himself up off the ground, his right leg coming forward in a long stride, his body straightening, going to full speed in seconds. 3 pounding steps. The guard heard him. He turned. He seemed to freeze at what he saw. His hands fumbled with his rifle. His mouth opened to yell. Ax was on him, his left, sleeve-covered forearm jamming between the man's lips, his right hand going around the man's head to prevent it from slamming against the aluminum wall and thereby warning those inside. He had to body slam into the sentry at a sideways angle, and it wasn't effective, but it worked. He fell on top of the guard, his weight covering the man, preventing him from taking any action. He right hand uncurled, went to his thigh, brought out the Spyderco, and plunged it in the man's groin. The man stiffened. He shrieked, his voice muffled against the sleeve in his mouth, his sound drowned out by the weight of Ax's arm. "What's the check-in routine?" The man was in shock. Ax twisted the knife. The man jerked and screamed, his voice lost in fabric and the wind. "What's the check-in routine?" 20 minutes. Every 20 minutes. His words were clear even through the sleeve. His eyes were wild, his gaze distant from the agony lancing through him. "When did you last call?" 5 minutes ago." "That tracks. I saw him speak. What do you say when checking in?" A twist of the knife as incentive. The guard shuddered. "Anything. Everything quiet. Something like that." Ax freed the knife, removed his collar mic and put it close to the man's mouth without removing his forearm. "Speak into it. Normally." It took 2 tries before the man's voice sounded as even as possible. It was muffled by the sleeve, but Ax could work with that. Ren will assume it's because of the wind. "Did you get that?" Ax put the mic back on his clothing. "Yeah. Beth. Cool. Composed. Not a ruffle in her voice. We've taken out the guards at the barrier. We know their check-ins, too. We've got their frequency. We're patched into their system. We're ready. Leave the check-ins to us." "How many men inside?" Ax questioned the guard. 8. The guard sobbed. "Where are they stationed?" "I don't know. They were in the center of the hangar when I left them." Ax believed him. "Where are the hostages?" "In the center." "What else is in the hangar?" "Nothing. It is empty." "Why should I believe you?" "Please," the man gasped. "I told you everything." "Do the men at the back check on you?" "No. We all remain in our positions until Ren tells us to move." "How will you escape?" "There are cars in another hangar. That one." Ax didn't understand his head bob. "The one behind me?" "No, the one next to it." "Where is Chen?" "I don't know." He howled when Ax jammed the knife deeper. "I swear, I don't know. I know there is a plane waiting. I don't know anything else." Ax broke his neck. 88. He felt cold, empty, emotionless, remorseless, merciless. It was how he was. Forged by the best warriors in the special forces, hardened in the heat and dust of battlegrounds around the world. Something in his DNA and composition calming him when it mattered. Like at the hangar. Ax crawled to the rear of the hangar. The guard had told him the men at the back didn't move from their positions, but he wasn't going to take his word. He reached the edge and thrust his phone out to get a visual with his camera. The 2 sentries were talking to each other. One man's back was to him, 50 yards away. "I'll have just a few seconds, no more." He unharnessed his HK, attached the suppressor to it, and timed the sounds of the landings and takeoffs. They were almost continuous, the roar of the jet engines loud. Those sounds will have to do. He took a deep breath, moved forward out of the cover of the hangar and turned to face the guards, still on the ground, still prone, but with the HK now to his cheek. 1 second to sight the nearest guard in his scope. Another second to time his breathing cycle. He triggered. The sentry's head exploded. His body crumpled. The second guard was exposed. His face was shocked, looking down at the fallen man. And then Ax shot him too. He crawled back to the side of the hangar, harnessed his HK to his back and removed suction cups from his backpack. He gripped one in each hand, planted them high on the aluminum surface and pulled himself up. Another hand went up. Another yank, shoulder muscles aching, teeth gritting, but his body moved easily, his shoulders taking the weight, pulling him up until he reached the roof and jammed his toes against the smooth surface to get some kind of grip and let his left hand take his weight. Gotta be quick. Have to make this work. No time to use my phone. He peered over the edge. The sentry was whistling as he lay on the roof, looking over the front. Maybe 20 yards away, he guessed. His Glock would have to do. His left shoulder was already cramping from the effort. He stuck the cup in his right hand to the wall and drew his handgun, wiped his forehead with his sleeve and thrust his right hand out slowly without attracting the guard's peripheral vision. He waited for an aircraft to thunder overhead and then shot. The man jerked. Ax fired again, his rounds no more than pops that the wind sucked away. The man's head blew away. Ax sighed in relief, dropped his Glock to the ground and climbed down swiftly and sat against the aluminum, breathing harshly. "I'm coming," he panted. 89. Ax took 20 minutes to get to the SUV at the barrier, crawling and crouch running. No need for all that. Beth popped the passenger door open when he peered up from the ground with his dirt and grime-stained face. "We took out the 2 sentries against this side of the hangar. We have a drone that has eyes on. No one's looking in our direction." "What about the sentries?" He squeezed next to her. Natalie, pale-faced, worry lines around her eyes near the window. Megan at the wheel, focused on the screen in her lap. Both sisters outfitted in their combat vests. Ax leaned across Beth and the scientist at the younger twins' nod and looked out of the window. The guards were slumped in a shallow on the ground next to the barrier. "We're doing the check-ins, but we can't tell when Wren might ask the guards some questions," Megan warned. She held up her wrist, indicating her watch. "We don't have much time either. I'll be early." "Better that than to be late." Ax wiped his face with a wet towel that Beth provided, drank a long swig of water and removed his backpack, the HK and his knife. He took the gun that Beth gave and stuffed it in his waist. He patted his Glock in its shoulder holster, shrugged into a linen jacket and adjusted it so that it covered the second gun. "This will be over soon," he told Natalie, who bobbed her head jerkily. He studied her. Her hair was loose around her head, the white shirt she wore buttoned to her neck. "It will work," Beth said impatiently. "Trust us." Megan got Werner to speak into Wren's network, the voices booming through the vehicle's speakers. "They're coming in. They're clean." "Did you search them?" the cell leader demanded. "They are carrying no weapons. The vehicle is clean as well. Send them. Watch for the police or anyone else. Warn us if you see any danger." "We'll explain later how we did that." Megan jumped out of the vehicle. Ax took her place and waited for Natalie to climb into shotgun. He watched the twins take their long guns from the rear of the vehicle, waved at them, and drove to the hangar. "How are you feeling?" he asked the researcher. She licked her lips, like I'm going to die. 90. Ax drove to the hangar and parked to its side. 2 men came out casually, their hands behind them. Ax got out, guided Natalie by her shoulder, and went inside the hangar. The men followed and drifted around them, joining the 5 men in a loose semicircle. Kael and Louisa in the center of the hangar as the guard had mentioned, theirs arms secured behind them, their feet zip-tied. Wren, grinning, a gun in his hand, the dressing on his thighs and shoulder standing out beneath his loose shirt and trousers. "Ax!" Kael yelled angrily. "Why did you bring her?" He grunted when Wren hit him in the side of the head with his gun barrel. "No talking," the triad man snarled. "Your friend did the right thing. Natalie," he ordered, "come to us." "Wait," Ax said angrily. "Free Kael and Louisa. Let them walk to me and let Natalie go to you." "What are you doing, Ax?" Kael hissed at him. "Why did you bring her here?" "No talking!" Wren shouted. "I will not warn again. Hawke!" His face twisted in rage. "Did you really think you were going to walk out of here alive with your friends? You are a fool." He dropped his gun to the floor and picked up a knife that Ax hadn't seen. He came forward, swinging it in the air. "I'll cut you in front of your friends." "You are going to kill all of us?" Ax asked him. "Not Natalie." "Why leave her alive?" Ax drew his waist gun with blinding speed and shot her in the temple. Blood and bone splattered his face and covered her shirt. Her body fell face down to the floor. 91. "Ax!" Kael roared a moment later. "What did you do?" Wren, shocked, stared at the dead scientist for several moments, his men equally frozen, and then he charged at Ax with a scream. Ax dropped the waist gun, shifted to his left smoothly, caught Wren's wrist, twisted it savagely, caught the falling knife with his right hand, grabbed Wren's left shoulder, his fingers digging hard, spun him to face his men and jammed the blade to his throat. His men still hadn't recovered from the shock of his killing Natalie and hadn't had time to process his move. "Drop your guns," he commanded. He cut Wren's neck lightly to draw blood. "Now." "You won't get away," the cell leader rasped. "You won't escape." He gasped when Ax cut deeper. "Drop them," he choked out. Guns clattered to the floor. "Kael, Louisa, go to the entrance." Ax shuffled sideways to make room for them. "Not so fast." A figure darted to the center from the rear of the hangar. "Chen!" Ax recognized him instantly. The CEO was still in his suit. He picked up a gun and held it to Louisa's temple. "Now," he smiled, "you drop your knife." 92. No one moved. "Drop it!" Chen screamed. Ax felt bitterness sweep through him. He dropped the knife. Wren spun away, wiped the blood from his face and punched him in the belly. He doubled over, panting, and stumbled backwards. The Triad men started picking up their weapons. Kael was looking at him strangely. Louisa was frozen, her eyes darting wildly. "Good that you moved away." Megan in his earpiece, even tone. "We still don't have clear shots, but at least you aren't blocking Kael." "I have one shot." Beth, "Tell Louisa it will hurt, and Kael to dive." Ax straightened, rubbing his belly, grimacing. Wren watched him as he waved the knife in the air. "Louisa," Ax groaned. She looked at him uncertainly. "It is going to hurt." Her face scrunched up as she tried to work out his meaning. "Kael, duck." "What are you talking about?" Wren screamed and charged at him with the knife. Louisa's body jerked and she collapsed with a cry, clutching her thigh. Chen's head exploded. Kael dove to the floor. Ax feinted to the right and ducked to the left, felt the blade swish past his cheek as he caught Wren's belt and his collar and threw him across his waist in a judo move and pounced on him. He broke the panther's wrist, caught the blade, and swiped him across the chest. Wren screamed. "Free me!" Kael yelled. Ax swiftly checked Wren for move weapons, kicked him in the groin, dove backwards towards his friend, and slashed at his wrists and feet. There was no hail of bullets from the twins. They seemed to fire sporadically at the Triad men, who had broken away with many of them sprinting to the sides of the hangar. Ax threw his knife at a charging panther. The blade missed, but it stopped the approaching man. That gave him time to grab Wren's fallen gun and toss it to Kael, and then his Glock was in his hand, bucking as he lay on the floor and shot at the fleeing panthers who had no cover, and then the hail of bullets came from the wide-open doors of the hangar. "Be you!" a man yelled, threw his gun to the floor and surrendered. The survivors followed, sirens in the distance that grew louder. "We're out of here," Megan told him. "Thank you." "Anytime." Kael looked at him curiously, and then his friend's expression changed to alarm. "Move." Ax lunged to his right reflexively, felt Kael's round burn over him, and when he landed and looked back, saw Wren with a hole in his chest, the gun that he had picked up, falling to the floor. "Louisa!" Ax hustled to her side as JTF and NYPD officers flooded the hangar. He was aware of Chang and Pizzaka rapping orders in Gina and Peyton's voices. "Let me look at that." The COO was crying, her body trembling as she cradled her leg. Ax felt the wound softly and breathed in relief. "It's a flesh wound. It will heal. No bones are broken." "I know, you idiot," she sobbed, "but it hurts." He grinned and moved away for the EMT to attend to her. "What did you do?" Kael said savagely. "How could you kill Natalie? Do you realize—" He broke off when Ax helped the scientist to her feet and hugged her. 93. Kael was opening his door at 7 p.m. when it slammed wider, almost hitting him in the face. Olivia crushed him, her body shaking with sobs. She kissed him wildly on the face and dragged him inside the apartment. "Are you—" "No holes in me." He nuzzled her hair. "A few bruises." She drew back abruptly with a panicked expression. "Ax?" Kael stood aside to reveal his friend, who waggled his fingers at his girlfriend. She left him and hugged Ax, crying in his shoulder. "Tell me everything," he said half an hour later. Everyone had crowded around the dining table, some sitting, many standing with drinks in their hands. Olivia, Ax, Zeb, Megan, and Beth, along with Louisa and Natalie. Gina and Peyton, too. The twins and Zeb had brought Olivia to their apartment and had ignored her questions. The PIs had brought the scientist along with them. The JTF Ax had joined a while later along with the COO, who had insisted on coming. The round had gone cleanly through the fleshy part of her thigh, and despite the EMT's suggestion of rest, she had come along. "You first," Ax told him. Neither of them had an opportunity to update each other at the hangar. Pizzaka, for a change, had asked them to stay in the background and said he and Chang would explain it away like a JTF operation, which suited the PIs. "Not much to tell." Kael made a face. "I was taking Louisa from Zeb's place to 1PP when the Panthers ambushed us on Broadway. 3 cars bundled us and took us to the hangar. There, Wren knocked me about and then he got a call from someone and he called you. That must have been from his surviving men in the Catskills." Ax worked it out. "They must have warned him Natalie and I got away. They didn't pursue us since Wren had you." He briefed them on how he had worked out where Natalie was and the events in the mountains. "How did they know you would be at the cabin?" Kael frowned. "I've been thinking about that." Ax sipped his drink. "They must have bugged Natalie's apartment. I was on speaker when we spoke, and even when I called Wendy." "Makes sense." Kael nodded. "It wouldn't have been hard for them to find us. That Broadway location is central. We'd have to pass it whichever route we took from Zeb's office. It is busy, but they must have flooded the street with watchers." "Yeah." "Okay." Olivia slapped her hand on the table. "I have heard enough. Get to it. How is Natalie alive?" Ax laughed. "Beth and Megan. Let them answer that." The sisters didn't reply initially. "It's all right," Peyton guessed their reluctance. "We're here socially. Nothing you say will go back to the JTF or even to Pizzaka and Chang. Your secrets are safe with us. Whatever you did today won't go in any report. That's why Pizzaka and Chang asked Kael and Ax to be in the background. We have put out that the Panthers were taken down in a JTF operation. No one is alive to contradict us. The surviving triad members don't know what went on outside the hangar." "With me too," Louisa interjected quickly. "I am a lawyer. I am good with secrets." "Me as well." Natalie grinned. "I've been carrying Luminet's research in my mind ever since I knew of its downside." "Good makeup and disguise," Beth admitted. "We got her to wear a wig. We taped balloons filled with blood and bone and flesh scrapings underneath it. We attached an electronic detonator to the setup. Ax's gun, the one he used, was fake. It gave out a loud bang, sure, but it was a trigger for the detonator. Natalie fell as soon as the balloons exploded. We asked her to stay down until Ax gave her the clear. No one spoke for a while. I'm guessing you have tried that trick before. Peyton looked searchingly at the twins. We have, several times, in more dangerous situations than today's, Megan replied. More dangerous? Yeah. Beth and I were outside the hangar. We were there with our long guns. Zeb and the rest, they were close by. That shot, Louisa shivered. It could have gone wrong. You could have missed. I wouldn't have, Megan said flatly. Kael grinned. Maybe someday you'll see her shoot, in a range, he said hastily. You have made that shot before? Louisa asked carefully. Many times, Megan replied. No boast in her voice. We take calculated risks, not stupid ones. We practiced with Natalie a few times in our office. What about the voices you used at the barrier? Ax asked curiously. We got the sentries to record their check-ins, Beth grinned. We anticipated several questions Wren might ask, and then Werner played them back, making it sound like a normal conversation. Can we get access to Werner? Peyton cocked her head. No chance, Beth laughed. You have access to our databases. Surely it's fair. What we do, Megan said quietly, isn't about being fair. Peyton nodded. She didn't look disappointed. She knew that would be the kind of answer she got, Kael guessed. What happens to Lumina and your drug? He asked Louisa and Natalie. Lumina's board has appointed me interim CEO. Louisa grinned and waved in acknowledgement at the cheers. What happens is largely down to me. Genevita's entire board is being investigated. Nothing will happen at that company, Peyton stated, unless we clear them. For all practical purposes, they have shut down. Espionage, MSS links, organized crime links. We'll go through all of those. It will take a while. China, Ukraine. What happens to all of that? Down to President Morgan how he wants to play it. Outside this room, only a handful of people know what went down. We all have been sworn to secrecy. The president will decide how to act on this information. My guess is he'll take the diplomatic angle because the Chinese government will deny any involvement. That's why the Panthers were involved. They will explain away those surveillance photographs of Chen with Long. They'll deny any knowledge of what he and Genevita were up to. And the drug? Kael looked at Natalie. That's something Louisa and I need to talk about. I am clear. I will not work on anything that can be weaponized. I will never share what I know of Luminate. I will never document the research. Nor will we ask you to, Louisa assured her. Lumina is a pharma company. We make drugs for the good of people. Natalie raised her glass in a silent toast that they joined in. Ax excused himself to go to the bathroom and when he returned, stifled a yawn. I'm leaving. I've got a lot of sleep to catch up on. Everyone rose at that, making noises of going home. It's safe to go to my apartment? Louisa asked the JTF agents. Give it another night, Gina suggested. Both you and Natalie. Stay at Zeb's place, if they have room. We have, Megan confirmed. My folks. Natalie bit her lip. What happens to them? Peyton looked at her for a long while. Gina and I, we don't have the kind of free hand that Zeb and his team have. We have to work within our rules. That said, Gina rolled her eyes and dug her elbow in her girlfriend's ribs playfully. They have cooperated. They have given us a lot of intel on the Panthers, and we are acting on that. They'll have to serve some kind of light sentence. Very light, like community service, and then they will be free. Natalie blinked back her tears. Thank you. You and them. Gina trailed off questioningly. I'll make it work. The researcher's voice quivered. They are all the family I have. Family, Kael echoed and raised his glass in a toast. He yawned widely, helped Olivia clean up, and went to his bedroom to change. He rushed to the living room abruptly carrying a fabric-enclosed bundle. Livia! What? She joined him at the dining table. What's that? Isn't that Ax's wife's scarf? Yes, it was beneath my pillow. His hands shook as he unwrapped the silk fabric. He sucked his breath at the photographs. Ax and his wife, laughing, smiling, the four of them on vacation. He picked up a kukri and recognized it. A Gurkha soldier gave it to him in Afghanistan. And this, he handled an ornate bracelet, is from his tribe. He and I uncovered his Comanche roots in Oklahoma, and he then spent a lot of time with his tribal leaders. When did he bring them here? Olivia whispered. He must have put it in my bedroom when he went to the bathroom. But why? Kael's fingers shook as he wrapped the belongings in the scarf. Because he knows he's going to die. 94. Ax reached his apartment at 11 p.m. He showered, dressed in loose gym pants and a tee, and went to his living room. A couple of comfortable couches and chairs and a dining room to one side. No photographs or mementos on the walls or anywhere else. A crocheting magazine and a newspaper on the dining table. He surveyed the room and shoved the couches and chairs towards the table. Yeah, that made enough room. He drank water and assessed his body. He needed rest. His body felt sore from what he had put it through the last few days. I'll sleep later. His lips twisted when the thought occurred that he might go into a sleep of a different kind. His phone buzzed. Kael. He turned it off and waited. His buzzer rang half an hour later. He checked who it was and let the visitor inside the building. He went to the door. It opened inwards, swinging to the right. He stood to the left and when he heard footsteps outside, opened it. Ax jumped back when it slammed wide. Men, dressed in black, teeth bared, hissing in fury. The assassin raised his right hand. Gun! Ax ducked, the round burning his right shoulder. The killer moved inside the room, kicked the door shut with his heel and swung a baseball bat. Ax was still trying to regain his balance from the shot when the blow caught him high on his left upper arm. He staggered, tried to dance away when Min caught him by his tee and punched him in the ribs. Ax shuddered from the impact. The assassin's blows felt like tree trunks slamming into him. He groaned, blocked the next punch with his forearm and slipped away. I thought you wanted to fight with your bare hands. Min didn't reply. He charged with the bat, using it like a spear, drew back at the last minute and raised his knee. Ax saw it coming, jabbed his forearm hard into the fleshy part of the killer's thigh, didn't anticipate the assassin to continue with the bat, which rapped him on his temple. He fell sideways onto a chair, its back dug into his neck. He was yanked backwards by the killer, who slammed his foot against his back and sent him reeling against the wall. Ax crashed into it, felt the bat drop to the carpet behind him and whirled around to see Min draw a knife and charge. He dropped to his knees, felt the blade swipe air above his head, and punched the killer rapidly in the groin. He rolled away and kicked out the killer's legs, but there was no give in the assassin. Min kept standing and with Ax on the carpet had the advantage. He scissored his legs to trap Ax's limbs and leaned down to jab the knife. Ax twisted away, struggling to free himself. The blade sank into carpet, inches from his face. He caught the killer's wrist, but his palm slipped. He's oiled his body. A side slash scraped his chest, ripping his tee and drawing blood. Min, triumphant, leering, thrust savagely, so fast that Ax could only block the blade. His forearm got nicked. His right upper arm got pricked. Can't last long. He's trapped me with his legs. He'll tire me out. Min seemed to be mumbling in Korean, sweat flying off his face. In black, with the flying blade, a hairband around his forehead, he was the picture of death. Ax saw the killer lean down, the blade plunging towards his throat. He stopped trying to free his legs, locked his heels behind Min's shins and reared, twisted his upper body at the last minute and took the knife high on his chest, above his heart. He shouted in agony, felt fire race through him, saw Min snarl, heard him laugh, and then Ax finger-jabbed his eyes. Min howled, stumbled, released his leg lock, drew the knife out savagely and thrust blindly. Ax fell to his knees, caught the killer around the waist and bodily threw him against the wall. His shoulder screamed in protest. He ignored it. He felt the knife dig into his back but twisted away and palm-jabbed Min's throat. It was a killing blow. It didn't land. The assassin, blinking rapidly, tears and blood streaming from his eyes, caught his fingers with his teeth and bit hard. Ax grunted, slammed the hard edge of his left hand against the killer's ear, and drew his palm back and saw black when Min's knee connected with his groin. He groaned, doubled up, felt the assassin grab his hair and yank his head up and trap the incoming knife with both hands, desperately, his muscles straining, blood leaking from his shoulder, leaving a warm and wet trail down his belly, and then he was flying backwards when Min kicked him in the belly. He landed on his back on the carpet, the assassin on him in an instant, pinning him down with his body weight and jabbing down with the knife. Ax deflected the first blow, got nicked on his right forearm, blocked the lightning-fast thrusts, got cut on his fingers and palms, and then Min trapped his right hand with his left and thrust deep, and Ax just about got his left hand on the killer's wrist to stop the incoming blade. Min threw his weight behind the jab, his face sharp, his eyes red, bleeding, his lips moving. Die, die, die. Ax felt his grip slipping. Blood and sweat coated his palm and added to the lubrication on the assassin's body. The blade was less than 2 feet from his neck. It quivered but didn't deviate. He tried to buck up, but Min had grounded him. He tried to knee the assassin backwards. The killer took the blows but kept the downward pressure. Ax felt his vision dimming. The killer was thrusting down with his weight, hindering his ability to draw breath. Can't do much more, he thought dimly. No, I can take more punishment. Drawing all his breath, he roared and reared up and pulled down the knife to thrust it in himself on the previous wound and bit Min's right ear. The killer was thrown by his move. He howled and jerked and screamed when Ax tore a fleshy part of his ear and slammed the base of his fist on the organ and drew more blood. Min shrieked and lunged away, leaving the knife buried in Ax's shoulder. Ax withdrew it even as pain shot through him, leaped after the killer, got his forearm around the assassin and plunged the blade into his throat repeatedly, holding him upright until he felt the killer's body shudder and exhale its last breath. The door burst open. 3 armed Chinese men rushed in. Panthers. Ax couldn't dive away. His guns were in his bedroom. Min was his only cover, and both his arms were occupied, one holding the killer, the other with the knife jammed deep in the dead man. The men took in the scene. "It's him!" one of them shouted. "Shoot him!" another yelled. "Their rounds might go through Min and reach me. This is how I die." Ax took a breath. He met their eyes. He held Min's limp body in front of him and waited for the hail of bullets. A shot rang out. One of the Panthers' heads blew out. The 2 others spun around to face the new threat. Their bodies bucked and jerked and fell to the floor. Kael stepped through the door. Ax let Min's body fall. He swayed. "You could have come quicker," he said, and fell. 95. Kael was checking out vacation resorts in the Caribbean. "That looks good. Oh, that's even better," he murmured to himself as he whistled. 2 days after the brutal fight in Ax's apartment. His friend was on the couch, his shoulders dressed, bandages on his palms. Did that deter Ax? No. He was reading great crocheting. He was stretched out, one leg on the leather armrest, the other dragging on the carpet. Kael refused to be irritated by his friend's look. The toughest PIs in New York had to look more professional. He let it slide, though. He had checked out Ax's wounds when his friend had lost consciousness. His partner had taken a brutal punishing, and it was a miracle he was still alive. Ax had been taken to the nearest hospital and then to Kael's apartment to recover. Kael had forced it out of his friend the next day, who confessed. "I knew men wouldn't stop." "So you drew him to you," Kael said grimly. "I went to Natalie's apartment that night and left a message on her door and in her window. I'm waiting. I knew he would see it. He was watching her place. I wasn't sure when he would show up, however. He said he would kill you where you felt safest." "Yeah, my apartment. He could have been watching it." "No. I'm sure he was aware we have cameras at our places. Even if he EMP'd them, he wouldn't have been sure what other security we had." "You could have told me." "How would that have helped? He wanted me." "No." Kael nodded knowingly. "You didn't want to involve me because you were worried he might come after me or Olivia. He's dead. That's all that matters." "Why did you leave those photographs, the scarf, the rest in my apartment?" Ax met his eyes. Min was good. Very good. "I didn't know if I would survive." Kael gripped his uninjured shoulder and squeezed. "How did you get to my apartment?" Ax asked him. "I'm the smarter of us two," Kael snorted. "You think I wouldn't have put it together? I raced to your place as soon as I worked out where you would be. I saw those Panthers arrive and took some time to check out there was no others. Megan found the message Min left on the dark net for the triad. Your address. That's how they knew where to come." "I thought he had kicked the door shut," Ax frowned. "It mustn't have locked. If I had been late." "You weren't. Now, you get to say you saved me." "That's a given," Kael snorted. He turned serious. "Megan deleted that darknet message, but there might be others who'll have seen it. Pitsaka and Chang are rounding up the Panthers, but many will have escaped. You should—" "I'm returning to my apartment as soon as I am better. Our enemies could always find us if they were determined. This changes nothing." Kael gave up. Ax was stubborn, but he wouldn't be Ax if he wasn't. He stopped whistling when he found a property that ticked all his boxes, looked at the price and hesitated a moment. "Nope. I'm not going to back off. We aren't hard up and Louisa paid us very well." He bought the vacation package and leaned back, rubbing his hands. Threw a look at his partner, who was engrossed in the magazine. Yarn balls and needles on the coffee table. Kael shook his head. "Go on, say it." Ax spoke from behind the magazine. "Say what?" Kael growled. "That I shouldn't be reading this in the office." "You shouldn't be reading that in the office." "Feel better?" The buzzer rang before he could reply. "It's Letitia," he said, surprised, and pressed the door open. Ax rose silently when Kael opened the door to let Letitia Williams in, Trayvon with her, and Divine and Tyrell. Kael hugged her, fist-bumped the men, and inspected Trayvon. "How are you doing?" "Lungs are as good as new," the young man chuckled. Letitia sat on the couch and took the coffee that Ax served with a nod of thanks. "We heard all that went down." She laughed when Kael and Ax traded glances. "Oh, I know both of you wouldn't have told us, but I leaned hard on Chang to let us know what was going on, and then, yesterday, we got a visit from two fine women, friends of yours, Gina DiFiore and Peyton Quindica. They told us all kinds of bad would happen to us if we leaked what they were going to tell us and then laid it out for us." "Son," she turned to Ax, her wise eyes running over the dressings that pushed against his tea. "They said you nearly died." "They tend to exaggerate." Ax smiled. "Letitia didn't. What you did for us. I nearly got Trayvon killed. You could have died too." "Brah," Trayvon chuckled. "Stop. I've become a celebrity. Those TV people are in Soundview all the time interviewing us. Sure, I didn't enjoy getting shot at, but what happened was the best thing for our community, and now this Min dude is out too." Letitia smiled. She opened her handbag. "My ancestors were from Angola. I traced our family history." She beckoned Kael and Ax and tied colorful bands on their wrists, then hugged them tight. "Your family." She took in the magazine, the needles and the yarn, Her eyes lit up. "You're into this too?" she exclaimed at Ax. Kael suppressed his groan. "I'm surrounded by crocheters." He returned to his screen when they left, read the email, jiggled his leg, cleared his throat. "What?" Ax sighed, lowering his magazine. "I got an email." "What about it?" "It's from a woman." "Are you cheating on Olivia?" "No." "What's special about that woman?" "She wants to hire us." "Why?" "She's a princess." Ax sat up. "She's escaped from her family and her folks want her back." Ax's eyes narrowed. "Which country is she from?" "Saudi Arabia. She's from the royal family." Ax didn't move. Then he jammed his hands in his pockets. "Tell her we'll be glad to help. The end."